Ever since the early 2010s, there has been a new trend in the media. Criminals who blame their lack of ability to get women on why they do what they do. Some of these crimes range from mere plots that never get carried out to attacks carried out on a massive scale. Let's get into it. Before we get into the video, let's just get this one out of the way. We aren't here to glorify, encourage, or support incels in any way. We aren't here to appreciate their attacks or inspire any more of them. However, it is important to talk about these things, as censoring ourselves and sweeping it under the rug isn't really going to do anything to add to the conversation. Pretending that they don't exist won't make them not exist. So this is purely for documentary purposes only, and maybe it'll help somebody, who knows. Now, rather than explain what an incel is in every single one of these videos, I'm going to cut that out of each individual video and just explain it all once here. Incel is a combination of the words involuntary and celibate, and that's a pretty clear-cut explanation of what an incel is. While there is a whole lot of deep lore related to the incel subculture as a whole, the main takeaway is that they can't get laid no matter how hard they try. And that's not just me being mean or anything, that is the whole point of the movement. Because of that, they start to feel like they have been deprived of a normal life, and due to that, they get lonely, depressed, and even angry. They come to hate not only their own lives, but women as well. They feel that these women discriminate them and deny them any semblance of a normal future, you know, wife, kids, love, all of that. They usually even come to hate men as well, at least men who aren't incels. They feel that all of these other men are simply taking the potential dates away from them, making everything that much harder for them. When it comes to the incel subculture as a whole, the whole thing actually goes really deep. While crimes committed by men who were angry about their loneliness and inability to get a woman have existed for a long time, the whole incel-labeled subculture didn't really come around until the 2010s. This is when like-minded individuals really started getting together online, using that label to identify themselves, and sharing their stories with each other. It quickly became an echo chamber, with these guys coming up with their own lingo and terminology that would leave the rest of the world wondering what the hell they were even talking about. For example, they have all of these little characters within their universe, such as Chad. Chad is the caricature of a manly man, a handsome dude who gets all the women he wants. Then we have Stacy, basically the female version of the Chad, the superficial, popular woman who would never go for an incel. There are even other characters like Becky, the more average-looking yet more feminist woman that the incels despise for other reasons. It wasn't too long after these communities came to be that the incels started engaging in violence. If not for these specific communities, they likely would have never really felt a reason to. However, when some incels began to perform mass killings and other acts of violence, they came to be very revered in these spaces, leading to other incels wanting a bit of that glory for themselves. And that is where this video really begins. Shortly before the 2010s, we had a man who began to post blogs about his failed love life online. Eventually, he came to go down one of those paths of violence himself. While he came around a bit before the term incel really went into widespread usage, he was basically a prototype for what these guys would come to be. He would even go on to be a direct inspiration for who is known as, hands down, the most influential of all of these criminals. That man would be George Sodini. At the time of this story, George Sodini was a 48-year-old systems analyst at a law firm called K&L Gates for about 10 years, living in Scott Township, Pennsylvania. To those around him, he seemed like a pretty average guy. He had money, he was somewhat above average looking, and didn't really seem to raise any red flags. Little did anyone know, George didn't always have the best life. According to his online diary, he was bullied by his older brother all throughout his childhood and never really got along with the other kids at school. By the time he was an adult, he was already a chronic loner. He never really had any meaningful relationships and never got married despite wanting to. George, feeling unfulfilled in life, started keeping track of his thoughts in an online diary in December of 2008. In this diary, he detailed his hardships in life. This included his family struggles and his periodic addiction to alcohol, but above all, he discussed his difficulty with attracting women. He often wrote, in various ways, that he hadn't had a girlfriend since 1984 and hadn't slept with a woman in 19 years. He wrote in one post, "Women just don't like me. There are 30 million desirable women in the US, my estimate, and I cannot find one. Not one of them finds me attractive." In his blog, he often spoke of a church that he regularly attended in Plum called Tetelestai Church. The pastor of this church has said that George attended fairly often up until an incident in 2006. This was when he got into a bit of a conflict involving a woman at church. The pastor, gently wording it, has simply said that he was paying too much attention to her. After speaking to George about the incident, it all stopped. The woman, who has gone unnamed, later showed up in some of George's blog entries. While she wanted nothing to do with him, even going as far as complaining to the pastor about his constant advances, George had it in his mind that they were in some sort of relationship together. He often wrote on his blog that recently he hadn't had any girlfriends besides her. Churchgoers, however, have said he had it in his mind that she was in love with him and they were having an affair. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Apparently, police eventually had to get involved, with a trooper telling George that he needed to behave himself. No arrests were ever made, but it was decided that George would no longer be allowed to attend this church. George, on his blog, made it seem that he left the church of his own volition, going on to write some disturbing lines that would give readers their first insight into his deepest thoughts. He said the pastor teaches, and I quote, "You can commit mass murder and then still go to heaven. Ask him," adding that, "In any case, guilt and fear kept me there for 13 long years until November of 2006. I think this crap did the most damage." Despite these alarming statements, George had no criminal record. Aside from his online rants and the incident at his church, nobody felt that anything was wrong with him aside from being a bit of a creeper. For 9 months on his blog, George chronicled the constant rejection he received from the women in his life and detailed his sexual frustration. He struggled to find a reason as to why he had such bad luck with women, saying, "Who knows why? I'm not ugly or too weird. No sex since July 1990 either. I was 29. Going into detail, he continued, "Last time I slept all night with a girlfriend, it was 1982. Girls and women don't even give me a second look. Anywhere. Women just don't like me. There are 30 million desirable women in the US, my estimate, and I cannot find one." Frustrated in his lack of success, George decided to start attending a self-help seminar which aimed to teach young men how to attract women. The 3-day, 8-hour classes were run by a self-proclaimed dating expert and author named Ardon Steele. They were designed to allow men to pick women's brains about what they like, straight from the source. Many men came from all over the US in order to better find out how to attract a partner. These classes taught everyone everything from what color of necktie to wear to best attract a woman to how to get over mommy issues.
But my objective is to be real and to learn to be emotional and to be able to emotionally connect with people. Because when I'm 10 to 20 years older than she is, she has to feel good about this thing. And the only way around that, is to work on this, and perhaps STEM exercises or forgiveness exercises as per Hay or whatever else. I'm going to post this and see what comes back.
While in this class, one of the assignments was to make a video house tour. George did just that, giving a detailed view of his whole house for all to see, uploading it to YouTube. The goal of the assignment was to make your home more attractive to women. According to a 20-year-old woman who worked with the class and graded the assignment, he was seen as studious and quiet. She said, "He was really, really quiet, he took a lot of notes," adding that he was, quote, "the most studious in the workshops." But by the end of the classes, she noted that, while the other men had loosened up and gained some confidence, George was still just as nervous as when he had started. George decided to try hitting up a local gym. While he was most likely aiming to improve his looks to better attract a woman, it seems that seeing the women in the gym did nothing but make him even more frustrated. On December 22nd in 2008, he wrote on his blog, "Time is moving along. Plan to have this done already. I will just keep a running log here as time passes. Many of the young girls here look so beautiful as to not be human, very edible. After joining this gym, started lifting weights and like it. Much info about weight programs, diet, etc. on the web, or anything for that matter. Instead of TV, I can Google for hours to relax. TV and most movies are dull." The holidays were evidently particularly difficult for George. They reminded him of the last time he was in a relationship. This was with a woman he mentions time to time, known only as Pam. In this entry, though, he seemed to want to focus more on the brighter side of things in his own sort of way. December 24th, 2008. Moving into Christmas again. No girlfriend since 1984. Last Christmas with Pam was in 1983. Who knows why? I'm not ugly or too weird. No sex since July 1990 either. I was 29. No shit. Over 18 years ago. And did it maybe only 50 to 75 times in my life. Getting to think that a woman now would just, get in the way of things. Isolated. I have extra money and enjoy traveling, too, with my 25 to 30 days of vacation. LA was the best, but going alone is not too fun. Invited to a party on Christmas Day tomorrow. Seems about 15 to 25 people will actually show. I like her parties, I can meet new people and talk. Got the next 8 days off. I should have exit plan done and practice by then. I know nothing will change, no matter how hard I try or what goals I set. Despite seeming somewhat optimistic from time to time, the journal entries would often disintegrate into rage-fueled rants. For example, when he wrote, "Girls and women don't even give me a second look anywhere. There is something blatantly wrong with me that no goddamn person will tell me what it is." There weren't even that many people in George's life who could tell him what was wrong with him. Nobody knew him that well. His own neighbor said that he was so antisocial that he didn't know a single personal thing about him.
It was probably about 3 or 4 days ago, and we noticed him sitting on the driveway.
How long was he sitting there?
I don't know. We were just taking a walk. We were going past, and we came back.
Not in a chair, on the driveway?
Yeah, on the driveway, yeah. Just a strange fella.
He was kind of a reclusive person, so I'm not sure that I would pick up on him looking troubled. I kind of always thought he was a little, different, so to speak.
This is likely why nobody could have known that George was even planning an attack, but he was definitely planning something big. He started dropping hints as to what he was going to do just after Christmas on his journal. December 28th, 2008. Glad I stayed around. All these days off are great. I'll shoot for Tuesday, January 6, 2009 at maybe 8:15. I have a list of to-do items to make. This to-do list of items likely referred to weaponry, as you might have guessed. George did go on to buy some guns. As he had no criminal record and no known mental illnesses that might bar him from getting a weapon, he was able to buy his guns legally. TGS Com Incorporated was an online gun wholesaler based in Wisconsin. They sold George magazines, magazine loading tools, and other items on his list. This particular company had also sold a handgun to Sung-Hui Cho, the killer in the 2007 Virginia Tech shooting, and to a man named Stephen Kazmierzak, who went on to shoot and kill 5 people at Northern Illinois University in 2008. Their reputation took quite a hit because of this. George started to value his own life less and less, accepting the fact that if he were to commit some sort of mass attack, he likely wouldn't make it out alive. He started writing about these epiphanies in his blog. December 30th, 2008. While driving, I radio surfed to a talk show. The caller was a 30-ish black man who was describing the despair in certain black communities. According to him, life is cheap there because you're going to die anyway when you get old. It is the quality of life that's important, he said. If you know the past 40 years were crappy, why live another 30 crappy years, then die? His point was, they engage in dangerous behavior which tends to shorten their lifespans to die now and avoid the next 30 crappy years, using my example. The host got sarcastic and ended the call instead of trying understanding his point. Agreement wasn't necessary. I put music back on, but it was an interesting and useful point for me to hear. While working out at the gym, George's rage somewhat subsided for a while. He hadn't known the benefits that exercise could bring. Coming to this realization caused him to reflect back on his bleak upbringing, blaming his lack of knowledge on his family. December 31st, 2008. My anger and rage is largely gone since I began lifting weights. Lifting drains me, but I still have energy. Someone else suggested running, but that did not help me. I guess strenuous exercise is necessary for a man. So I just learned that now at 48, maybe 30 years later than I would have liked. My dad never, not once, talked to me or asked about my life's details and tell me what he knew. He was just a useless sperm donor. Don't know why, find it fun talking to young kids when I visit someone. Brother was actually counterproductive and would try to embarrass me or discourage my efforts when pursuing things, especially girls early on, teen years. Useless bully. Result is, I am learning basics by trial and error in my 40s, followed by discouragement. Seems odd, but that's true. Writing all this is helping me justify my plan and to see the futility of continuing. Too embarrassed to tell anyone this, at almost 50, one is expected to just know these things. I hope it doesn't snow on Tuesday. Just thought of that. The crowd will be thin, so I would postpone. As evident by the end of that journal entry, a lack of rage didn't really deter George's plans for an attack. If anything, he was even more motivated as the day he planned to carry it out drew near. He was aiming for January 6th, and the day before he wrote, "Was at the gym to lift. Very crowded. Tomorrow should be good. There is a woman there that gives me a certain look every time I am there. I decided to walk over and make a comment about the crowds, but she left when I finished the exercise. Better that I do not get sidetracked from tomorrow's plans anyways. Life is just playing games. 1 or 2 dates with her, then the end. No matter how many changes I try to make, things stay the same. Every evening I'm alone, then go to bed alone. Young women were brutal when I was younger. Now they aren't as much, probably because they just see me as another old man. I see 20-something couples everywhere. I see a 20-something guy with a nice 20-ish young women. I think those years slipped right by for me. Why should I continue another 20+ years alone? I will just work, come home, eat, maybe do something, then go to bed, alone, for the next day of the same thing. This is the Auschwitz syndrome, to be in serious pain so long one thinks it's normal. I cannot wait for tomorrow. George was ready. He had planned this attack in one way or another for months now, since back in November. The next morning, he started to hype himself up for what he was about to do. January 6, 2009. I can do this. Leaving work today, I felt like a zombie, just going through the motions. Get on the bus, get the car, drive home, my mind is screwed up anymore. I can't concentrate at work or think at all. This log is not detailed. It is only for confidence to do this. The future holds even less than what I have today. It is 6:40 p.m., about an hour and a half to go. God have mercy. I wish life could be better for all and the crazy world could somehow run smoother. I wish I had answers. Bye. However, this entry came with an edit later that evening. It is 8:45 p.m. I chickened out. Shit. I brought the loaded guns, everything. Hell. George had backed out. After giving it a shot and experiencing the whole thing in reality, he realized he couldn't go through with it. For a few months, George would actually calm down. Although he still had his issues with women, it seemed that he had given up on any sort of attack. This came with a few months of peace. But by April of that year, George's company was experiencing multiple layoffs. He felt that his turn was coming any day now, writing, "I predict I won't survive the next layoff. That is when there is no point to continue. Right now, life is bearable and I can get by indefinitely. Something bad must happen. The paycheck is all I have left. The future holds nothing for me. 25 years of nothing fun. I never even spent one weekend with a girl in my life, even at my own place. Also unlikely to find another similar job. I guess then is when I take care of things. I don't have kids, close friends, or anything. Just me here. If you have nothing, you have nothing to lose." Feeling that his livelihood was coming to an end and that he no longer had anything left to lose, George started falling back into his old plans of committing mass murder. May 5th, 2009. To pull the exit plan off, it popped into my mind to just use some booze. I want to do this before I get laid off, for reasons not worth mentioning but don't seem to have the balls. After the gym, I stopped at Shop and Save and got a 5th of vodka and a small bottle of Jack Daniels. I haven't had a drink since September 1st, 1988, just over 20 years. It doesn't matter now. I need to use it to take the edge off of carrying out the exit plan. I will be taking some every now and then to try to get used to it and see if the alcohol effects will embolden me. Strangely though, not too long after getting back into these attack plans, George actually got a date. He didn't elaborate on how he managed to do this or who it was with. However, despite finally getting a date, he didn't seem to be any more optimistic than before. In fact, he took the opportunity to detail how unhappy he was with his love life. May 18th, 2009. I actually had a date today. It was with a woman I met on the bus in March. We got together at 2 PPG Place for lunch. The last date for me was May 1st, 2008. Women just don't like me. There are 30 million desirable women in the US, my estimate, and I cannot find one. Not one of them finds me attractive. Perhaps due to his negativity, his date apparently didn't go well, with George writing, "Another lonely Friday night. I'm done. This is too much." Just a little over a week later. Likely due to this, George's rage only built up and his desire to murder women only increased. By June, his diary entries started to get all the more familiar to the modern incel rhetoric. June 5th, 2009. I was reading several posts on different forums and it seems many teenage girls have sex frequently. One 16-year-old does it usually 3 times a day with her boyfriend. So, after a month of that, this little hoe had more sex than me in my life, and I'm 48. One more reason. Thanks for nada, bitch. Bye. By the end of the month, his rage had subsided into more melancholic, depressing rants. He talked about his loneliness. July 20th, 2009. Been a long time since last write. Everything still sucks. I guess some of us were simply meant to walk a lonely path. I have slept alone for over 20 years. Last time I slept all night with a girlfriend was 1982. Proof I am a total malfunction. Girls and women don't even give me a second look anywhere. Within a few days, George was losing his mind more and more, going crazy after simply seeing a girl outside of his window, causing him to go into uncomfortable levels of detail. July 23rd, 2009. Wow. I just looked out my front window and saw a beautiful college-age girl leave Bob Fox's house across the street. I guess he had a good lay today. College girls are hoes. I masturbate frequently. He is about 45 years old. She was a long-haired, hot little hottie with a beautiful bod. I masturbate frequently. Some were simply meant to walk a lonely path in life. I don't usually look out, but just happen to notice. Holy shit. I've masturbated since age 13. Thanks, Mom and Brother by Blood Alone. And Dad, old man, for totally ignoring me through the years. All of you deeply helped me to be this way. That was uncomfortable to read. Before too long, in August, his plans for an attack were in full swing once again. For the next few days, George would go in and out of his gym, scoping the place out. He visited the gym about 3 times in 2 days. He even got a worker there to show him how to turn all the lights on and off. This was all before George posted his final blog post on August 3rd, 2009. I took off today, Monday, and tomorrow to practice my routine and make sure it's well polished. I need to work out every detail. There's only one shot. Also, I need to be completely immersed into something before I can be successful. I haven't had a drink since Friday at about 2:30. Total effort needed. Tomorrow is the big day. Unfortunately, I talked to my neighbor today who is very positive and upbeat. I need to remain focused and absorbed completely. Last time I tried this, in January, I chickened out. Let's see how this new approach works. Maybe soon I will see God and Jesus. At least, that is what I was told. Eternal life does not depend on works. If it did, we would all be in hell. Christ paid for every sin, so how can I or you be judged by God for a sin when the penalty was already paid? People judge, but that does not matter. I was reading the Bible and the integrity of God beginning yesterday, because soon I will see them. I will try not to add any more entries because this computer clicking distracts me. This really did prove to be George's final entry. Unlike back in January, there was no edit this time around. George entered his gym, an LA fitness center just outside of Pittsburgh, during a women's aerobics class at around 8:15 p.m. on August 4th of 2009. He brought with him 4 handguns. This incident would come to be known as the Bridgeville, LA fitness shooting. George entered the class, put a large duffel bag onto the ground, and turned off the lights in the studio. He took out 2 handguns, one in each hand, and started firing indiscriminately. He fired at least 52 shots with 2 Glock semi-automatic pistols. One of the survivors of the attack, a woman named Loretta Moss, said that she was on a treadmill when she started hearing popping noises. I didn't pay attention, and the next minute people were screaming, she said. There was like a whole spray of them, I'd say about 15 altogether, and then the people started screaming and yelling and started running out of the building. We laid down, and then after the last of the gunshots, we got up and someone said run. She said she saw 2 women on the ground who had been shot. One was wounded in the leg and the other in the shoulder. The woman who had been shot in the leg was screaming for someone to call an ambulance. A pregnant woman named Mary Primus, an aerobics instructor, was shot twice and survived. She had been shot once in the left shoulder and again through the back of her shoulder blade. It was actually supposed to be her last week teaching before taking time off for the pregnancy. Then, when George felt he was finished, he took out a 3rd gun, a .45 caliber revolver, and shot himself in the head. The first 911 call was placed at 8:16 p.m. George was found dead in the aerobics room, lying on top of his guns only a short distance away from one of his victims. Elizabeth Gannon, 49, of Pittsburgh, Heidi Overmeyer, 46, of Carnegie, Pennsylvania, and Jody Billingsley, 38, of Mount Lebanon, died during the attack. 9 others had been wounded to various degrees. The remaining 9 victims were swiftly taken into 3 different hospitals. 2 were in critical condition, 2 others were in surgery, 3 others were to be held in the hospital for the time being, and 2 were treated and released shortly after arriving. A note was found left at the scene in George's duffel bag. The typed letter didn't mention anything of his intention to shoot himself, but a handwritten note left behind at his home did. Police searched his home, seized his car, and took his computer in to analyze. When interviewed, the woman who helped out at George's self-help seminar said, in disbelief, "George didn't seem like a bad person. He was there for self-improvement." George had evidently chosen this time specifically because it would be an aerobics class just for women. A schedule was found in his home with that class circled. It wasn't believed that he targeted any one person specifically, mainly just going after women in general. The rest of the note mainly consisted of similar content to his blogs, with George detailing his sexual frustration, his inability to get a date, and his failure to get married despite always having wanted to. Shortly after the incident, George's family released a statement saying simply, "Our hearts and prayers are with the victims and their families, and we pray for the full recovery of the survivors." On August 6th of 2009, about 75 people, mostly friends and family of the victims, but also including various women rights activists, clergy members, and local officials, held a candlelit vigil in downtown Pittsburgh in honor of the victims. Many feminist groups went on to attribute the attack to misogyny. This was before the INCEL movement was really even a thing. People hadn't seen any attacks like this. About a week later, it was revealed that George had decided that his estate, valued at about $225,000, would go to the University of Pittsburgh, which he attended. A spokesperson for the university went on to say that they had zero interest in receiving it for obvious reasons. Instead, they requested that the estate go to the victims and their families. 2 years later, in March of 2012, State Farm Fire and Casualty Co. filed a legal motion in order to be exempt from their liability under George's $100,000 personal liability policy. Victims of the crime have said that the insurance company had failed to ensure that George got proper mental health care. TGS-Com, the company that had sold George some of his weaponry, went on to close in 2012 after an investigation by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the Wisconsin Better Business Bureau, and the Green Bay Police. George's legacy lived on, unfortunately, as he came to be discussed widely by the INCEL movement that popped up a few years later online, unfortunately inspiring many others to go down the same path as him. While George Sedini's attack wouldn't come to be too well known outside of his local area, there was one place where his writings and his attack were heavily discussed: INCEL forums. His ramblings really spoke to them, with many of them identifying with his problems. One of these people would come to be, hands down, the biggest INCEL criminal of all time. Given that this video is much longer than the rest, feel free to skip ahead using the timestamps. This case is important though, as the ramifications of it would come to be seen in basically every single other INCEL crime afterwards. It's crucial to approach this topic by specifically mentioning that Elliot Rodger is not a person who should be admired. As you will come to see throughout the duration of this video, he is a very mentally ill and hateful individual with a troubled past. Rather than take responsibility for even one of his actions, he chose to blame everyone else around him, and that's what led to the events of today's case. Let me make it very clear that today's video is not to endorse or promote his actions in any way. Rather, I think it's important to look into these cases and find out what exactly went wrong. When it comes to crimes like these, the news media tends to blame one or two contributing factors, when the reality is much more complex and nuanced. To write this video, I dug through hundreds and hundreds of pages of manifestos, police reports, diaries, and interviews. Just to make it clear from the beginning, some of the pictures that I came across were pretty low resolution and had some text imposed under them, but I've decided to include them regardless because, well, they're interesting. I've also decided to blur the faces of some of the people in this video. If their pictures were already widely available online, if they're somewhat of a public figure, or if they've willingly spoke out about this case, I've gone ahead and left them in. But if they've tried to distance themselves from the case, or if their pictures seem to have been obtained through morally gray means, I've went ahead and blurred them out. With that said, let's get started. Li Chin was a Malaysian woman of Chinese descent born in 1961 in Penang, Malaysia. She moved out to England while she was still young and went on to work as a nurse. Eventually, she started working on film sets. This is where she would meet her future husband. Peter Rodger was born in 1965 in the United Kingdom. Peter was born into the prestigious Rodger family, a family that was once very wealthy before they eventually lost a lot of their money during the Great Depression. Peter's father, George, was a very talented photojournalist, widely known for the photographs he took during World War II. Peter had began working as a filmmaker and a photographer when he met Li Chin. When he was 26 years old and she was 30, he ended up getting her pregnant, reportedly on accident. While they were dating, Lee Chin had gotten sick and believed that some medication she was taking negated the effects of her birth control. Either way, the couple decided to marry. On July 24th, 1991, their son, Elliot Oliver Robertson Roger, was finally born. When Elliot came into this world, Peter and Chin were living in a pretty nice house up in London, but they decided to go for the quiet life and move out to the country. They moved into a large home out in Sussex County, all ready to live a life of peace. Elliot would go on to spend the first 5 years of his life in this carefree environment. Elliot was very happy at this time, watching his father transition into directing films while his mother became a stay-at-home mom. Chin's mom, who everyone called Ah-Ma, moved in with the family to help out. Elliot became very fond of Ah-Ma and spent much of his time with her. Elliot was placed into an all-boys private school called Dorset House near his home. Elliot didn't really like this school and often cried, feeling the teachers were too strict. He fondly remembered one incident in which all of the students were forced to sit cross-legged, but he refused so adamantly that the teachers buckled and let him sit differently. Elliot's family would often have big parties for the holidays, a trend that would continue for the rest of his life. Elliot's grandfather, George, was very ill at the time, not going out much, but he grew very close to his grandmother, who he called Grandma Jinx. Elliot had blissful memories of learning to fly kites with his father, playing games with his friends, and traveling Europe with his family. However, soon Elliot would go on to experience tragedy for the first time in his short life. The family took a trip out to Greece. While they were there, Grandpa George passed away back home. It was at this point that Elliot first saw his father cry, and in turn first experienced pain and, more than that, a feeling of loneliness. Unable to enjoy the vacation, the family flew home. Peter Roger wanted a new start and new opportunities. Shortly after Elliot turned 5 years old, Peter decided to move the family out to the United States. He felt that, for a filmmaker, Los Angeles would be the place to be. After taking the family out to California for a short trip to scope it out, they all decided that they would love to live there. While preparing to go, Chen got pregnant once again, this time with a little girl, a girl that would go on to be Elliot's younger sister, Georgia. The family packed up their Sussex home and got ready to head out to America. Elliot went to his school for the last time, but he wasn't sad. He was ready to start his new life. And start a new life he did as the family flew out to Los Angeles, leaving England behind. Elliot was too excited to even sleep on the plane. When the plane came to land, he was amazed at the scenery, in disbelief at what a beautiful place he would move into. Elliot hit his limit as a little kid and crashed in the car on the way to their new home out in Woodland Hills. Once they got to the home, the atmosphere was immediately sullied when Elliot found out that the room he liked best in the house would be going to his younger sister. Before she was even born, Elliot was already jealous of and angry at his little sister. Elliot excitedly told his parents that he wanted to be an American kid now. He melted into the environment very quickly, consuming all manner of American media and quickly adapting to speaking in an American accent. He was ready for his new life and new identity. Elliot started attending kindergarten at a school called Pinecrest, but things didn't go so well. His teacher was upset at how far behind the other kids Elliot would be after all the time he had missed while moving. The teacher kept him inside during recess to catch up on missed work, which his parents did not like. Eventually, they took him out of school and placed him into a school called simply Farm School. At his new school, Elliot made a new friend, Joey, but quickly grew to hate him. He later described him as a rotten little prick who he would always get into fights with, saying that he was his greatest enemy. He made good relationships as well, though, meeting his first true friend in America, a little girl named Maddie Humphreys. His very first friend in America was none other than a little girl. After playing with Maddie numerous times, her and Elliot's parents became friends as well. Maddie's parents were in the entertainment industry too, giving them a lot in common. The families had all sorts of parties and get-togethers where Elliot got to play with his new friend even more. They got close enough to even take baths together, which Elliot would later describe as the only time in his life that he would see a girl his age naked. Elliot would go on to graduate kindergarten as a happy, normal child, experiencing all of the essential things that the average kid would. This happy life, however, would not last. Once Elliot was 6 years old, he spent a lot of his spare time in the afternoons going to parks with his family, most notably the Serenia Park, which was his favorite. But it was at these parks that Elliot began to experience a new emotion, that of envy. He was particularly jealous of the other boys who were able to use the swings by themselves, especially the ones who were younger than him. For the first time, Elliot felt physically inadequate, a feeling that would never subside. When Elliot went to Universal Studios with his family, he was very excited to ride the Jurassic Park ride. But when he finally got to the front of the line, an employee informed him that he was too short to ride. He was humiliated as the other boys his age hopped on and he had to stay behind. Elliot flew into hysterics, leading his mother to carry him away while comforting him. But Elliot continued to hang out with Maddie, even going to her house and playing with her and her friends, a group of all girls. At this stage in his life, he had no problem interacting with girls, even playing with them more often than boys. Then, Elliot and his family would move out to Topanga. He was very sad to leave the area he had gotten used to, but he loved his new house on Valley View Drive. It was a 2-story house complete with a big pool and a deck with a great view of the mountains. He entered into Topanga Elementary School, experiencing some of the best years of his childhood. He met who would go on to be 2 of his best friends for the rest of his life, 2 boys named Philip and James. They would get together to play sports, war games, and simply hang out. With James living nearby, Elliot was able to go to his house anytime he wanted. Peter's career as a director was taking off as well. He was leaving home fairly often to go work on commercials for all sorts of different companies. As he was gone so often, he hired a nanny to help Chin out. Elliot, although he missed his father, respected him as a rich and powerful man. Once Christmas came along, Elliot got a gift that would change his life, a Nintendo 64. At this point, he'd barely even seen a video game in his life. His father sat down and played both Turok and Star Wars Shadows of the Empire with him, sparking a lifelong fascination for video games and giving him another opportunity to bond with his father. Unfortunately, Elliot's home life was going downhill, by no fault of his own. His father and mother were getting into more and more arguments. Elliot had heard of divorce before, knowing that parents actually could split up, and that was something that terrified him. He sat on the deck and looked out into the distance with his mom, opening up to her and asking her if they would ever divorce. She told him not to worry, that it would never happen. Elliot sighed a sigh of relief. His 7th birthday came along, a memory that he would cherish forever. It was the last time he would ever remember his parents being happy together, as very shortly after his birthday, he would hear some of the worst news of his life. His mother told him that, despite what she had previously said, she and his father were indeed getting a divorce. Elliot immediately felt a burning sense of betrayal. It was decided that Elliot and Georgia would mainly live with Chin and see Peter on the weekends. Peter was to pay child support as well. From then on, Elliot grew up in 2 different houses with 2 different families. It was time to start his life over once again. After the split, Elliot became much more close with his mother, Chin. He felt that she was very loving and kind, and turned the home environment into a place where he could actually be happy. Peter, however, started going through financial trouble, forcing him to downsize into a much smaller home. Only a few months later, Elliot would go on to meet one of the most central figures in his life. When going to visit his father, he came home to see a tall woman with long black hair standing in the kitchen. This woman was an actress from Morocco named Sumaya. Elliot was told that she would be his new stepmother, and that she would be living with them from then on out. Elliot wrote,
"My father having a girlfriend so shortly after divorcing my mother didn't even occur to me. I couldn't understand it. Soon enough, though, I realized that Sumaya was, in fact, his girlfriend, and they were together just like how my father and mother were together. Father finding a new girlfriend in such a short amount of time baffled me. I was completely taken aback."
Despite his shock, Elliot developed even more respect for his father, seeing him as a man that women desired, a man that could bounce back and find a new, beautiful woman almost instantly. Around this time, Elliot's parents first began to notice that his behavior was somewhat strange. He had difficulty making eye contact while speaking and rarely spoke up for himself unless he was asked a question directly. When he spoke, it was usually in no more than a whisper. Something they found even more concerning was Elliot's preference to write notes to them on pieces of paper rather than speak to them. He tended to gaze off into the distance, sitting in the same spot every single day. He would make noises, tap his feet, and repeat the same words over and over, often saying, "Great, great, great," in particular. For these issues, Elliot was taken to various therapists. He wasn't diagnosed at this time, but professionals believed that he was showing signs of either high-functioning autism or Asperger's syndrome. From this point onward, Elliot would experience very inconsistent mental health care for the rest of his life. Elliot gradually started getting used to Sumaya being his new stepmother. He learned that she was from the Akabun family, a prestigious family from Morocco. In the beginning, they got along very well and had a lot of fun together. This was until she started to discipline him. He felt that, as she wasn't his real parent, she had no right to do so. Tension came to develop between them, a tension that would never subside. Elliot's mother Chin became good friends with George Lucas. As a result, Elliot was invited to attend the premiere of Star Wars Episode 1. He loved the original movies and was overjoyed to be able to attend. He even got to meet some of the actors, including Jake Lloyd, the young actor who played Anakin Skywalker, a character that he greatly admired. Elliot started to see Maddie less and less, only on the occasion that their families would have a get-together. Maddie's parents got divorced as well, with her father moving back to England. Regardless, Elliot still had a lot of fun playing video games, meeting friends, going to school, seeing movies, and just being a regular kid. During the holiday season, when Elliot was in 3rd grade, he heard from his father that they were going to visit Sumaya's home country of Morocco. They all flew out and met her family. Elliot felt that, of all the places he had been, Morocco was fairly strange. It felt more foreign to him than even Malaysia. He described the place as backwards, although admitting that he found the culture interesting and the people friendly. Sumaya's mother, Khadija, had a smaller, more modest home, while her father, Abdasalim, had a huge house that Elliot felt was like a castle. Apparently that home was even used in a James Bond film. Elliot found this very cool. All in all, it was a nice trip, and Elliot came back to America completely content, blissfully unaware that his later trips to the country would not be near as pleasant. By the time summer came around, Peter's commercial directing career had recovered. Actually, it had blown up even more than ever before. He was at the peak of his success. As a result, he moved the family into a much bigger, nicer home. They settled down in a wealthy area of West Hills. In the end, though, Elliot still preferred his mother's house. Despite the modest size of the home, he felt the environment to be much more pleasant. Still, though, he had his 9th birthday party at his father's house. Sumaya planned and hosted the party herself, turning the occasion into a huge celebration, even inviting all of his friends and hiring a magician for the occasion. When summer ended, Elliot entered the 4th grade. Even though he was still very young, his feelings of inadequacy around girls were already starting to develop. He discovered that he was indeed fairly short for his age, being the shortest kid in his class, even shorter than all the girls. He tried to play sports with the other boys, but quickly noticed that they were all much more talented than him. He felt short, weak, and pathetic. It was around this time that Maddie started to enjoy playing with his younger sister, Georgia, more than him. This made him so extremely jealous and lonely that he cried on each and every occasion. Elliot's fights with Sumaya only grew in intensity, with Elliot still believing that she had no right to impose any sort of rules on him. The fights were often very trivial, with Elliot exploding over having to drink milk or eat soup. On one occasion, he invited Philip over to his dad's house. Elliot ended up yelling at Georgia, after which Sumaya scolded him and sent him to his room. He was so embarrassed in front of Philip that he never invited a friend to his dad's house ever again. Sumaya later spoke about these early conflicts in an email she sent to Elliot, writing, "Every time that I tried to explain that you needed to listen or do something, you would tell me that your mother said you didn't have to do anything I say. Every time that I would try to make you do something and in exchange you would get a reward, you said that your mother said it was corruption, therefore you wouldn't do it. Every time I asked you for your help around the house or with anything else, you refused and said that it was my job and not yours." Chin began having somewhat of a cold war with Sumaya, telling Elliot behind the scenes that he didn't need to do anything she said, that she wasn't his real mother, and to rebel if she tried to discipline him. Elliot began to love staying at his mom's house and dreaded having to go back to his dad's house. At his mom's place, he could do virtually anything he wanted while being pampered and catered to. His mom often invited his friends over, knowing that he was too timid to do it himself. She let him have all the fun he wanted. Elliot's feelings of inferiority intensified as his elementary school years came to an end. He started to realize that cliques were developing at school. Now there were cool kids and uncool kids. Elliot admired the cool kids, but soon came to a shocking realization. He wasn't one of them. His self-esteem plummeted more than ever. Around this time, he started to become conscious of something that he had never really noticed before: his race. Although Elliot was half white and half Asian, it wasn't really something that he understood. Now though, he was starting to feel that, just maybe, this was what was making him different from the other kids. Elliot became more and more fascinated with white girls, exclusively blonde white girls. This fascination led to an inferiority complex, with Elliot desiring to make himself blonde as well. He felt that blonde people were truly beautiful, begging his parents to let him dye his hair. It was in fashion at the time, and they saw no problem with it, letting him do it. Then, to further fit in, Elliot bought a skateboard and started dressing like the other kids. This was the start of a lifelong obsession to copy everything the supposed cool kids were doing. Elliot started skating together with his friends Philip and James. But much to his dismay, the other kids didn't really care. None of them reacted to Elliot's newfound style. This was a pattern with Elliot. He felt that, by changing superficial aspects of his outward appearance, people would flock to him. He became disappointed and angry when they didn't. He was missing one key ingredient to socializing, putting himself out there, talking, and trying to meet people. He wanted the social life to come to him. He never did go on to get along with the cool kids. Just the opposite, in fact. He began to see them as competitors, as enemies. He mainly stuck around with Philip and one of his friends, a boy named Addison. Tension grew more at his father's home. Peter got more and more busy, as did Sumaya, and both had less time for Elliot. One day during winter break, when he really could have used some attention, neither of them were to be found. After a while, they came back with a new puppy, for Georgia. This was something that made Elliot very jealous of her once again. Sumaya really wanted Elliot to socialize. She was getting more and more worried about his increasingly poor social skills. She tried to get him to make friends with a group of kids who lived down the street. One day, she put him outside and told him that she wouldn't let him back in until he at least talked to them. Elliot pretended to play with them by hanging out near them. Sumaya, to his surprise, didn't fall for it. She came outside and confronted him, forcing him to talk to them, something that made him feel humiliated and enraged. Elliot was further humiliated upon seeing some 8-year-old boys at the skate park who could skate much better than him, despite being several years younger. He felt like he was an absolute failure at everything he tried. This caused him to give up on his dreams of being a talented skateboarder. Elliot was now almost ready to start middle school. Through watching teen programs on TV, he felt he got the gist of what it was going to be like to be a teenager. This was something he wasn't ready for at all, writing,
There was talk of girls, and how it would soon be cool to be popular with the girls. Girls were like completely foreign creatures to me. I heard stories of how boys are expected to start kissing girls in middle school. Such things overwhelmed me. I tried to dismiss it as much as I could and enjoy my life in the present moment.
On his first day of middle school, Elliot came up to the building shaking, both out of excitement and out of fear. As he got older, he only cared more and more what people thought of him. He still hated the cool kids, but another side of him really wanted their respect. So he did his best to hide his hatred and appear chill to them. He couldn't believe that, even from the beginning, girls were flocking more to the boys he considered to be obnoxious. The sense he got from TV turned out to be right. Now, being popular with girls was the way you became cool. To his relief, the girls around him treated him kindly in the beginning. He noticed that girls would often give the boys a light hug as a greeting, and he was delighted to get a few of those hugs himself. He even attended a school dance where a group of older girls offered to teach him how to slow dance. He was terrified, but he really felt euphoric in the moment. It was the only time where he would share this sort of experience with a girl. Back home, tension was worsening between Peter and Chin. Peter was able to cut down on his child support payments, forcing Chin to have to move into a smaller house out in Glade Avenue in Canoga Park. Elliot felt that this area was lower class, something he found very demeaning. Once Elliot turned 11 years old, he began to use the internet more regularly. The internet was still fairly new at the time, but Elliot soon found out how to use it well. As he became more immersed, the internet became an escape from his real life. He could both avoid his troubling home life and forget about his humiliating school life by zoning out into the World Wide Web. Elliot started attending chat rooms, finding it easier to communicate with other people over text. One person that he talked with regularly sent him some pictures. Once Elliot opened them, he was shocked. They were photos of naked women. For the first time, he saw a beautiful woman in that state. He was overwhelmed by the emotions he felt. It was at this time he felt his childhood melt away from him, being replaced by a traumatizing, conflicting slew of complicated emotions. He stopped talking to that friend completely and shut down his computer. Sumaya, once again wanting Elliot to socialize more, put him into a summer camp. It was at this camp where, for the first time, he would have a negative interaction with a girl. While walking around, he accidentally bumped into a pretty girl his age. She flew into a fit of anger, called him some names, and pushed him down. He didn't even know who she was. Everyone saw, and Elliot was left embarrassed in front of everyone. On this issue, Elliot wrote,
Cruel treatment from women is 10 times worse than from men. It made me feel like an insignificant, unworthy little mouse. I felt so small and vulnerable. I couldn't believe that this girl was so horrible to me, and I thought that it was because she viewed me as a loser. That was the first experience of female cruelty I endured, and it traumatized me to no end. It made me even more nervous around girls, and I would be extremely weary and cautious of them from that point on.
Elliot became friends with a boy named John Joe that he would go on to play a lot of video games with. John Joe told him for the first time about internet cafes and wanted to take him to one called Planet Cyber, saying it had all the best PC games. They walked there together, and Elliot enjoyed online gaming for the first time. He couldn't believe that he was playing with people all over the world. Elliot became very obsessed with online gaming. He would often stay at Planet Cyber until 3 a.m. despite only being in middle school. He went back and forth between playing Halo at home and playing online at Planet Cyber. Above all, Elliot loved Warcraft 3. He himself admitted to thinking about it every second of the day, playing it as late into the night as he could. Little did he know, World of Warcraft was right around the corner. Amma flew out to visit Chin, and the whole family had a party. Elliot, surprisingly, had an amazing time. Both James and Maddie came over, this time with Maddie hanging out with him until late in the night. However, it was the last time they would ever play together as friends. While feeling down, he was told some news that would bring him right back to a sense of happiness. Sumaya asked he and Georgia to come into the dining room with her. She sat them down and told them the news. She was pregnant with their sibling. Everyone was as happy as they could be. Elliot had wondered if Sumaya and Peter would ever have a baby, and surprisingly he loved the idea. This elation wouldn't stick around. Elliot's mood overall continued to darken. While he used to love going to the movies, he started to hate it. Ever since he became interested in girls, he began to see that the movies were one of the most popular dating spots. Not getting any dates himself, he was very jealous. He simply couldn't enjoy them anymore. Even at home, things got more complicated as Elliot now would spend 1 week at his mom's place and then 1 week at his dad's, alternating from then on out. As middle school went on, Elliot only got more depressed. His complicated feelings grew more and more intense each year. He didn't want to grow up at all. He wanted to go back to the feeling he was comfortable with, but he had to accept that this time had come to an end. This would be the new status quo. He felt the need to escape. He begged his father to let him install Warcraft 3 on his laptop. He did so and played on that laptop every chance he got. Now he didn't even have to go to the net cafe to play anymore. He was doing it from home. Although this only bred more conflicts with Sumaya as she felt it necessary to limit Elliot's game time. Elliot's friends started to hang out with him less. He started walking to the net cafe on his own, just to relive some of the memories and pretend everything was normal. Sometimes he stared for hours on end by himself. One night, by himself, he saw a teenager looking at porn on the computer next to him. For the first time, he saw what sex looked like. He didn't even know the very basics about intercourse at the time, so seeing that video all at once shocked him. Elliot said that he was scared, traumatized, and aroused all at once. He walked home and cried himself to sleep. Elliot felt that this was the beginning of his downfall. From then on, sex was all he could think about every moment of every day. He wanted it more than anything, but given his age, it wasn't likely to happen anytime soon. After a while, it came time for World of Warcraft to release. Elliot begged his dad to buy it for him as a Christmas present. The two sat down and made his account together. Elliot's first experience with the game was mind-blowing. It was an experience unlike any other he had ever had. He felt that he was living a new life within this game, a life much better than the one he had. But unfortunately, he no longer had any friends to play with. Elliot's social life was more or less over. He became very lonely, with his only interaction with other people being over Warcraft. This, combined with puberty, left him in a very bad place in his life. He stopped caring about anything, putting all of his focus and energy purely into his Warcraft character. But soon enough, a big day came for Elliot, a day that would force him to get out of the house. This was the release of Star Wars Episode 3. He was able to brag to everyone at school that he was going to the premiere because his mother was friends with George Lucas. The problem is, most kids by now were starting to see Star Wars in a nerdier light. This bragging had the opposite effect he wanted, and he started to realize that he couldn't simply rely on status to make friends. By the time middle school came to a close, Elliot was miserable. He was unpopular, called the weird kid, and widely disliked among his peers. To get more attention, he actually leaned into the weird kid role, acting weird on purpose to get a reaction. The feeling he got from this was both good and bad. He liked the attention, but he hated the demeaning ridicule that would come from it. Elliot had a big crush on a girl named Monette in his class. However, despite this crush, Elliot himself would describe her as an evil bitch. He said that she would tease him, but it's unknown if this is true. As Elliot wouldn't interact with girls of his own volition, it's more than likely she simply ignored him, which he took as offensive. Elliot came to graduate middle school, but he didn't feel proud. He didn't feel like he really accomplished anything. He hated his time as a middle schooler. He felt that he simply existed until it was time to leave. He had been putting so much of his mind power into Warcraft that he didn't even put much thought into the fact that he was going to high school soon. It wasn't long before the reality of this came to hit him. He wondered what it would be like, but he couldn't imagine it would be positive. He didn't want to have to deal with girls anymore. He didn't even want to think about them. He begged his parents to let him apply to Crespit Carmelite High School, a Catholic boys' school in the area. Peter took him there for a tour, and it seemed like an okay school. Elliot liked that it was seen as prestigious, a high-class school. Best of all, he wouldn't be teased by any girls. There weren't any. They turned in an application, and it wasn't long before Elliot got an acceptance letter. Summer break started. Only a week in, Elliot was told that his family would be going to Morocco once again. Upon being told that the trip would be 8 weeks long, Elliot panicked. He threw a complete crying tantrum. He didn't like Morocco in the first place, but worst of all, he wasn't going to be able to play Warcraft for 2 whole months. That was essentially his entire summer plan down the drain. His complaints didn't matter though. The plans were already made and the trip was happening. The news only got worse. Due to work, Peter would be unable to attend the first several weeks of the trip, being forced to meet up later. It would only be Sumaya taking Elliot and the kids on the trip. Elliot had enough problems with Sumaya at this point that he didn't want to be alone with her. On top of that, his new baby brother, Jazz, would be coming along too. The added stress of watching over a baby felt overwhelming, as he worried Sumaya would be in a worse mood than usual. Elliot hated the trip, but he tried to have some fun while he could. At this point in his life, Elliot was capable of trying to make the best of a bad situation. He hung out with a boy a bit younger than him in Sumaya's family, Eamon. The two would explore the city together, having fun wherever they could. Georgia came along with them, and Elliot was even able to have some fun with her despite their differences. During the trip, Elliot celebrated turning 14. Sumaya hosted a party for him at her father's house. Most of the people there were her friends, and a lot of them didn't even know what the party was for. Elliot found this annoying, but he still enjoyed the cake and the happy birthday wishes. At the end of the trip, he decided to spend the night with Eamon. This is when Eamon showed him some European porn videos that he had downloaded. This time it wasn't just a glance at a nearby computer. Elliot was seeing the act in full view. He didn't want to look, but he couldn't help it. He found it revolting, but at the same time he was enthralled. He first noticed the effects of arousal on the male body and wanted to try it for himself. By the end of the trip, Elliot was depressed and homesick. All he wanted was to play some more World of Warcraft, but he had to accept that he'd be starting high school shortly after arriving home. Elliot was very relieved to come back to the United States. All he could think about was booting up Warcraft once again. Once he got home to his mom's house, he gave her a giant hug and then immediately broke free and ran to his computer. He logged on, said hi to everyone, and went right back to the status quo. But Elliot was going to have to start high school now. In fact, high school had already started while he was overseas. Not only did he have to start school, he was going to stand out as the new kid once again. He pulled up to the school with his father. Upon seeing how tall the other boys were, he began to cry in the car, telling Peter that he was too afraid to get out. In his very first week of school, Elliot was already being bullied. Some seniors immediately began to target him for his youthful appearance. They taunted him, shoved him, and threw food at him during lunch. Elliot wanted to do something about it, but he was too scared to act. In only a few weeks, Elliot had already lost his desire to attend Crespi. He went right back to burying himself in World of Warcraft. As a birthday present, his father even gave him a new laptop of his own. Now he could play it wherever he wanted. Sumaya, though, was not happy with this. She was very concerned with how much time he was spending on the game and wanted to limit his activity. But given that Elliot's room was on a different floor, he was able to sneak in playtime whenever he wanted. Sumaya later wrote to Elliot, "Every time that when you got a bit older and you were addicted to the games and I tried to monitor you because I said that you would end up isolated with no friends and no social skills, which is the case now, you said that your mother allowed it and that I wasn't your mother and had nothing to do with you." Elliot wrote in his own writings,
I hated being at Father's house because Sumaya became more and more suspicious of how much time I spent playing WoW, and she would place limits on my playtime whenever she caught me playing it. I wasn't able to do my 5-hour-long events to collect rare armor pieces for my character while I was at Father's house.
Sumaya and Peter started to worry that Elliot was going to be a bad influence to his younger brother Chaz. There's no doubt that Elliot was pushing his hateful ideologies mainly towards women onto his brother as much as he could. Sumaya stated to Elliot, "I don't trust you around Chaz because he told me that you told him that girls are bad and that he should hate them and hit them if they tried to come near." While having these problems at home, Elliot's time at Crespi only got worse. Some kids he knew from his old school had already told the students there about how weird he was, denying him the fresh start he wanted. They ridiculed him for being afraid to talk to girls, calling him all manner of homophobic slurs. People began stealing his belongings in order to force him to try and fight, only to laugh at how small and weak he was. Elliot was defeated. He began hiding in quiet corners of the school to avoid people, even taking the long route while walking around the school just to avoid being spotted. At this point, his parents became very concerned. Winter break came along. This was when Elliot had an awakening. He discovered how to touch himself. It became an addiction. With this addiction came an addiction to looking at women on the internet. Surprisingly, Elliot didn't even know how to find porn. He was still very naive. Instead, he would browse normal websites until he found pictures of cute girls. Elliot wrote,
I developed a very high sex drive, and it would always remain like this. This was the start of hell for me. Going through puberty utterly doomed my existence. It condemned me to live a life of suffering and unfulfilled desires. Even at that young age, I felt depressed because I wanted sex, yet I felt unworthy of it, and so my starvation began.
The boys at school only made matters worse, talking about sex constantly. Some of them even told Elliot that they were already sexually active themselves, bragging to him about their conquests. Elliot was dumbfounded at being told this. He didn't know whether or not he should even believe it. After all of the bullying and the bragging, Elliot felt small, weak, and worthless. He began to cry at school every single day. He completely withdrew into online games, feeling that they were the only thing he had to live for. His grades absolutely tanked. Despite his mom moving into a much nicer home with a pool, Elliot was beyond even caring. He walked right past it on his way home to go play some games. One day at school, Elliot was in PE class when another student bragged to him about sleeping with his girlfriend. Elliot called him out, saying that he didn't believe him. This was when that student presented him with an audio recording of the act, smirking while doing so. Then Elliot was called into the office. His mom was there to take him home. He burst into tears, telling her what had happened. From that day on, he would never return to that school again. Elliot felt relieved that his parents were pulling him out of school, but that feeling would not stick around for long. He heard some terrible news. He would now be attending Taft High School, a school with much more students than Crespi, a school with girls. He was intimidated, but more than that, he was terrified. Elliot hated every second of his time at Taft. Every day, he would beg his parents not to make him go. He started refusing to leave the car, forcing his father to drag him out. The bullying only continued. Elliot still continued to dress as if he were wearing the uniform from middle school, mainly polo shirts and khaki pants and nothing else. That, combined with being a late bloomer, he immediately became a target. Some people would slam him into lockers. Others would insult him in front of the hot girls in order to humiliate him. When the girls would laugh at this, he began to hate them. This was when he began to wonder if this is how all girls really are. On his second week of school at Taft, Elliot had a complete breakdown in front of his mom. He cried all the way to school. Afterward, Chin finally caved. She took him to a cafe instead of school and sat him down to talk. He explained his experience at these two schools, and she was appalled. She drove him to his dad's house so they could all discuss how to move forward. They came to the conclusion to take Elliot out of school for the time being. For a month, they tried to work out what they were going to do. Elliot took this month to completely immerse himself in World of Warcraft and close out the outside world. Elliot's parents decided to take him to what are called continuation high schools, in which you study for 3 to 4 hours a day at a school-like environment and then spend the rest of the day studying at home. Elliot ended up at Independence High School, where he continued this program. He mainly enjoyed it because it meant less time at school and more time online. Elliot's father, Peter, was starting to have troubles of his own. His career was on the downturn. He decided to put all of his eggs into one basket, setting out to make a documentary called Oh My God, in which he would interview people all over the world about their opinions on religion. He felt that this would be his biggest break yet, but that would not be the case. When he left to travel the world, he hired a new nanny and gave Elliot's room to her. He then left Elliot with Sumaya, forcing them to live together on the same floor of the house. Elliot and Sumaya began to argue every time he had to stay there. He hated that Sumaya made him do chores and took away his laptop if he refused. He felt that she was trying to take away his last bit of happiness in the world. He was even further enraged when his father came back home and didn't prevent her from taking it away. That summer, Elliot would go on to meet someone he would hate for the rest of his life, Leo Bubenheim. The Bubenheims had just moved into town from Germany. Elliot was furious that, after such a short time, Leo already had a lot of friends in America. Leo was everything he wanted to be but couldn't. Tall, handsome, blonde, and good at skateboarding. The Bubenheims would often throw house parties. At one of these parties, Jazz, still a toddler, was running near the pool and fell in. None of the adults noticed. Elliot panicked, but jumped into the pool and saved him. Jazz did cough up some water, but told Elliot he felt fine. Elliot was happy that he was able to save his life and took pride in the fact that Jazz continued to remember that. That summer, Philip went on vacation, but Elliot was content to play with his younger brother Jeffrey. That is, until Jeffrey told him that he had gotten a girlfriend. Elliot was extremely jealous and tried to block it from his mind, but he couldn't handle the fact that someone he saw as beneath him realistically might have sex. Elliot started to get an image in his mind of the girl he needed, a hot, blonde bombshell. He would settle for no less. He began to fantasize about this ideal woman so much that he felt as if he had an imaginary friend. Peter Rogers' financial situation was getting worse all the time. He had to cut off child support payments to Elliot's mother, leaving her with no choice but to move out of her nice house. Elliot was happy that she knew a man named Rob Lemelson, as he was able to give her a good job and enough money to keep up their lifestyle. However, Elliot was not happy with their new neighborhood. It was located in Canoga Park, which Elliot reviled as being low class. But he felt his social standing already couldn't go any lower regardless and accepted it. Chen was making more connections within the entertainment industry, leading to her and Elliot getting invited to the red carpet premiere of Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Although he really hated the movie, he did appreciate the bragging rights that came along with going. He told his teachers about the event and was happy to see their surprised reactions. Around this time, Elliot's father took in an exchange student, a boy from France named Max. Elliot actually liked him a lot and they often hung out. But he started getting into arguments with Sumaya again, which embarrassed him in front of his new friend. A few days after one particularly big blowout, Max returned to France and never came back again. Elliot was very sad to see him go. Elliot's family continued to frequent the Bubenheim's parties, where he became even more jealous of Leo. This peaked when he saw Leo kissing a girl, despite him being a few years younger than Elliot. Leo's sister, Polina, even invited her friends over, a group of good-looking girls and boys. They were the popular kids. Upon hearing them speak, Elliot had another breakdown, crying in front of everyone at the party. At this point, he told everyone that he wanted to end his life, forcing Peter, Sumaya, and other partygoers to spend the next 3 hours calming him down. Elliot felt powerless. He devoted more and more time to gaming, playing World of Warcraft for up to 14 hours a day, every day. But then some good news finally came. Max was inviting Elliot to come visit him in France for a few weeks. Elliot, afraid, almost said no, but Peter convinced him to go. Elliot did want to see Max again, so he decided to go for it. He met up with Max, partied, was introduced to his friends, drank, spoke to girls, everything. He felt that, if only for a few weeks, he got a taste of the life he had always wanted. Despite being extremely jealous of Max, Elliot liked him. Admired him, even. Returning to the US after getting a taste of the good life only made Elliot just that much more depressed. He got more lonely and, in turn, even more angry. Even World of Warcraft wasn't taking the pain away anymore. Even while playing, he often felt lonely, crying while playing in the middle of his games. He started to spend less and less time playing as his anger took over.
I began to have fantasies of becoming very powerful and stopping everyone from having sex. I wanted to take their sex away from them, just like they took it away from me. I saw sex as an evil and barbaric act, all because I was unable to have it. This was the major turning point. My anger made me stronger inside. This was when I formed my ideas that sex should be outlawed. It is the only way to make the world a fair and just place. If I can't have it, I will destroy it. That's the conclusion I came to, right then and there. I have an exceptionally high level of intelligence. I see the world differently than anyone else. Because of all of the injustices I went through and the worldview I developed because of them, I must be destined for greatness. I must be destined to change the world, to shape it into an image that suits me. I became a new person, furiously driven by a goal. My torment would continue, but I had something to live for. I felt empowered.
Peter's documentary finally released, and it completely bombed. It was only released in a few theaters across the United States, and very few people even went to those screenings. After investing all of his money into this venture, he got no return. He fell into a financial rut and would continue to be stuck in it for quite some time. He often told Elliot, and many others, that he was in a crisis, a word that would come to drive Elliot completely crazy. Elliot decided to put forth the extra effort at his new high school to graduate early, which he was able to do, graduating a few months before the normal date. He spent so much time on homework that he wasn't even playing Warcraft anymore, feeling satisfied that his addiction was over. Not only that, school was over. He never had to worry about high school ever again. However, this only gave him that much more time to think, to seethe in his anger. Elliot continued on a downward spiral that only he knew about. His family was none the wiser, despite his frequent breakdowns, constant crying, lack of social life, and self-proclaimed misery. Elliot started to frequently walk around the city, deep in thought, reflecting on how hopeless and unfair he felt his life was. When he saw young couples on these outings, he would often become furious. Sometimes he would even record his reactions, behaving similarly to how he behaves in this video.
I'm so angry right now. I was enjoying a peaceful time at this beach park, and what comes to sit in front of me? A young couple, a guy with his hot girlfriend. I mean, who do they think they are? Coming here, sitting in front of me to make me feel jealous? This is the reason why I hate the world. This is getting too out of hand. I can't go anywhere anymore without seeing these young couples getting jealous and having them remind me of what I'm lacking in life. How can I feel a sense of pride when I go out, knowing that I'll see guys with their girlfriends? I mean, look at them. Who do they think they are? Everywhere I go, I'm all alone. and I have to see other guys experience this world with girlfriends at their side. Like this couple right here. I hate them. Everyone probably sees me alone and then sees that guy with his girlfriend, and they think that he's better than me because a girl chose him over me. I hate them.
Elliot's parents slowly came to realize that he was, in his own words, becoming a radical. They began to work together to piece together a plan to improve his life for the better. Elliot felt that they were only trying to devise a way to get rid of him, though. These claims were validated in his own mind when they decided to send him back to Morocco one more time with Sumaya. However, it's more likely that his father, after seeing how open and social he was the last time, thought this might bring him back to life a little. Elliot, though, was in disbelief at the idea. He wanted to flee, but he didn't even know where he would go. He just couldn't fight the sense of panic. They already had the plane ticket ready to go, and he was set to head out in a few days. He tried throwing a tantrum in front of his mother once again, but this time it didn't work. Not knowing what else to do, Elliot stated that he was going to go on a short walk before the flight. Once he left the front door, he took off running at full speed. Once he saw Peter behind him, chasing him down, he gave up and collapsed to the ground, defeated. He twisted his head toward the ground, acknowledging that he had lost this battle. Sumaya pulled up in the car and both parents took him home. He had failed. He was going to Morocco after all. Elliot would call this experience one of the worst in his entire life. The flight was only him, Sumaya, and Jazz, who was only 4 years old. Jazz continuously cried and vomited on the plane, putting Sumaya into a bit of a bad mood, which rubbed off on Elliot. He wanted to die on this flight. Elliot couldn't enjoy his time abroad at all. All he wanted was to return home. This was when he got an idea, a small bit of hope. He was going to email his mom continuously from an internet cafe until she agreed to let him come home. He told her how much he hated it there and how often he cried. He begged her for one more chance to better his life. These emails have since leaked.
Dear Mom, I am writing to you from a cyber cafe because the internet they have does not work from my computer, so I can't use it. Mom, the pain I am going through right now is unbearable. I had a horrible trip here. Traveling with Sumaya is hell. Sumaya has told me things that shook me to the very core. She said you plan on forcing me to stay here for a whole year, that there is no return slip, and that you lied to me about my freedom to return home when I want, which is now. How can you lie to me, Mom? I cannot trust anyone. I feel so alone. I feel like the main reason I am here is so you both can be rid of me. Mom, I am speaking from my heart. I know I made mistakes in the past, but if you come and take me home, I will try so hard to turn things around. Please give me a second chance at life. I promise I will be nice to my sister and do everything I can to prove myself. Please come and take me home. You will even see for yourself that this place is not right for me. I will even pay for it with all the money I have. Please do this one thing for me, Mom, or even book me a ticket home, and I will comp myself. Being here has made me realize how great my home and life in America is. I will do everything I can to turn things around if you give me one more chance. Just one more chance. Please do this one thing for me, Mom. I picture it in my mind, seeing you come meet me here and take me home. It will be the best thing in the world. It's all I think about. You cannot imagine the pain I am going through. Sending this email sparks a little hope in me. I cannot talk to you as much as I wished, because I have to go to a dirty cyber cafe to email you. Please reply as soon as possible. Please, Mom. I picture you coming to take me home. I think about it so much. It is all I want. Come here and you will see that it is not the right place for me. Then we can go home together. It would be the best thing that will ever happen to me. This will be the last email I write to you today, but I can come back to the cyber cafe tomorrow. It's my only spark of hope. Please help me, Mom.
After a solid week of these emails, Chen once again broke down and gave in to Elliot's demands. He had finally won. Knowing that his mother was coming to get him, he finally relaxed. Chen arrived in Morocco and took him back home on a flight with her. However, as it usually did, Elliot's feelings of elation quickly subsided when he returned back home to America and resumed his normal life. Elliot felt like his father no longer saw him, that he no longer tried to understand him. He felt that he was blind to his troubles. The truth was, around this time, Peter was very absorbed in his financial situation and keeping his family afloat. Elliot took offense to this and came to dislike his father, blaming him for not preparing him for the real world, for not teaching him how to talk to girls. Elliot was now 17 years old and no closer to getting the life he desired. But he began to realize that compulsory education was over, college was ahead. His life could go anywhere from here on out. This gave him a newfound sense of calm. He told his parents and his sister that he was ready to make a change for the better. His family was overjoyed to hear this. For once, Elliot wasn't talking negatively, he was hopeful. He was motivated. Elliot decided to go for a complete change in persona. He got a new haircut and asked for his mother and sister to take him to the mall to help him shop for clothes. He started to put a lot of thought into his outward appearance and how he presented himself. He made a Facebook profile in a bid to begin a social life. Given that he had avoided this side of his life for so long, he had no idea how to use any of these websites, but he decided to give it a shot anyhow. He was disappointed to find that his friends from back in the day didn't want to meet up. Some of them didn't even want to talk to him. Around this time, although the details are still murky to this day, Elliot was diagnosed with pervasive development disorder, not otherwise specified, simply abbreviated as PDD-NOS. He had acknowledged that he was depressed and often thought about taking his own life. He had no history of aggression, but was very shy, had bad problems with anxiety, avoided crowds, had difficulty making friends, difficulty communicating, and often worried obsessively about what other people thought of him. Because of this, Elliot became eligible for services geared toward those diagnosed with autism. He had already been taking Prozac and Xanax for about a year, taking Paxil for anxiety sometimes as needed. Elliot didn't take it on a regular basis, but he would make sure to take one before ever attending a party, event, or anything with a sizable crowd. The next year was fairly uneventful until it finally came time for Elliot to celebrate his 18th birthday. He was now an adult. He had a quiet celebration at a restaurant with his mother and father, with Sumaya still being in Morocco. He took a vow within himself to make this next year a good one. He genuinely wanted to turn his life around, start over, and finally attain the lifestyle he desired. With his newfound zest for life, it was now time for Elliot to start thinking about what he was going to do for college. He hoped to meet a lot of new people, gain some friends, and possibly even a girlfriend. Setting his eyes on Pierce College, a large community college in Woodland Hills near his home, he decided to spend as much time on campus as possible. While summer dragged on, Elliot decided to get a head start on this social life by going over to Philip's house in order to meet up with him and Addison, who he hadn't seen since his time at Topanga Elementary. He didn't even recognize him. He seemed like a different person, looking much older than he was. Philip, though, didn't feel like he was as close to Elliot as Elliot thought he was, later stating, "In reality, I was just trying to be nice to Elliot. He was incredibly hard work to talk to, and I would always make sure Addison was there when we met up." Elliot was out shopping with Chin when he discovered a new interest, the lottery. Upon buying the first lottery ticket out of the machine, he had to ask his mother how it even works. He was in disbelief at the prospect of potentially winning so much money. None of the 3 tickets he bought were winners, but the idea of becoming a millionaire so easily stuck around in his mind. Elliot finally started his classes at Pierce College. Unlike high school, he started class with the idea that things would turn out well, and for a while he kept his spirits up. Shortly after, however, Sumaya got back from Morocco. Needless to say, she was furious at how he had left before. She more or less kicked him out of his father's house. Being that he was now 18, there was no reason she couldn't. Much to Elliot's dismay, his father didn't prevent her from doing so. He went from a lack of respect for his father to outright disliking him, seeing him as a weak man who gave his wife all the power. From that point onward, Elliot exclusively lived at his mother's house. He would often go on walks around the neighborhood, hoping that someone would befriend him or a girl would talk to him. He was skipping the step of taking the initiative and hoping that relationships would come to him. He would sit at Barnes & Noble for hours at a time, hoping someone would speak to him, but they never did. He started messaging Addison more on Facebook, trying to start up a conversation. Addison invited him out to his birthday party, a small get-together on the beach. Elliot, in all of his nervousness, drank far too much booze, vomiting outside of Addison's apartment, embarrassing himself in front of everyone. He would spend a lot of time trying to block that memory from his mind. On Halloween, Elliot decided that he needed to go to a party. He couldn't just sit at home. So he stalked Facebook until he found out about a house party in West Hills. He decided to go without even being invited, feeling he had nothing to lose anyhow. Being unable to drive, he walked the 45 minutes out to the home. He went inside only to be disappointed at the small size of the party. Seeing that all of the other people there knew each other, he stood around awkwardly before leaving a few minutes later. On his way home, a group of young men drove past him in a truck and threw eggs at him, laughing all the way. Seemingly being drunk, they missed him. Elliot picked up some egg scraps and tried to throw them back, causing the men to come out and attack him. Elliot claims that he scared them off with his pocket knife. It's unclear how true that is, but he admits to getting scared and running back home in terror. Once again feeling weak, Elliot decided to start lifting weights. He started working out at the gym in his mom's apartment whenever he could, hoping to increase his confidence and appear a bit bigger, and more than anything, hoping it would attract a girl. After a few months, Sumaya's anger died down a bit, and Elliot started going over to his father's house occasionally for dinner. He still hadn't regained his respect for either of them, but tried to hide it. Trying to mend things, Peter offered to help Elliot get his driver's permit. After a few tries, he managed to get it. Elliot's motivation slowly waned over time. He was again feeling sad, frustrated, and angry. He hadn't made any new friends, and after a few months, still hadn't spoken to any girls. Chin decided to hold a small party at a beach house owned by her friend, inviting James, his family, some of Elliot's other friends, and surprisingly, Maddie Humphreys. Elliot was mind-blown to see what Maddie looked like after 6 years. He knew she was a popular kid now, and she seemed uncomfortable with how awkward he was. She was becoming one of the hot blonde girls he wanted so badly. Elliot began to feel that Addison was looking down on him, with him becoming one of the cool kids and Elliot failing miserably. He found Addison to have become cocky and arrogant, feeling as if he treated him like a loser. His attitude soured, and it only made him feel like even more of a loser to himself. He felt that all of the time and effort he had been putting forth was for nothing. Nothing had changed. In turn, Elliot dropped his classes. Despite hating Addison, he still met up with him and Philip from time to time. It was the only semblance of a social life he actually had, and it gave him an opportunity to vent and whine. After a while, Addison deleted him from his friends list, prompting Elliot to send him a hateful message in response, describing Addison as a disgusting and treacherous little bastard. Elliot started to delve more into philosophy, reading books at Barnes & Noble while he waited for a girl to talk to him. He began to realize that he had a desire to punish everyone who wasn't lonely, especially anyone sexually active. He envisioned a world in which nobody was allowed to have any intimate relations, something he saw as a utopia. In his utopia, he thought children would only be born through artificial insemination. While shopping, he ran into Maddie once again, who was there with her boyfriend. Despite being obsessed with blonde white girls, he wasn't particularly attracted to her, probably due to growing up with her. He still found it awkward that she had a boyfriend, saying hello and running away. Elliot decided that he would find a girlfriend of his own, so he tried to find a girlfriend on Craigslist, but to no avail. When he made a Facebook post venting his frustration at the lack of success, one of the people on his friends list heavily criticized him for doing something so ridiculous, pointing out that it was a terrible way to find a girl. Elliot's mom, frustrated with his lack of activity, urged him to go find a job. Consistently, she ordered him to go find one. With the home environment getting less pleasant, Elliot asked his father for help. Peter offered to hook him up with a job working for his friend Carl, building a staircase. Much to his surprise, Elliot liked the work and found it pleasant. On his final day working on the staircase, Elliot decided to drop by his father's house unannounced for a drink. Without knocking, he walked in and went toward the kitchen. Sumaya was angry at his lack of respect, asking him to go back outside and knock. Elliot refused, telling her he was an adult and she had no right to order him around. He then grabbed a glass of water, causing Sumaya to knock it out of his hand. Peter angrily stormed up the stairs, asking what was going on. The three of them had an argument, with Peter taking Sumaya's side. They both kicked Elliot out, telling him not to come back. Elliot hated both of them at this point, feeling no desire to see his father ever again. Shortly after, his father sent him an email, writing, "Dear Elliot, All of us here were really upset by your attitude and behavior yesterday. The rudeness and lack of respect was upsetting indeed. Your language was really bad. There's no excuse to call anyone those words. No excuse in the world. You really can't just materialize and creep in unannounced anywhere and then demand things without a certain social grace. That was what we were trying to explain to you. Yet, you ignored it, pushed, and became abusive. You hurt everyone's feelings. I'm sure you were hurt too by the reaction that comes back when you push out hate. As soon as you realize that you have to act in this life with fairness, love, and respect, you will be welcomed with open arms into this house and embraced. But you steadfast refuse to realize that you need to be respectful and not abusive. So there's a stalemate. This all has to be worked on, and you will find out that when you start to treat people with fairness and kindness and not harshly and with anger that is uncalled for, the happiness that you seek will flood into your life and you will become everything you desire. That is what you need to learn, and that is what I hope I can teach you with all my love and respect to you. You are loved. Try showing some back and the world will open for you. I hope that you begin to understand that. It is the biggest lesson of your life. Call me if you wish tomorrow and explain how you feel. In the meantime, I feel that you understand what you did and you have to find a place in your heart for love and not hate. So, lots of love from me. Your father, Dad. Elliot wasn't quite having it. This email only made him even more enraged. He fired back with a message of his own, writing,
Dear Peter, it seems you have sent this message to the wrong person. You accuse me of showing bad attitude and behavior, rudeness, and lack of respect when clearly it was your wife who did all these things. I just reacted accordingly. It's also funny how you accuse me of bad language when it was, again, your wife who uttered much more hurtful words towards me, such as calling me a dog and a thief for helping myself to a glass of water, which I should be able to do in my own house. I have no excuse for calling her a bitch. I do not need one. I was merely stating the truth. I showed up at my family's house. Unannounced, yes, like I always do, after a long bicycle ride to drop in and say hello. I am immediately greeted with attitude and insolent behavior from your wife, along with rudeness and lack of respect. She demanded that I go out and knock as if I should be taught a lesson like a little child. That is how you two view me, and that has to change if you ever want my respect. After that whole instance, I receive a call from your wife telling me that she is going to report me to the police. Good luck with that, I committed absolutely no crime. And that you are going to testify as a witness. No respectable father would do such a thing, even if their son broke in through a window. The entire email of accusations you sent me is an accurate caricature of your inexorable devotion and loyalty to your wife, and your lack of respect for me. No matter how wicked her actions are, you are always blind to her wrongs. It has been this way forever. You have always stood by her side when she has acted rude and unfair to me, and always justified her actions. I pity your weakness and lack of perspective. Judging from the text messages you sent my mother today, I have come to the conclusion that you view me as nothing more than a child and a demented lunatic. My mother has no influence over my view towards your wife whatsoever, quite the contrary actually. My views towards her are based on the actions she has displayed towards me throughout the years. Oh, and now comes the part where you start listing down the good things she has done for me, completely disregarding the bad. You have no respect for me as a mature adult, and therefore I shall no longer have any respect for you until you apologize and admit your wrongs. Sincerely, Elliot.
It was very evident that Elliot didn't take his father's previous email to heart. Feeling to be out of options, Peter left Elliot with one bit of advice. Dear Elliot, and there lies the problem, your unwillingness to understand. That is what has to be fixed. Love to you, Dad. Elliot needed to get the last word in. Although there wasn't much to respond to, he fired back with one more message regardless.
Dear Peter, the problem is your unwillingness to understand true perspective. Did you pay attention to anything I said in my last email? No, you did not, because you perceive me as a demented lunatic. I suspected as much. Well, I will no longer waste any more time writing to you unless you divest your stubbornness and open your mind. You are a sad case, Peter. No matter what I write, it will have no effect on you, will it? Because you are ignorant and only listen to one person, your wife.
And, defeated, Peter sent him one last message. Elliot, you really have an awful lot to learn. I am so sorry you feel that way. With love, Dad. That same week, Elliot met up with Philip and Addison, once again experiencing a negative interaction. The three of them went out to Griffith Park Observatory, where they often met and had a chat. This chat derailed into an argument between Elliot and Addison. Elliot tried to insult him as much as he could, angry that he saw him as such a loser. Philip awkwardly stayed out of the conversation. But by the end of the night, Addison couldn't stand hearing about Elliot's girl troubles even one more time, telling him,
"No girl in this whole world would ever wanna fuck you."
That one sentence would prove to reverberate in the back of Elliot's mind for the rest of his life. 1 week later, his father contacted him one more time and tried to set him up with a therapist. His own therapist, actually, one that he had been seeing for a while. Peter reassured him that none of them thought he was crazy, they mainly only wanted to help him. There isn't any record as to whether or not Elliot gave this therapist a shot. What we do have is an apology email he sent to Sumaya.
Hey, Sumaya. The situation we're in is not a very pleasant one. I know I've been rude to you, and I apologize for that. How about we just forget about everything that's happened and move on? I'm trying to be a positive, normal person now, and I think we can get along. I really want to end this quarrel that's going on between us, and I think you do too.
Sumaya, though, was not having it. She was done with Elliot. After trying to be a parent to him for most of his life, she was finished. She responded, writing, "Hi, Elliot. The unpleasant situation has been going on for 11 years. It is not because you decided to say sorry that it makes everything all right. It is not because you decide to say you're sorry that I have to welcome you with open arms. I have done that for the last 11 years and I have only been treated with disrespect. I will explain. The last time I saw you and your mother in Morocco, Ma Khadija ended up in the hospital. That was the last straw. You didn't even bother writing or showing that you cared. Instead, carried on with your mother insulting me and writing to Jinx, Rana, and your father to put them against me. It didn't work, so now you say you're sorry. So if we roll back 11 years ago, I will tell you what I've done and what I got back from you and your mother. Every time that I tried to explain that you needed to listen or do something, you would tell me that your mother said you didn't have to do anything I say. Every time that we wanted to have a family, joyful time together, like going to the movies, beach, restaurant, or park, you would say, how about not? And when, if we still went, you would make our lives hell, so we stopped going altogether. Every time that I had an argument with your daddy, it was because of you. Every time you manipulated words that I would say to your mother and your father and created a very stressed relationship between us and many more horrendous situations. I have to put a stop to this. I never taught Jazz to hate anybody. He calls your mother Mama Chin. I was the one to teach him that. What did yours teach you? To hate me. I cannot have that anymore. I was the one that proposed to your father that we should have you every other week, not every other weekend, so he could really know you. Even after realizing what a difficult child you were, I still tried to be close to you. I never tried to be your mother, but I treated and loved you like my own child. You have made my life miserable for 11 years, and now I want to put a stop to it. You ended up calling me a fucking bitch and making a move as if you were going to hit me. You have brought me so much sadness that right now I would like you to stay as far away from me as possible. I have warned you that this would happen. I cannot have Jazz see me as angry as you made me. You have always pushed and pushed me away. Now I'm away. It's very hard for me to forgive all the abuse that I've been going through from you and your mother. To be called cruel, abusive, crazy, and a fucking bitch, then be criticized with every move I make in my own house. I have to put a stop to this. An end to this very, very abusive relationship. Now you need to know your father loves you no matter what, and of course you guys will see each other, and I hope you will have the most wonderful relationship from now on that you decided to be a positive, normal person. I'm very happy for you and your father, but this has to happen without me. I have thought about this for very long, and I have come to this decision. I have spoken to many friends and psychiatrists, and every single one of them told me to keep away from a situation that is destructive for me, Jazz, and your father. You shouldn't call your father a coward. It has nothing to do with him. It is my decision, and nobody tells me what I should or not do, and this has been the case since I've known you. In your mother's words and your own, this is a dysfunctional, angry, crazy house. So why would you ever want to come here? I would stay away if I were you. And for your mother, if I'm an angry, sick, abusive person, how could she let you come back over and over again for the last 11 years? Now I'm saying, enough is enough. I don't want any more abuse from you or your mother. Please feel free to show this letter to your mother. She might be able to say sorry to you. Please try to let this situation rest and don't push and push your father. It won't work. Get busy with other things in life and forget about me. I am not the cause for your unhappiness. Happiness is a choice, not given. Thank you for understanding and keeping away from me. All the best for you and wish you all the well for your future from the bottom of my heart and from far away. Elliot came to find out that his mother was actually dating Jack, the wealthy man who owned the Malibu beach house where they often had parties. Jack was a man with a net worth of $500 million. Once Elliot heard about this, he clung to the idea that his mother would marry into such wealth. He felt that would solve everything. As a result, Elliot began to continuously beg Chin to marry this man, or any wealthy man. It didn't really matter who. She adamantly refused, pleading with him to stop bothering her about it. She didn't want to remarry, fearing it would turn out like her last marriage. Elliot told her that she should sacrifice her own well-being for his happiness, a statement that offended her greatly. Elliot finally got his driver's license. After this, he finally heard some good news. His mother had gotten a new car from Jack, meaning that she could give Elliot her old one. He was about to experience an element of freedom that he never had before. Elliot was already done with Pierce College. He hadn't entirely given up on his fantasy of a fun and eventful college life, however. He took an interest in Moore Park College, driving out with his mom to take a look. He found the place visually appealing at least, mainly when he saw more pretty girls than he had ever seen at his old school. There were blonde girls everywhere. This alone convinced Elliot to sign up. He felt that spark of hope once more. This new college seemed perfect in every way. However, Elliot was merely blinded by his desire to talk with one of these girls. He wasn't really interested in any other aspects of the school. But just like Elliot's previous school, this college would soon come to be just as much of a disappointment. Upon seeing a few good-looking couples in the area of the school that he imagined taking his future girlfriend to, he broke down. In class was no better. He saw a cute girl in this class that always sat next to a bigger man with a buzz cut, a man Elliot felt was obnoxious. He wasn't only jealous, he grew to hate them both with a passion, staring at them throughout class, making them feel awkward. Elliot's mother told him that perhaps he should aim to be a writer, adding that he had some talent in writing. Elliot thought this was a great idea. If that were to happen, he felt his book could be made into a movie that would, in turn, make him rich and get him a girlfriend. This gave him something to work for. He spent a few weeks working toward writing as he forgot about his schooling. He wrote some outlines for 3 different stories, 2 of which he presented to his mother for critique. She told him that either one could make a good movie, which made him even more confident. He debated on going straight to writing a screenplay. But Elliot's confidence soon shattered once he started reading articles online about how hard it was to make it as a writer, finding that the chances of a screenplay being made into a movie were very low. He found that, even if he made it, he wouldn't have become as rich as he thought he would. Definitely not enough to coast on for the rest of his entire life. In fact, it seemed like he likely wouldn't be significantly wealthy until he was in his 40s or even his 50s. He didn't want to wait that long, so he gave up. He could no longer stand seeing couples in class anymore, so he dropped one of them. He then realized how disappointed his mom would be, given that class had just started. His car, his home, and basically everything he had actually belonged to her. He panicked. Hoping that getting a job would lessen the impact, he spoke to his social skills counselor and tried to get one. Elliot's parents began to argue more and more about their financial situation. While Chin had accepted that she was no longer getting child support, she asked Peter for some help paying Elliot's car insurance. Peter, Elliot is going to start classes at Moore Park College summer. I am giving him my car to drive to the college, and his counselor will work to get him part-time work. Now, taking into consideration he has transportation, I plan to let him have the car from next week so he can go register and active seek work with his counselor. I am writing to you to ask that you make this small contribution towards Elliot's further education by paying for his auto insurance. Peter still hadn't gotten back on his feet after his disastrous feature film. He sent an email back, saying, Chin, I would love to help, but I am in a crisis. I can't even write a check right now and all my credit cards are maxed out. As soon as the situation changes and I start getting money again, I would be delighted to help out. It was becoming clear that Chin used Elliot in order to guilt-trip Peter, although unsuccessful, writing, Peter, it is sad you continue to opt out of Elliot's needs. It is no longer acceptable for Elliot. Fathers provide for their children. They would even borrow, beg, or steal to provide for their kids, to prepare their son for life, to give him the tools to succeed. Elliot is very disappointed with you, and I don't blame him. Peter fired back, simply stating, Chin, it's funny how you only communicate with me when you want money. Chin doubled down, once again speaking on behalf of Elliot to make a point. Peter, P.S. I told Elliot I am done with you. He told me he is done with you as well, but I will write in response for him to hopefully make this happen for him. He agreed that I should response. Bye. Peter was not happy with this, causing him to respond with one more email. Listen, Chin, I'm not sure you understand the meaning of crisis. Stop kicking me when I'm down. Right now I have $55K in credit card debt, no money in the bank, defaulting on a $950,000 mortgage. My mom gave me $1,000 for my birthday, and I paid you $500 for Georgia out of it. I'm working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, trying to get out of this hole. I didn't say I wasn't going to help. I can't right now. I have $350 left for food till the end of the month until a check comes in, which has been postponed every week now for the last 3 months. What do you want me to do? Send over my bank statements to prove that I'm in a crisis? What is it you don't understand? The C, the R, the I, the S, the next I, or the next S? Elliot, don't listen to your mother's manipulation. I love you and want to help you, but I am in a crisis. When I have got through it, I would be delighted to help. Now please just send me some love and good words instead of kicking me when I'm down. Both of you. Elliot, as soon as I have begun to recover from this crisis, I will be there for you. It's still unclear how involved Elliot was with the responses in Chin's emails, although he did read them. He sent some emails of his own to his grandma Jinx, but he didn't seem to be particularly angry in them. He told her that he had joined a new college, started driving, and just needed some money. She sent him about $500 and he thanked her for it. Still though, Peter wasn't happy with the fact he went to Jinx after all of this, causing him to blow up on Chin. In defense of his mother, Elliot wrote a long-winded, rambling, angry email to his father, some of which states,
About your senseless rant. Dear Peter, guess who? It's your son. Yes, you have another son, an illiterate one at that. Search your feeble mind, and I'm sure you'll remember. You actually think my mother is using me for money? Well, I always thought you were a bit stubborn and stupid, but I didn't expect this folly from you. Let me enlighten your obstinate mind to some truth, if that's possible. Though I guess it doesn't hurt to try. It was I who first requested allowance from my grandma because I need money for college, something you promised me quite some time ago. Oh, did you forget? Anyways, I asked my mother to send an email to Grandma Jinx to confirm that I am going to attend college, for if she receives an email from both my mother and I, she would be more inclined to help. You claim that my mother is manipulative and conniving, yet you believe she will attempt to pull off a foolish stunt like that. You're contradicting yourself. Even if she is fool enough to try such a farce, why go through the trouble? She has a decent-paying job, unlike you, and many rich connections. An extra $120 a month wouldn't be worth the trouble. You cannot blame me for my harsh word, Peter, it's the truth. If you even consider me a son, you would have at least tried to speak with me in the past 3 months, knowing what struggles I've been through, but no, you wouldn't even do that. Afraid of my voice, or did your dominant wife command you to never speak to me? In the past 3 months, the only squeak I've heard from you are your angry, irrational emails you send my mother. And yes, she shows them to me as they concern me, and I am an adult. This reeks of Sumaya's manipulation, to be sure, but that is just a suspicion. I would not be surprised, though, because from my experience with you and her, she has to but say the word, and you turn into her raging dog. Honestly, I do not know what you even see in that woman. You cow down to her every whim. Is she even a good lay? Ha! From the way she supposedly walks around the house naked all day, I'd say. She gives you quite a tease, though her naked body wouldn't be much to look at. Oh, and every summer she flies off to Morocco and spends all your hard-earned money, leaving you in a cold, empty bed. Not the kind of wife I'd want, let alone worship with unrelenting vigor. Well, I'm going to leave it at that. Think about what I've said, sweet father. It will do you good. I wish you good health, which is something you probably lack, having to deal with that woman all day. And a very happy belated birthday. Elliot.
Elliot was able to get a job through his counselor working at an office building connected to a Los Angeles airport. Upon seeing that it was a custodial job, he instantly felt it was beneath him and wanted to quit. After only 1 day, he called and informed his boss that he would be quitting immediately. He was forced to call his mother and inform her, crying all the way, begging for yet another chance. He promised to register for more classes and study hard, as well as go back to working on his writing. Chin once again buckled and agreed. For his 19th birthday, he wanted a new laptop. This new computer was very capable of running games, tempting Elliot to see how World of Warcraft might run on it. His addiction was back. Right upon logging back on, he was contacted by James for the first time in a long time. James introduced him online to two of his other friends, Mark and Steve. He spent the rest of the summer playing with them, all while reading his new favorite book series, A Song of Ice and Fire. Then it came time for school once again. He was only able to get into one class and coasted on a promise to his mother that he would take at least 3 the next semester. Both grandmas were sending him money to help out, money which Elliot saved. He wanted to start saving up in case life became, in his own words, too drastic. All ready to go out and try to attract a woman, Elliot bought some new clothes. He also got some height-boosting shoes from tallmenshoes.com, again worrying about his height when it came to finding a girl. One night after class, Elliot went out to a Panda Express to get some food. While eating, he saw a teenage boy walk in with his girlfriend. He couldn't believe that this younger man had such a girl. When the couple started kissing while waiting in line, he lost his mind. The couple left the restaurant once they got their food and started walking away. Elliot left the store, chased after them, and dumped his drink all over both of their heads, drenching them both. Then he ran back into the store before they came to their senses and saw him. Ever since that moment, he started to worry that he had broken the law. He took to Yahoo Answers, furiously trying to get answers to his question by posting variations of the same post multiple times under titles like, "Will I get into trouble for dumping a drink on someone's head?" "Could I get in trouble for dumping a drink on someone's head?" And, "Could I get in trouble for dumping a drink on someone on the street?" In this process, he took quite a liking to Yahoo Answers, posting all sorts of questions and even answering some himself. A lot of the questions he asked would reveal personal insecurities he had held on to for quite some time, one of these being his half-Asian heritage, making posts such as,
Guys who are half white, half Asian? Are girls attracted to guys who are half white, half Asian? Would you date one? Why or why not?
He also revealed that his parents had suggested he try joining the Air Force. However, he had one problem with this potential arrangement, asking,
Sexual opportunities in the Air Force? I'm 19 years old and a virgin. I've never touched a girl in my life, yet I think of sex every second of every day. My parents are pressuring me to join the Air Force. I would join, but my concern is that I won't have any opportunities to finally have sex. I hear many people say that there's absolutely no chances to have sex in any branch of the military. The thought of living another 4 years, and if I do join, 4 tough years, without sex, well, it tortures me to even think about it. So, I ask this to men who have been in the Air Force. Were there any sexual opportunities during your time in the Air Force? Honest, serious answers, please.
When it came towards his answers to other people, he answered a lot of mundane questions, such as, "What is your eye color?" or "Where can I buy a chair like this?" But, true to his character, he took the opportunity to rant on quite a good number of them. When a girl asked, "Bullied by boys so much, I can't even think of them anymore," Elliot responded with,
You're mixing with the wrong type of guys.
When asked, "Is it okay to live alone?" he responded with,
It is hell. And it's very sad because some people have no choice but to be alone.
When someone asked, "Do women desire men sexually, and do they get sexual pleasure from men and the essence of men?" Elliot responded with,
No, they don't. I'm a man, well, legally I am because I'm 19, and women have never even talked to me.
ignoring that the sole reason for much of his rage was that women were having sex with a lot of men, just not him. In another bit of irony, when someone inquired about getting custody of their younger brother, Elliot responded with an answer of,
You're 20! That's way too young to have custody of a child. 20-year-olds can't even take care of themselves yet. Most 20-year-olds still live with their parents.
Some of his answers to questions were completely fueled by his usual anger, such as when asked, "Is 5 foot 8.5 inches short for 16?" Elliot took this one very personally, firing back with,
Are you an idiot? That is very, very tall. I am 19 and the same height as you. I fucking hate it when people younger than me are taller.
When someone else mentioned that they didn't have much of a nostalgic feeling about their college dating years, he responded with,
If you've hung out with jocks, then you're just as evil as them. Horrible jerk.
Then, when a girl asked, "What is love and why do I like/love him so much?" he exploded with,
Stupid little girl. So what if he doesn't like you? There are tons of other guys out there.
In particular, Elliot seemed unable to avoid answering questions about Justin Bieber. He had a hatred for the boy, a hatred that stemmed from jealousy. Upon seeing, "Why do so many guys hate Justin Bieber?" he clapped back with,
Because of slutty whores like yourself who are obsessed with a guy like Justin Bieber, who you don't even fucking know. There are so many decent guys out here who try so hard just to get one girl. It's not fair.
And when coming across, "Why do people hate Justin Bieber?" he responded with,
Because we find it ridiculous how all these girls are obsessed with him, when so many other guys out there have to try so hard just to get one girl. It's unfair and unjust. Justin Bieber is a thief who steals all the attention of girls from all the nice, decent guys out there.
While a lot of people, especially at the time, hated Justin Bieber, Elliot took it to a new level. He even made an army of YouTube accounts simply to spam Justin Bieber-related videos with hate comments. Finally, Elliot, gradually evolving into what his moniker would eventually come to be, answered, "How do I choose which person to date?" with,
The best choice is the one who is a nice, quiet gentleman.
Elliot's grandma Jinx came to visit the US that next October, staying at his father's house. He wanted to meet her, but he still wasn't on good terms with his father, and especially not Sumaya. Jinx insisted that he come over regardless, urging the three to meet up and make up over lunch. Elliot gave his grandma a hug, but he didn't say a word to his father and didn't get any words back. They all went back to Peter's house, and Elliot took a walk with his grandma, taking her out to his favorite contemplation spots. He considered them to be the most special places in his life.
I'm just contemplating about my life and how unfair it's been lately. Hell, it's been unfair for the last 8 years, ever since I hit puberty. Ever since I started desiring girls, but they never desired me back. Life has been a living hell since then.
The two went back to the house. Jinx forced him inside to finally face Sumaya. To his surprise, both she and his father were willing to start over and give things one more shot. Elliot promised to try to keep things positive if he were able to come over for dinner. It wasn't too long before he was attending one of these dinners, which went about as awkwardly as you would expect. They tried to stick to positive topics. Elliot was just happy to see Jazz again, who was now about to turn 6. The two were able to converse now, which started to worry Elliot. Jazz was social, charismatic even. He might turn into one of the kinds of people Elliot hated the most. Jazz just didn't seem to have the problems that he did. Elliot decided to go on drives around his neighborhood often, taking the place of the previous long walks. He felt that getting out a little helped a bit with his depression. He would hop into the car, turn on some music, and drive nowhere in particular. But he soon learned not to do this on Friday or Saturday nights. This was when the couples were out, sometimes even having parties. This made him far too jealous. He couldn't even contain his rage at the sight.
It's 10:30 p.m., and at this time, the street erupts in countless college parties. And I'm going to drive through it and show you all how sick and evil this town is. Basically, how sick and evil young people of my generation are, especially girls, because, they walk around in their revealing clothes, showing off their sexy legs, all these hot, beautiful blonde girls, and yet they go for absolute obnoxious pricks instead of guys like me who actually deserve them. I'm a nice guy, but these girls go for bad boys. The sight of them just pisses me off. It fills me with fury and rage. See, look at these douchebags right here. Go around in their groups acting superior. So look at all these popular people partying, enjoying their lives, while I've had to suffer. See, look at these assholes. Did you just see that? That guy was walking with such a hot girl. All these beautiful girls who would reject me if I ever said a word to them. I hate them all. You're an asshole. All these people think they're better than me. I'll show them.
Elliot went on a Warcraft binge, playing for 2 weeks straight, only stopping to briefly eat and sleep. He decided it was time to quit again, but not because of this. It was actually because many more people were playing the game now, people Elliot called normal. It was no longer a safe haven for people like himself, all sorts of people were playing now. He couldn't believe that people started talking about sex, even using the word virgin as an insult. His safe haven was ruined, and it was time to leave. 2010 was coming to an end. Elliot went out to stay with his mother and Jack at the beach house for a few days. By the time he got there, they already had a few guests over. He was outraged to see that Maddie and her boyfriend were there. He couldn't think of anything else, feeling as insignificant as ever. He was angry at his mother for even inviting them. He walked around outside for hours, crying to himself, only coming back after they had left. It was time for Chen and Peter to once again talk about Elliot's life direction. The three had dinner, talking about what his plans from now on would be. They both came to the decision that he wasn't going to get anywhere by repeating the same patterns in the same environment. He needed to go somewhere else where he didn't know anyone, try life on his own, and start anew. They thought that it would be nice if he went to college out in Santa Barbara. They laid out the groundwork. Peter still wasn't good on finances, but he could come up with about $500 a month to put towards this. Chen would then take care of the rent and car payments. Elliot was going to have to get a few roommates, but this was part of the college experience to him and not nearly as uncool as living with his mom. He took some time to think on it. Peter gave him a book called The Secret, a book that teaches about the law of attraction, a practice in which the reader will visualize their ideal life and that life will supposedly come to them. Elliot focused hard on this point, visualizing becoming a millionaire. He didn't really have any careers in mind, though. His mind went back to an old experience, the lottery. He bought up a few tickets and visualized as hard as he could. He would meditate while waiting for the winners to be announced. He failed to win, losing faith in the book. Santa Barbara appeared to be his only hope after all. Elliot got into a fight with James. Feeling that James, also not having a girlfriend, would be able to sympathize, Elliot would dump all of his angry, vindictive thoughts about women and their boyfriends onto him. James did not empathize. In fact, he found what Elliot said to be disturbing. He sensed even then that something was off. He told Elliot that enough was enough, that he didn't want to hear any of this anymore. For a while, the two didn't speak. It wasn't until months later at a party that they finally met again, both being seated at the table for younger people. This only made him look even worse in front of James, as Elliot spent the whole time getting more and more angry as a young woman paid more attention to another young man at the table than she did to him. Elliot decided to hop online and make an account on a website called TeenSpot, which was originally made as a forum for teenagers, but soon degraded into a horny hellscape in which teens would rate each other on looks and try to hook up. He asked other users to rate him and was devastated when he ended up getting low ratings, particularly a comment that labeled him as a 5 out of 10, ignoring the fact that others did rate him much higher, even as high as 9 out of 10. He made a post asking whether he looked more white or more Asian. When someone responded that he looked more Mexican to them, Elliot responded with outrage. An account named HotBlondie17 appeared on the forum and started giving more masculine men very low ratings, often remarking in disgust, especially at pictures of shirtless men. After Elliot got a 10 out of 10 rating from this user, a moderator decided to compare their IP address, showing that the user named HotBlondie17 was actually just Elliot using a second account. Elliot begged that moderator to delete the post calling him out. In turn, he was told to apologize to the people he insulted on that alternate account. By the time the end of May came around, Elliot just realized that he was going to need to move to Santa Barbara in only a few days. He was moving out for the first time, with strangers. This made him incredibly nervous. To his delight, there were attractive, blonde, white women walking around everywhere. He felt that, with all there was no way that he wouldn't meet at least one and lose his virginity. If it wasn't happening there, it wasn't happening anywhere. The lease was all signed, and Elliot was set to move in on June 4th. Elliot was surprised that his mother wanted him to move in on exactly that date. She said she wanted to get him settled in before school started, but he felt she only wanted to push him out. Saddened, he came to feel that paying $900 a month was well worth it to her if she could get rid of him. He knew that, deep down, she wouldn't want him to come back home and live with her again. He was out on his own now. Getting ready, Elliot started hitting the gym as much as possible in order to boost his confidence. He took some Macy's cards that he had gotten for Christmas and went out to the mall to buy some clothes. After doing everything he could think of to boost his confidence and appearance, he was ready to start his new life. Little did he know, he was nearing the end of it. June 4th seemed to come around quicker than anticipated. Elliot packed up, hopped into his car, and drove off towards beautiful Santa Barbara, California. Elliot moved into his room, meeting two of the current tenants who would only be there for about a week. One of them was Artem, a student from Russia, and the other was a surfer boy. Elliot immediately felt jealous and hateful toward the surfer boy as he was tall and blonde. Regardless, taking advantage of the fresh start, Elliot had some good conversations with these two. That very first night, though, Elliot was already letting his old self show. After all, he wasn't going to change in one day. After hearing some students partying outside, he felt a little down. Then, after hearing the upstairs neighbor having intercourse, he got even more depressed, but this depression was slowly slipping away, turning into pure jealousy and rage. Elliot's housemates often invited a friend over, Chance. Over time, Elliot's racism was only increasing in intensity, given that he was beginning to hate people from all walks of life more and more over time. Chance was black, and Elliot immediately hated him. Once Chance mentioned sleeping with a girl, Elliot angrily asked him if they were virgins or not. This question left all of the housemates bewildered, but they said that no, they weren't. When Chance said that his first girlfriend was a hot blonde girl, Elliot lost his mind, returned to the bedroom, and cried. He then called his mother and complained to her. He later wrote,
"How could an inferior, ugly black boy be able to get a white girl and not me? I am beautiful, and I am half white myself. I am descended from British aristocracy. He is descended from slaves. I deserve it more." I tried not to believe his foul words, but they were already said, and it was hard to erase from my mind. If this is actually true, if this ugly black filth was able to have sex with a blonde white girl at the age of 13, while I've had to suffer virginity all my life, then this just proves how ridiculous the female gender is. They would give themselves to this filthy scum, but they reject me? The injustice.
Eventually, the two housemates left, and Elliot was very happy to see them go after what had transpired. Then, two different people moved in, Daniel and Reed. Daniel was another Russian student, while Reed was an Asian American. Elliot preferred to hang out with Daniel, finding him very talkative. The two were able to converse just fine, especially since Daniel would often initiate the conversations. This was his fresh start. It was do or die. Elliot couldn't go back to his old ways now. He needed to make it in this new environment. He likely wouldn't get another chance like this. Elliot decided to try his hand at online dating once he got settled into the area. He had a profile on OkCupid, which was surprisingly normal. Aside from fudging his height a little bit and claiming that he was 5'10" instead of 5'9", the profile was very ordinary, with Elliot simply listing his hobbies, interest, and desire to meet a girl. He made an account on Plenty of Fish as well. This one was a bit more notable. While Elliot had once again upgraded his height slightly, he also wrote that he had been in a relationship before, although modestly stating that it was less than a year. He also decided to lie about his heritage, stating that he was British, which is true, but he swapped out his Malaysian side for Japanese and added some Italian. While we can't know for sure why he did this, it's likely that he picked Japan for the cool factor, with Japanese media gaining in popularity at the time, and added Italian due to the romantic image the country tends to hold. On the first day of class, he was feeling extremely confident. First up was history. He crossed the bridge to the west campus, head held high, feeling that all the girls around him were attracted to his new, grown-up appearance. Once he got into the classroom, he saw a lot of hot girls waiting inside, but they didn't even look at him. He had spent so much time on his appearance, and they didn't even approach him to talk to him. He didn't know what else he could do. He saw a lot of couples walking around on State Street. Many couples. After one single day of class, Elliot was already feeling deeply discouraged. After only a few more days, he already dropped that history class. He couldn't stand seeing those hot girls talking to other men. While he felt a sense of guilt for dropping it at first, that soon turned to a sense of relief. Elliot, of course, used the internet for darker reasons as well. Around this time, Elliot's Google searches revealed that he began researching George Sodini, a man who, in 2009, went on a rampage, killing multiple women at his gym after repeatedly suffering failure after failure when it came to dating. Elliot took a particular interest in this idea. It was an idea that would stick around in his mind for quite some time. Elliot began to make a habit out of taking a few shots to ease his nerves and walking around town. He hoped that, as he walked around, someone would approach him and try to be his friend. He would hang out in cafes in the hopes that a girl would come and talk to him before he sobered up, but nobody ever did. It was now time to transfer to his permanent apartment in the area, the place he was set to stay at for at least a year. He said goodbye to Daniel and Reed, heading out. He ended up in the Capri Apartments on Seaville Road, hoping that his new housemates would be good friends who would improve his social life. A few days later, Peter came up to visit Elliot and check on him. They had lunch at a restaurant. Soon enough, Elliot spotted a couple sitting a few tables down. His racism once again began to show, hating that a darker-skinned Latino guy was sitting with a blonde girl. He stood up in anger, ready to pour a drink over their heads like he had done once before. However, when he locked eyes with Peter, he stopped out of embarrassment. The very next day, Elliot went to the Starbucks at the Camino Real Marketplace, same as every morning. But this time he saw a couple standing in line, a couple that was kissing. The girl was, of course, blonde, and the boy was dressed in punk-style attire. Elliot grew enraged watching them kiss, staring at them all the while. Once the couple left, he followed them out to their car, trailing just behind them. He threw his hot coffee all over them. When the boy screamed, Elliot scrambled back away to his car, hopping in and driving off, all while shaking out of fear. He found a place to park and spent the next 3 hours trying to calm himself down. He wrote,
I wanted to do horrible things to that couple. I wanted to inflict pain on all young couples. It was around this point in my life that I realized I was capable of doing such things. I would happily do such things. I was capable of killing them, and I wanted to. The males deserve it for taking the females away from me, and the females deserve it for choosing those males instead of me.
Elliot would often gaze out his apartment window, looking down on the other students socializing in the courtyard. He wondered if the couples would be sleeping together that very night, a thought that made him furious. He fantasized about bursting into their bedrooms while they were in the act and murdering them. At least he had the new Song of Ice and Fire book, A Dance with Dragons, to calm him down for a little while.
I just opened up this package from Amazon, and look what I found in it. George R.R. Martin, A Dance with Dragons. My mom just ordered me the book I've been waiting for so long.
For his birthday, Elliot went home for a few days to celebrate. He decided to hang out with Philip and Addison after not seeing them for quite some time. They hopped into Philip's car and went out to Malibu, going to a Starbucks to have a chat. He noticed that Addison had changed a lot, maturing since last time. Regardless, Elliot couldn't forgive him for that last comment he made that hurt him so deeply.
No girl in this whole world would ever wanna fuck you.
So he spent the day making passive-aggressive jabs towards Addison in the same vein. After a while of this, the two agreed to end this petty conflict for the time being. The next day, he saw James. The two went on a nostalgic walk, just like old times. Elliot once again spent the entire walk complaining about his virginity, only even more self-conscious about it now that he was 20. James told him that he did sympathize to some degree. Elliot headed back to Santa Barbara, ready to meet his two roommates, Ryan and Angel. Much to his disappointment, they were both Hispanic. He felt that this meant they would probably gang up on him, calling them rowdy and low class. He went to his room and panicked. He was going to be stuck with them for a year, people he referred to as low-class scum. The two housemates started inviting their friends over, friends Elliot also didn't like. One of them asked Elliot if he was a virgin. Elliot admitted that he was without hesitation. The other men started talking about the women they had slept with. Elliot hated Angel in particular, believing that he was the ugliest of all of them, calling him an ugly animal with a pig face. He ran back to his room and started punching the wall, causing the others to laugh at his bizarre reaction. The next day, Elliot confronted Angel, telling him about how superior he himself was and that he was very low class. Angel, after that insult, came after him, but Ryan stopped him and told the two to cut it out. Elliot once again ran back into his room and called his mom. She agreed to help him move to a different room. This new room would only have one housemate, but he'd have to wait a few weeks. Elliot drove back to Topanga to get away for a while, visiting James. They went out to eat. As soon as some high school couples walked in, James muttered, "We're fucked," as he knew Elliot would probably flip out. James tried to calm him down before he dumped a drink on their heads, pointing out a nearby security guard. Elliot then left in a huff. This day really poisoned their friendship, and Elliot didn't understand why James was even angry. Elliot started telling James about all the ways he wanted to kill those boys. He wanted to skin them alive and hear their agonized screams. James's mood changed from angry to disgusted. Then Elliot broke down and started to cry in front of him. He left the house, crying all the way. James never invited him over again. It was finally time for Elliot to move into his new apartment. He was mainly just glad he'd never have to see Ryan and Angel again, although he feared running into them by chance. Santa Barbara was turning out to be just like Moore Park. He was still alone, still afraid to approach others, still having tantrums, and still staring at young couples in a jealous rage. Math was his next class to drop. He didn't even want to go into the library anymore after seeing a couple kiss there. Elliot was able to make a single friend organically while sitting around in the apartment courtyard, an international student from China named Andy Chan. Andy seemed to share the same desire to hang out and make friends that he did. Elliot found him intelligent and interesting enough to be worthy of his friendship, so he would continue to hang out with him every once in a while, usually going out to eat or just walking around. From time to time, Andy would even introduce Elliot to his friends. But despite finally making some potential friendships, Elliot didn't treasure them. He still felt lonely and inferior. Getting some friends didn't get him any closer to finding a girlfriend, so he never opened up to them or considered them to be true friends in his mind. He soon fell back into an old vice, booting up World of Warcraft once again. He played non-stop for a month until his new housemate arrived, Spencer. In casual conversation, Spencer mentioned having a girlfriend. Needless to say, Elliot couldn't have a friendship with him after that. He didn't understand why all of these boys he saw as ugly were getting girls while he couldn't. Spencer was even shorter than Elliot. After spending so much time blaming his own height for his lack of attention, he was flabbergasted. He concluded that this girlfriend must be extremely unattractive. That could be the only explanation to him. This calmed him down a little bit. More than hating Spencer as a person, Elliot hated having someone around that could see how pathetic his life was. Normally, he could play it cool in public at least, but Spencer was able to see who he really was when he dropped the cool facade. He knew it was only a matter of time before Spencer realized he never had any girls over. While it's very likely Spencer wouldn't have even cared, this caused Elliot to hate him in advance. Elliot got some money from his mom to go out and buy even more clothes, spending as much as $200 on a single pair of jeans. He then got some more shirts and a pair of Hugo Boss sneakers. This made him feel pretty high class, and it wasn't long before he developed an obsession with his appearance. He had a good income stream coming in from the money that his mom and both of his grandmothers were sending him, giving ample fuel to keep his obsession running.
You know, I put a lot of effort into dressing nice. These sunglasses here, they were $300. Giorgio Armani. So I'll put them on. See? Hold on. Card. See? Look at how fabulous I look.
Elliot went home for Thanksgiving. At one of the usual get-togethers, James was there. Elliot was puzzled. He asked him why he still seemed so upset over an argument that occurred a few months prior. James told him, "Keep your proximity." Elliot was furious. Christmas came around with the same results. James wasn't quite as standoffish as before, but there was still a noticeable drift between the two. Elliot said goodbye to James for the final time. The two would never see each other again. Elliot flew back to England to visit his grandma, Alma, for Christmas. She gave him a gold 22-carat necklace. Elliot loved it. This was perfectly in line for his new high-class fashion lineup. From then on, he wore it every day. Although the trip was nice, Elliot couldn't escape his usual thoughts. There were a lot of blonde girls in England after all. He wondered how different his life would have been if he hadn't ever moved to the United States. He didn't acknowledge that he would still be himself regardless, feeling that the environment might be to blame. Everything was turning out to be the exact opposite of what Elliot had wanted. His first semester was nearly over and he had failed in all of his goals. He would rather die than fail again. But deep down, he knew that if he were going to die, he wanted to get some sort of revenge first. He didn't want to, but he felt like he had to, at least at this point in time. He spent a week at his mom's house before heading back to Santa Barbara. He was ready to give life another try, albeit less motivated this time around. He met up with Philip and Addison, hiking up to the iconic Hollywood sign and watching the sunset. They then went to the Getty Museum. This was when a few girls started checking Addison out. Elliot, getting jealous, asked Philip if any girls seemed to be checking him out. Philip didn't notice any that were, so Elliot began to cry and left the two others there, running out of the museum. He ended up back in Santa Barbara soon enough, ready to try and build some confidence again. Now he had the designer clothes, shoes, and necklace to show off. He was even trying to return to his British accent, feeling a bit more suave. He hoped the girls would take notice. Despite living with Spencer, the two barely talked, although they remained cordial. That was until Spencer brought a girl over. Elliot was enraged, jealous, and even ready to fight. But to his relief, he noticed that it was a girl he didn't find attractive. He couldn't let it in there, though. That night, he confronted Spencer, saying he shouldn't be proud for being with a, quote, ugly whore. Spencer became quite angry, understandably, and their casual friendship was forever ruined. The second semester started. Elliot rolled up to class with an Armani Exchange shirt and some new Gucci sunglasses his mother bought him. For the first month, he attended class regularly without dropping anything, but his confidence soon wavered as girls still didn't approach him. There was a beautiful girl in his math class named Brittany. Elliot, unable to approach her, decided to stalk her on Facebook instead. He was devastated to find that she had a boyfriend, a tall, muscular guy with a buzz cut. He shouted out, screaming and crying to the point where Spencer could hear him. It was then that he repeated his old pattern of dropping the class. He was finished with math. He couldn't stomach being in the room with a cute girl who had a boyfriend. He lost all hope for his life in Santa Barbara. His life wasn't changing, and neither was he. Elliot accepted that he was, more than likely, going to be a virgin forever at this rate. He felt as if he would suffer humiliation like this for the rest of his life. He felt that something must be wrong with the girls themselves. Something about their sense of attraction must be broken. Once that thought creeped into his head, it was all downhill from there. Elliot, after reading what he had read about George Sodini, started to consider carrying out a violent revenge plot on his own. He felt that he had to lash out in some way due to these self-perceived injustices. He began to call this plot his Day of Retribution. If he couldn't have the life that the other students had, he would simply kill them all instead. He dropped all of his spring classes, now seeing the Day of Retribution as his most realistic path. He wrote the plans out in his diary, but he tore the pages out in fear that someone might see them. Thinking about these plans made him feel trapped. Part of him wanted to do it, but part of him didn't. He hoped that there was some other path that he just wasn't seeing. He went home for the weekend in March. On Sunday, March 11th, 2012, Elliot went with his mother and his sister to a Katy Perry concert. He felt that going to another exclusive event might up his confidence once again. He spent a lot of time in the background, taping the concert on his phone. The next day, he even got to go with Peter and Sumaya to the red carpet premiere of The Hunger Games, an even more exclusive event. This movie was very highly anticipated after all. Peter had worked on the film as a second-unit director, becoming friends with the director himself, Gary Ross, scoring his family some seats at the premiere. At that same time, Sumaya was filming a French reality show called Les Vraies Housewives. The two were getting fairly connected within the industry. Elliot took this as a chance to smugly smile at the fans on the sidelines, feeling he was rubbing his presence in their faces. Now that Elliot had dropped all of his classes and obligations, he had nothing to do. He had nothing but time. He started trying to find more ways to become a millionaire. Feeling that he was, in his own words, an extraordinary, magnificent person destined for great things, he felt that destiny would put the money right into his pockets. He couldn't think of any way to make this happen, though. This left only one choice: more lottery tickets. Seeing the current Mega Millions jackpot, he saw dollar signs in his eyes. He decided to spend all of his remaining money on lottery tickets, although he would set aside $5,000 just in case he needed to carry out the Day of Retribution after all. This gave him roughly $1,000 to spend on lottery tickets. He still did not win, but he knew that the more tickets he bought, the better his chances would be. Even then, he still didn't win. 3 other people did, but not him. He tried to contact James in order to confide in him, but James had officially ended their friendship. He messaged him on Facebook to voice his complaints about this, but James told him, plain and simple, that he didn't want to be his friend any longer. Elliot just couldn't understand why. This was the last time they ever spoke. Now Elliot really had no friends, neither at Santa Barbara nor back at home. James was done with him, and Elliot had no desire to see Philip and Addison after crying in front of them in public. He was more alone than ever. Elliot walked aimlessly throughout Gersh Park until he came across a group of college kids playing kickball in the grass. They looked like jocks, the kinds of men he hated the most. Worse than that, they had some attractive, blonde girlfriends on the sidelines. One of these girls was even showing her bare stomach. Elliot was both aroused and enraged. He couldn't handle these emotions. So he drove out to Kmart. He bought a Super Soaker water gun, filled it up with some orange juice, and went back to the park. He let out a scream as he sprayed all of them with the juice. The boys started to scream at him and run towards him, once again causing Elliot to run to his car and flee the scene. He drove away, worried that some cameras at the park might have recorded the whole thing. Back at home, Spencer was complaining to the management about Elliot's outbursts. He filed a formal complaint, saying that Elliot, quote, has huge psychological issues and severe emotional problems, calling him a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Spencer requested that either he or Elliot be moved to a new room as soon as humanly possible to avoid further conflict. Elliot was all set to be transferred to a room in the main complex of the Capri Apartments for the next year. He didn't really care much about how his life would be after that. He figured he would win the lottery before that anyway. His new place turned out to be the first room he stayed at by pure chance, apartment number 7 on Seville Street. Elliot went out and bought 5 more lottery tickets, feeling that this would be the day. This might be the day he finally won. He saw the winner was from California, and a sense of fear and anxiety flew through him. But it wasn't him. He went home and flew into a tantrum, screaming and crying for hours and hours. Nobody else was in the apartment, so he took this chance to let all of his rage out, swinging around a toy sword and a pocket knife as he screamed in agony. He drank an entire bottle of wine at once, getting him so drunk that he spilled the remainder of his drink on his laptop, ruining it. He sobbed into his pillow until the alcohol put him to sleep. 2 new housemates moved in, a curly-haired boy named Chris and an Asian-American boy named John. He was content with these 2. They were quiet and friendly enough. Even better, they didn't have any friends over. They played video games all day like he did. Elliot debated on setting the Day of Retribution for Halloween of 2013. It would indeed give him time to plan, but he decided it would be a bad idea. There were simply too many cops out on Halloween night. One shot from them would bring his plans to an untimely end. He didn't attend classes at all that fall, lying to his parents that he was attending as normal. He stayed in his room, brooding, seething, and thinking. He felt as if he were at a fork in the road. He was either going to get rich by chance or carry out his revenge plot. In his mind, it had to be one or the other. Elliot once again tried to win the lottery. The Powerball jackpot was very high. He just knew that this time would be the time that he won. The only way he could get a ticket in time is if he drove to Arizona then and there, so he did. As he drove, he thought about everything that brought him to this point. The suffering, the loneliness, the frustration. It would all be over once he got that jackpot. He finally would have a worry-free life with a beautiful, blonde, white girlfriend. He would have such a high status that everyone would finally envy him instead. But he didn't win. He accepted defeat. He drove out to a park and cried in his car for hours on end. He called both of his parents, telling them about all of his woes. He felt they must be so ashamed of him. That was it. He felt that the only option left would be to carry out his Day of Retribution. Now that he wasn't going to get rich, the idea was more real than it had ever been. Elliot desired to buy a gun, but he worried his previous diagnosis of autism would prevent him from doing so. He had applied for SSI benefits, which was a supplemental form of income for people in the US who suffer from either mental or physical health problems that make full-time work difficult. In order to apply, he needed to make his diagnosis known to the government. However, none of this would prevent him from buying a weapon. That could be because he never had any official diagnosis, according to his father. Elliot went out to a gun shop called Goleta Gun and Supply, deciding on a Glock 34 pistol. He signed all the papers and was told that he could pick it up in December. He eventually got it, bringing it back to his room. He felt a sense of power as he marveled at his purchase. He said,
"Who's the alpha male now, bitches?"
He didn't go to the usual family Christmas party. James wasn't his friend, so he had no reason to. It would have just been awkward. He did go visit Alma again, but refused to go out on the town with his family. Instead, he drank a whole bottle of wine, becoming plastered by the time they all came back. He met up with Grandma Jinx, who asked all sorts of questions about his life. He pretended all was well. He couldn't let her know what a failure he truly was. He didn't want to be that shameful grandson. This trip would be one of the last parts of his life he could even enjoy. As the plane flew back over LA, he fantasized about being a god, looking down upon the whole city. He imagined destroying them all with some kind of supernatural power. This would be a fun conversation with James, he thought, until he realized that they weren't friends anymore. It was now New Year's Eve. Elliot was back to staying at his mom's house, lonely and miserable. He had nothing to do but think. He was afraid to die, but he didn't want to live like this any longer. He found it preferable to being a virgin forever, in the end. He went back to Santa Barbara, once again signing up online for classes just to please his parents, with no intention of actually going to them. Instead, he decided to go out to Arizona and buy some more lottery tickets. He was living in a fog at this point. He didn't even consider how low his chances of winning were. He did it anyway. In fact, he did this 3 times, driving up to Arizona every time to do so. But again, he lost each and every time. He wrote,
Any hope I had of becoming wealthy at a young age was finally and indefinitely shattered. It fully dawned on me that the life I had envisioned for myself would never come to pass. The children I would have in the future with a beautiful blonde girlfriend ceased to exist, as if they were murdered. There won't be any beautiful blonde girlfriend for me now. No girl would be my girlfriend unless I had great wealth. I learned that from my life of being rejected. I was doomed to a life of lonely virginity.
Elliot spent most of his time at home. He couldn't handle seeing the couples outside anymore. He decided to focus his mind on something else for a while, editing Wikipedia. A lot of his efforts centered around painting his grandfather George's entry in a more positive light, something he received multiple warnings for. He also repeatedly attempted to remove photos attached to Wikipedia's entry on foot job, making it known that he likely had a fascination with women's feet. He also attempted to remove all of the text from Justin Bieber's entry to no avail. Elliot started uploading more and more videos to his YouTube channel. Most of these videos drastically shifted back and forth between Elliot ranting and lamenting about his troubles and bragging about his greatness.
I'm polite. I'm the ultimate gentleman. I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous. I dress nice. I'm sophisticated. I'm magnificent. I've been doing a lot of thinking about how sad and unfair my life has been, all because girls haven't been attracted to me. I've been going through college for 2.5 years now, and in those 2.5 years, I've had to rot in bleak and sad loneliness, while other guys get to enjoy all the pleasures of, sex and socializing and partying. I've never had a taste of that, because no girls give me a chance. No girl at my college has ever expressed any interest in me. And every single day, I have to be insulted by the sight of all these lesser men walking around with beautiful girls. It's not fair.
He made an alternate YouTube account called Valtherion around this time as well, mainly using the account to post anonymous troll comments without using his main account. A lot of his comments went beyond mere trolling and tended to more show off his true colors, such as,
Lol, your last name is Gonzalez. That means your dad is probably a gardener, or a construction site laborer. And you're calling Swifty sad? Haha, shut up, you Mexican scum.
On a video of a laughing baby, he commented,
That thing is not beautiful. It's one of the ugliest babies I've ever seen. Can't help but wonder how much meth this stupid bitch smoked while she was pregnant to create that monstrosity.
He also used this account to live out a fantasy life in which he was tall, strong, intimidating, respected, and admired.
You're the one trolling here. You won't even show your ugly face. I am the superior one. If you saw me in real life right now, you would cower under a rock. Ha 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 ha, I am a very beautiful man. And white people worshipped me at school. They all looked at me with envy when I pulled up in my BMW. My family is very rich, and I will impregnate lots of beautiful blonde white women, and create superior Eurasian children who will grow up with lots of money and bully your ugly degenerate children if they ever cross them. Men who are half white, half Asian are the most beautiful. We are the new master race above both whites and Asians. You are just jealous. Crawl back into your hole, you pathetic worm.
Despite the pride he claimed to take in his half-white, half-Asian heritage, he seemed to have nothing but animosity towards Asian men, writing things like,
Why does this guy refer to himself as an Asian guy? He is Eurasian, not Asian. We Eurasian men are completely different and shouldn't be associated with Asian men at all.
And in a fit of sheer irony, he posted,
I looked at all your comments on your channel. They are all immature, and some of them are in all capital letters. No way are you mature enough to have a daughter. And if you do have a daughter, why are you spoiling her with a Mercedes? Whenever I see spoiled brats driving around in luxury brand cars, I always wonder what kind of idiotic parents they must have to spoil them so much. Now I know. By the way, I'm 21, and I drive a Maserati, which I bought with my own money.
By spring of 2013, Elliot was thinking seriously about the day of retribution and when it might take place. He felt the need to buy a second-hand gun and set his eyes on a Sig Sauer P226. It was a lot more expensive than the last, but he didn't care about price anymore. He started saving up all of the money that his parents and grandparents sent him to use towards his scheme. Asking each of them for money separately, he had quite a bit coming in. The only time Elliot really felt good around this time was when he went back home to see his parents. He particularly liked seeing his brother Jazz, and often took him out in his dad's Mercedes. He took him to all of the playgrounds and parks he used to frequent in his childhood. Slowly, though, Elliot began to realize how different Jazz was from him. When Elliot was that age, he was short, weak, and very shy. Jazz was quite the opposite, easily going up to other kids and making friends. Gradually, Elliot began to feel jealousy towards his younger brother. He tried to suppress the feelings until one point when Jazz asked him if he had a girlfriend. He exploded in anger towards his younger brother for even asking. While home, he decided to hang out with Philip and Addison once again. It was bittersweet, as the last time he hung out was when Elliot cried in front of them at the museum. They decided to head out to Santa Monica. While driving, Elliot saw plenty of beautiful blonde women walking down the streets. Addison could see how enraged Elliot was towards the women, but Elliot didn't care. He fantasized about running them all over in his dad's car, feeling a little bit giddy at the thought. Elliot definitely hated all of the men out there for stealing the women he felt were rightfully his, but he had grown to hate the women even more. He felt that something within them was flawed, and that their brains were wired wrong.
After going to college for 2.5 years and seeing all of the horrific sights I've seen there, mainly all of the young couples walking about, the guys who actually have the hot girls, I've concluded that females have a very flawed and perverted form of sexual attraction. Like, every time I drive around the area of my college, or just walking through my college, I see that all of the beautiful girls go for the big, obnoxious, boisterous, beefy jock types. Girls should be going for intelligence, sophistication, men who are civilized, men like me.
He wondered if their choices would lead to a bleak future in which mankind grew more and more stupid and barbaric over time due to their choices. He fantasized about quarantining women far away from the rest of society.
I had nothing left to live for but revenge. Women must be punished for their crimes of rejecting such a magnificent gentleman as myself. All of those popular boys must be punished for enjoying heavenly lives and having sex with all the girls, while I had to suffer in lonely virginity.
Elliot began to search for like-minded people online, and that's when he came across a few websites, mainly Forever Alone and PUA Hate. These were websites dedicated to the new and growing INCEL movement. Elliot found them depressing but enlightening. He even tried to show the websites to his parents, feeling they might be able to understand why he feels the way he does. His mother said that she didn't even bother to give it a good look. Peter had said that he was astonished at the negativity on the sites, telling Elliot not to get involved. Elliot did not listen. He became even more dedicated to getting revenge against the society he felt had wronged him. He knew very well that, if he were to carry out this revenge plot, he wouldn't be making it out alive. He absolutely refused to go to prison, so he'd have to take himself out before getting arrested. He needed a date and time to keep himself on track. As for location, he felt that the streets of Isla Vista were perfect. They were always flooded with young couples on their way to parties. When it came to the date, he figured it would have to be on a regular party weekend. Sometime during November of 2013 seemed like a fine idea. This meant he would have 5 months to prepare. He started getting nervous. Did he really want to die? Well, no, but he felt there were no other options left. Instead of simply reconsidering his options, he blamed women. They were the ones who pushed him this far, he thought. If only one of them had paid attention to him, it wouldn't have turned out this way. Upon arriving home to visit, Elliot's parents insisted that Elliot meet with a counselor to act as somewhat of a life coach to him. He got set up with a man named Gavin. Gavin was only a few years older than Elliot, acting more like a friend. The two would often go to restaurants and sometimes hikes as Gavin tried to listen to Elliot talk about his hardships back at school. Gavin confirmed that, yes, women do tend to gravitate towards the jocks more. That was an unfortunate reality at that school. While having talked about this, Elliot felt some nearby girls were checking Gavin out. This only made him angry. He got set up with a few counselors back in Santa Barbara to help him out as well. They took him out and helped him practice socializing. One of these was a man named Carlin. Elliot decided to ask him if he ever slept with any girls in Isla Vista. He became very jealous at his answer. 4. He was further enraged by the fact that Carlin himself was half Hawaiian and half Mexican, and that Elliot found him quite ugly. Another counselor was a woman named Sasha. She was only 1 year older than Elliot and the first girl he ever interacted with in the area. Not only that, she was a good-looking blonde. Despite the fact that she was getting paid to talk to him, he couldn't pass up the chance. Even though it wasn't a real date, he enjoyed it. This gave him a bit of hope. After all, he was able to talk to Sasha just fine, so why not other girls? He started working out more and more in his bedroom in order to get some confidence and appear more attractive. He was going to try harder than ever before. He even went back to class for the first time in months, attending a summer class. He wanted to, in his mind, give women one more chance to prove themselves to him. He dropped the class after 1 week when girls talked to other boys instead of him. Elliot had one last idea, one last method to lose his virginity, a wild college party. This decision would lead him to the worst day of his entire life.
And look, that's the house I got beat up at when I walked in on the party.
Saturday night, July 20th, 2013, just a few days before Elliot's 22nd birthday. This is the version of the events that transpired according to Elliot's manifesto. He went out on the town in one last-ditch effort to get laid. He was far too nervous to go without some help, so he downed a few shots. A few too many shots, to be exact. He shambled up to Del Playa Street, smashed out of his mind. He walked right up to a rager of a house party. They had a DJ playing hip-hop music and a ping-pong table set up for beer pong, something Elliot found very crude. He wandered around for a while, drunkenly feeling quite confident. He grabbed himself some beer, only making things worse. He quickly got angry that no girls came up to talk to him. That's when he noticed something. A cute white girl talking to an Asian man. He couldn't believe it. He had always blamed being half Asian on why girls didn't like him, but here was a full-blooded Asian man talking to the exact sort of woman he wanted. He angrily walked away, knocking his shoulder into the Asian guy on purpose, acting as cocky as he could. The Asian man and the white girl felt that he likely didn't do that on purpose, as he seemed very drunk. They told him he should try and go get some water. Elliot refused, angrily storming out into the front yard where most of the action was. He couldn't seem to calm down, so he ran back into the house and insulted the Asian man to let off some steam before running outside again. Elliot then climbed up onto a wooden ledge that bordered the street. He looked down on all of the happy partygoers in his drunken fog. He let his arm out, pointed his finger, and started pretending to shoot them all. This made him laugh. After a bit, a few other people actually climbed up onto the ledge with him. Elliot, rather than try to make friends, began to shout insults at all of them. They laughed and insulted him back, likely just humoring him as he was very drunk. Elliot lost it. He started trying to push the other people off of the 10-foot ledge onto the street. He couldn't manage to get any of them to fall. The other boys countered by pushing him back, causing Elliot to be the one to fall down onto the street. When he did, his ankle snapped, followed by a sharp sting of pain. He couldn't walk. He stumbled away on one leg, trying to escape. He realized his expensive Gucci sunglasses were gone. Had someone stolen them? He had to get them back. He got confused and wandered into the yard of the house next to the party. He demanded his sunglasses, but the people at this house had no idea what he was talking about. They responded with hostility, calling him weak, followed by a slew of homophobic slurs. A group of men came up to him and dragged him out into the driveway, pushing him out of the yard. Elliot was so angry that he wanted to kill them right then and there. He tried to punch one of them, but he failed and got a punch back. He fell to the ground, only for the others to start kicking him. Some other people came up and pulled them off, giving him a chance to get up and hobble away. Elliot had never actually been beaten up before. Pushed, yes, but nothing to this extent. His face was covered in bruises. He'd never been so humiliated in his life. Everyone saw what happened to him. He could never face any of them again. What if they saw him in public, he thought. More than anything, he couldn't believe that no girls were caring enough to try and help him. In his delirious state, he even felt that one of them should have offered to sleep with him to cheer him up. Of course, nobody did. Elliot got back to his room. He had felt bad before, sure, but nothing like this. He called up the only people he felt still had his back, his parents, and even his sister, who he normally couldn't get along with. It was then he noticed something. His gold necklace was gone. He felt that one of the men who beat him up must have taken it. He couldn't stand the thought that someone out there might be selling his grandma's necklace for drugs. He cried himself to sleep. When he woke up, his leg was extremely swollen. He couldn't walk at all. He remembered everything that happened, now with a clear head. He remembered how he tried to push people off that ledge, wondering if he could get arrested for that. He decided to get his story straight just in case. After all, he clearly needed to go to the hospital, and they would likely ask questions. Peter drove up to take him to the hospital. 2 police officers did indeed come out to talk to him. When the cops spoke to Elliot, he told them that he was only pushed off the ledge after calling a man ugly and that he had done nothing else. He said that he stumbled away into the other yard and sat down in a lawn chair before 10 men came out of nowhere and ordered him to leave before dragging him into the driveway while punching him and kicking him. He said that he then punched one of the men, causing them all to back off, allowing him time to run home. The police felt that Elliot was very shy and quite clearly not being very forthcoming with them. This led them to believe that he might be withholding some information. The cops then went out and spoke to an occupant of the house. This occupant told them that he had witnessed Elliot attempting to push 2 women off the balcony, mentioning that he had to grab one of them before she fell. The other woman was able to prevent herself from falling. He said that Elliot then attempted to push 2 other people before jumping off the ledge himself and running down the street. With no evidence either way, the police promptly dropped the case. It's unknown which version of the story is the most true, the one in the manifesto, the account Elliot gave to the police, or the account given by the occupants of the home. Either way, Elliot was left humiliated, injured, discouraged, and angry. Elliot got a cast and some crutches. He felt that, upon all of his insecurities, he now had to live as, quote, a cripple for the next 6 weeks. He might even need surgery. At least he could still drive, as the injured leg was his left leg. This provided some solace. Elliot turned 22, defeated and miserable. He sat around his mom's house, staring at his leg, unable to believe he was still a virgin. His mom went out and bought him a new golden necklace, seeing how heartbroken he was. By August, Elliot was in surgery. He was going to need a few screws and a titanium plate in his ankle. He was happy to do it if it meant he could lose these crutches. Elliot's mother and sister had a vacation lined up, so they needed to leave. Elliot was invited, but he didn't want to go. Chin didn't want him to stay home alone in that state, so she asked him to go to his father's place. Sumaya had family over, so she refused. Elliot couldn't believe his father let her refuse him, losing respect for him once more. So Chin booked a hotel room for him to stay at in an extended stay America in Woodland Hills. Elliot was fine with it, although being so close to Taft High School brought back bad memories. This time, though, the hatred felt a bit empowering more than depressing. He remembered that he was armed now. He knew he would get back at everyone eventually.
It fully dawned on me that I would now have to bring about the day of retribution. There was no other hope. I mused that once I descend upon Isla Vista, armed with my weapons and my burning hatred, I would definitely make sure to target the people who lived in that house I was attacked in. The plan was to destroy the entirety of Isla Vista and kill every single person in it, or at least kill as many popular young people I could before the police arrive, and I'd have to end myself.
Given the circumstances, he wouldn't have time to prepare before the previous November date, so he decided to postpone his revenge plot to spring of 2014. Once his mom got back, he stayed with her for about 1 more month as he healed. He got to see Gavin again, talking to him about his life and where he felt he was heading. Gavin thought it might be best to move out of Isla Vista, but Elliot refused. His parents got him an appointment to see a psychiatrist. His father, mother, and surprisingly Sumaya came out to support him. He only ended up getting some medication, risperidone, also known as Risperdal, a medication used to treat symptoms of schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and autism. Elliot researched the drug himself and decided he wouldn't be taking it. He never came back to see this psychiatrist again. Near the end of his month of healing, Chin invited Maddie and her family over for dinner. Before Maddie showed up, Elliot had to stalk her on Facebook for a bit. He saw that she had now become the exact kind of woman he used to lust over, but now hated her with a passion. He saw her clique of hot girls and how popular she seemed. Despite growing up as friends, she now symbolized everything he despised. It was now time to go back to Santa Barbara. It was about time for class, but Elliot only took some online classes. He got back to see that Chris and John had moved out. He was saddened as they were really easy to live with. He wondered if he'd end up with some unpleasant roommates again. Elliot finally got out of his cast and decided to hang out with Philip and Addison. He took them out in his dad's Mercedes and headed out to Los Angeles. They went back to the Griffith Park Observatory like old times. The day was ruined when Elliot saw some couples kissing under the stars. Driving away, he saw plenty of couples walking around. He wanted to run them over then and there. He already had an idea. He would use his car as one of his weapons on the day of retribution. They drove out to the beach. Philip fell asleep, so Elliot walked around and talked with Addison, having some surprisingly good talks. Elliot told him about his new views on women, saying that they are mentally deficient and need to be locked away. Addison showed no expression. He simply told Elliot that he's an intelligent person and he shouldn't waste that by doing something rash. Surprised at his intuition, Elliot told him not to worry, that he wouldn't do anything stupid. That was the last time he would ever see Addison or Philip again. Elliot went back to his father's house. That's where he had another argument with Sumaya as she began to brag about jazz. He was all set to act in some TV commercials. She said that, by the time he was Elliot's age, he'd likely be a famous actor. Elliot expressed his jealousy towards Jazz, saying that he was already so social that he would have no problem losing his virginity. Sumaya agreed, enraging him further. Elliot's mind took him to a dark place.
That was the day that I decided I would have to kill him on the day of retribution. I will not allow the boy to surpass me at everything, to live the life I've always wanted. It's not fair that he has the chance to have a pleasurable life while I've been denied it. It will be a hard thing to do, because I had really bonded with my little brother in the last year, and he respected and looked up to me, but I would have to do it. If I can't live a pleasurable life, then neither will he. I will not let him put my legacy to shame.
If he were going to take Jazz out, he knew he would have to get through Sumaya. He didn't care. He already hated her, in fact. The problem would be his father. He didn't want to kill him or even confront him. He decided he'd have to plan his revenge for a time when his father would be out of the country. In order to make Elliot feel a little more confident, his mother gifted him with an even better car, a BMW 3 Series Coupe. Elliot knew that the students who drove nicer cars tended to be more popular. Now he had a high-class vehicle all of his own. This gave him a bit of an ego boost. His new roommates arrived, 2 Asian men, foreign students, Wei-Han Wang and Chung Hong. Elliot thought that they were the biggest nerds he had ever seen, writing that they were both very ugly and had annoying voices. He found them repulsive. He would often argue with them about the noise they made. Things got so bad that Elliot even attempted to make a citizen's arrest on his roommate Hong. Since Elliot had used some of Hong's household items, something they argued about frequently, he attempted to retaliate by taking some candles from Elliot's room. Elliot freaked out and called the police for this. Although the candles were only worth $22, the police still took Hong in, hit him with a petty theft charge, and told him not to bother Elliot any further or face additional charges. He knew that, when the day of retribution came, he would likely have to get them out of the way. He didn't mind, though. He felt that he would enjoy stabbing them. Elliot went back home much more often at this point. When coming home, he came across some horrifying news. His sister, Georgia, had a boyfriend. To make it worse for Elliot, he was half Mexican. The boy's name was Samuel, and Elliot immediately hated him. He felt that he was the same type of doofus that always got the girl. He was even more blown away when it came up in conversation that Samuel's ex-girlfriend was white. Elliot's hatred for him peaked when he heard him having intercourse with his sister in her room. He stood outside the door and listened to the entire thing from start to finish. He was completely immersed in the sounds of penetration. He described the entire thing in disgusting detail within his manifesto. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Grandma Jinx came out to visit, taking Elliot out for coffee and conversation. They had a good, long talk. This time, though, Elliot gave her an extra emotional goodbye, feeling a wave of sadness come over him. He knew that, if everything went to plan, this would be the last time he saw her. It was almost time for winter break. On the last day of the semester, Elliot was doing one of the few things he still enjoyed, watching the sunset.
I'm just watching the sun descend beyond that hill. There's the sun. Life is so cruel and brutal and horrible. Life is insulting. It's such a malicious joke. And yet, it's so beautiful. I always love watching the sunset. But then again, when I think about all the young couples who get to enjoy this very same sunset together, it makes me feel so sad. I have to do everything alone. My life is so unfair. It's just not fair.
This time, a young couple came up and stood near him. They kissed under that very same sunset. Now, Elliot couldn't even enjoy this simple pleasure anymore. It was time for the usual December England trip, but Elliot refused to go. He stayed at his mom's house by himself. He was all ready to relax until he heard that Samuel got to go with his family this time. He was infuriated, feeling that his mom had betrayed him. She knew he hated Georgia's boyfriend, and she took him anyway. Elliot woke up on New Year's Day, 2014, all alone. He knew that this was the beginning of the last year of his life. Having missed the previous date for the Day of Retribution, it was time to make a new one. Elliot fantasized about being a god, punishing humanity for their sins. He felt that Valentine's Day would be the perfect day, but it was too soon. He wouldn't be ready yet. Another option was during a local event called Deltopia, where a lot of young couples came out for spring break parties. He did some research on YouTube and saw that there were a lot of cops patrolling during those days. That wouldn't work either. He pushed the date back more and more. Maybe some part of him was fighting the urge for revenge. Some part of him still didn't want to go through with it. Maybe he was scared. In fact, he knew how it would end. Or perhaps he still had a remaining bit of hope that he didn't even realize was there. However, after much internal debate, he settled on a day. Saturday, April 26, 2014. It was all soon to be over, so Elliot decided to make the most of the time he had left. He stopped staying in his room at all. Instead, he drove all over the local area in his BMW, not returning home until late in the night. He had saved enough money to live fairly lavishly before he died. He still kept the savings above a certain amount in case he needed more supplies. He wanted some more ammunition and knives. He felt another gun would be good in case something went wrong with one of the others. His plan was to use both of them on each side of his head when things came to a close. Elliot, surprisingly, did attend his spring classes for 2 weeks before dropping them. There was no point, after all. He needed to make himself accept that if he were going to continue. He came up with his first concrete plan as to how the Day of Retribution would go. First of all, he was going to lure as many people from Isla Vista as he could back into his apartment and do away with them one by one. He knew that the first 2 would be his housemates. He wouldn't be able to do anything if they were there. He wanted to turn the entire place into a killing chamber. Then he wanted to place their heads into a bag for use in a later phase of his plan. This phase, he said, represented his hatred for men. Second, he needed to symbolize his hatred towards women. He planned to go up to the UCSB sorority with the hottest girls. He even did research to see which one had the most girls he found attractive, the Alpha Phi sorority. In the time leading up to the day of retribution, he would stalk this sorority time and time again from his car. He planned to sneak into the house first thing in the morning and take out as many as he could. He felt that arson would be a good final touch as well. Before moving on to the third and final phase, there was something he needed to do. He needed to go to his father's house and kill Sumaya and Jazz. He couldn't stomach the idea that Jazz was going to grow up and experience all of the things he couldn't. He thought that his dad's SUV would also be a much more durable car for the next part of the plan. For the third phase, he would drive the SUV out to Isla Vista, running over as many people as he could and shooting the people he failed to hit.
I can only imagine how sweet it will be to ram the SUV into all of those groups of popular young people who I've always witnessed walking right in the middle of the road, as if they are better than everyone else. When they are writhing in pain, their bodies broken and dying after I splatter them, they will fully realize their crimes. Once I reach Del Playa Street, I will dump the bag of severed heads I had saved from my previous victims, proclaiming to everyone how much I've made them all suffer. Once they see all of their friends' heads roll onto the street, everyone will fear me as the powerful god I am.
If he could find a house party, he'd shoot at anyone standing in the front yard, especially the good-looking people and definitely the couples. Then he would continue down Del Playa, where he previously got beaten up, to destroy everything he could. When the police inevitably caught up to him, he was prepared to do what he knew he had to. It was now 1 week before the day of retribution. Elliot uploaded several now infamous videos to YouTube in which he expressed his dissatisfaction with the way the world works. He held back one video, a video detailing his plans, until later. He uploaded one video called "Why Do Girls Hate Me So Much?", which has been used throughout the duration of this video thus far. To his dismay, he didn't get any messages of condolences. He only got some comments making fun of him.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. I'm up in the hills in Montecito right now. It's truly a beautiful day, but I've been alone for a very long time. I've been attending college in Santa Barbara for about 2.5 years now. And in those 2.5 years, I've experienced nothing but loneliness and misery. And my problem is girls. There are so many beautiful girls here, but none of them give me a chance, and I don't know why. I don't know why you girls are so repulsed by me. It doesn't make sense. I have a nice car, a BMW. Well, it's nicer than 90% of the people at my college. And yet, you girls, you never give me a chance. I've put a lot of effort into dressing nice. These sunglasses here, they were $300. Giorgio Armani. So I'll put them on. See? I see so many beautiful blonde-haired, just so many beautiful blonde-haired girls walking around everywhere. In your revealing shorts, your cascading blonde hair, your pretty faces. I'm still a virgin. I've never had the pleasure of having sex with a girl, sleeping with a girl, kissing a girl. I've never even held a girl's hand. And that's just such an injustice because I'm so magnificent. I deserve girls much more than all those slobs I see at my college who are somehow able to walk around with beautiful girls. I should be the one with the girls. Why won't you give me a chance? Unbelievable.
As the day of retribution grew closer, Elliot spent much of his time online. One website that he frequented was bodybuilding.com, particularly the forums. On the forums, he posted links to his personal YouTube channel, likely thinking that they would impress the other men on there. They did not. In fact, it only resulted in a surge of trolls heading to his comment section. In one post on that forum, he read that the average penis size in the US was 5.5 inches, something he was very unhappy to read, revealing another insecurity that had yet to surface. He responded with,
"The average is 5.5. I thought it was 4. This is very unsettling."
April 26 grew closer and closer. It was now only a few days away. All Elliot had to do now was write his manifesto, a now infamous document called My Twisted World, a 137-page manuscript detailing everything from his life story to his philosophy to his plans. Now all he had to do was film a final video. But then something happened. Elliot woke up with a cold. He wondered if this was a sign not to go through with all of this. He got cold feet, rescheduling the massacre to May 24th, 2014, exactly 1 month later. He felt that this would be ample time to both get over the cold and think about things. Above all, he was very excited to have 1 more month of life. If only Elliot had realized the implications of that, things might have turned out much differently. He went back to his mom's house, exaggerating how sick he was so that he could see her again. At this point, Elliot was taking a lot of Xanax to cope, feeling that it worked pretty well. However, his anxiety was increasing rapidly in the lead up to his final day. Things were only made even worse when he happened to see a couple. He started taking even more videos of himself stalking younger couples, complaining all the while. On May 6th, a couple in their 20s were leaving Goleta Beach when a black BMW blocked the boy's car. The girl, entering her own car a little ways away, noticed her boyfriend arguing with the driver of the BMW. She called to make sure he was okay. She heard the driver shouting, "You're lucky to be an Asian guy dating a white girl. It's too bad she's such a horse-faced slut." This upsetted the girl, understandably. The driver of that BMW drove away, but she spotted him nearby. She went up to confront him, and he didn't respond to her, only looking straight ahead. She started to feel very creeped out at this point and decided to drive away. This was when she saw that BMW driving all over the beach parking lot in a frenzy, hitting several parked cars. She called the police and informed them of what she saw. It doesn't seem that they ever found our culprit. By this time, Elliot was spending a lot of time attending target ranges. When he wasn't, he was usually back home, wasting away the last days of his life online. He spent a lot of time in May back on the bodybuilding.com forums. He tended not to talk about bodybuilding and instead focus more on ranting, for instance in this post that eventually went viral.
"Seriously, today at my college I saw this short, ugly Indian guy driving a Honda Civic, and he had a hot blonde girl in his passenger seat. What on earth is up with that? I would climb Mount Everest 10 times just to have a girl like that with me. I drive a BMW Coupe, and I've struggled all my life to get a girlfriend. What's wrong with this world?"
When called out on the blatant racism and upon being made fun of, Elliot responded with,
"I wasn't being racist. I mentioned his race to make a point."
Other users pointed out that Elliot's personality was likely what had prevented him from meeting women, with some posting responses such as, "I'm not trying to be mean, but the creepy vibe that you give off in those videos is likely the major reason that you can't get girls." In fact, soon after, Elliot's YouTube channel made the front page of r/cringe on Reddit, a subreddit dedicated to posting videos that cause extreme secondhand embarrassment. On May 22nd, Elliot logged into anxietyzone.com and looked around. It's unknown what information he gained from this. Shortly after, it was off to bodybuilding.com and PUA hate. Elliot began attending several forums dedicated to incels and began to identify as one himself. But even on incel forums, he spent a lot of time being made fun of, arguing with others, and bragging. When seeing a photo of a white girl with an Asian man, he reacted with disbelief, saying,
"Tiger, stop linking fake pictures of white girls with Asian men. Any Asian man can pay a white hooker to take pictures with him and pretend she's his girlfriend. Full Asian men are disgustingly ugly, and white girls would never go for you."
When it was shown that that woman really was dating that man, he was in disbelief, saying,
What? Are you telling me that an Asian boy snagged this blonde beauty while I'm struggling as an incel? No fucking way."
Not all of his wrath was focused on Asian men, with such posts as,
Today, I drove through the area near my college and saw some things that were extremely rage-inducing. I passed by this restaurant and I saw this black guy chilling with 4 hot white girls. He didn't even look good. Then later on in the day, I was shopping at Trader Joe's and saw an Indian guy with 2 above-average white girls.
Even on those sort of forums, Elliot would often get called out on his behavior and subsequently made fun of, to which he would make replies such as,
"How dare you speak to me like that, you degenerate subhuman? I am not deformed. I am perfection incarnate."
At around this time, he was in communication with both Christopher Harper Mercer and Alek Manassian, according to Alek himself. These 2 men would go on to be infamous in their own right eventually. Alek has claimed that Elliot even shared vague plans for the day of retribution with him, to which Alek wished him luck. Elliot's last known post on PUAHate.com went as follows.
"You're all jealous of my 10 out of 10 pretty boy face. This site is full of stupid, disgusting, mentally ill degenerates who take pleasure in putting down others. That is all I have to say on here. Goodbye."
Elliot knew that this was it. May 24th was the final date. This time he couldn't find an excuse to postpone. He felt that he could no longer back out. This was the last week of school and everyone would be gone soon. It was now or nothing. Little did Elliot know, his mother Chin had seen his YouTube videos. Upon seeing them, she quickly grew worried. Very worried. She had never seen him act like this before. She called a mental health agency to check up on him, who called some police officers out to his apartment. When they showed up, Elliot was petrified, but he played it cool. The police didn't sense anything wrong with him. He told them that his mother just tended to worry. He even had a phone call with her in front of the police, telling her everything was fine. The police felt that this was just a misunderstanding and left, never checking Elliot's room or watching the YouTube videos he uploaded. If the videos were going to be a problem, Elliot knew he had to delete them. Perhaps he had let too much anger leak out in his speech. He took them down, planning to re-upload them all just before the day of retribution. Elliot filmed his final video. For whatever reason, he didn't feel that this video was good enough. The video was, in fact, a bit awkward in places.
All of you popular kids who live such pleasurable and hedonistic lives.
It could be that, toward the end of the video, he started to cry a little. It might have ruined the cool, intimidating look that he was going for.
Well, I've had to rot in loneliness. You've had your sex and your parties and your pleasure, your laughter and your fun.
He decided to refilm it and was much happier with the new version. Elliot decided to spend the last few days of his life experiencing as much of life as he could, driving around and listening to music. And then the day soon came. The day of retribution. Elliot woke up on May 23rd, 2014. He knew that today was the day. It was both the day of his revenge and the last day of his life. At around 7:38 p.m., Elliot pulled up to the Isla Vista Starbucks, only a short distance from his home. He bought his usual triple vanilla latte using his card. All seemed normal. Little did anyone know this day would go on to change all of their lives. He didn't do much until later in the evening. He first had to wait for his roommates to leave the apartment so he could prepare. He wrote the last entry into his diary and reinserted some of the pages he had torn out before in order to hide his plans.
I had to tear some pages out because I feared my intentions would be discovered. I taped them back together as fast as I could. This is it. In 1 hour, I will have my revenge on this cruel world. I hate you all. Die.
Waiting for his roommates to return, he lurked in the hallway, lying in wait. Wei Han Wang was the first of the two to re-enter. Elliot ambushed him, stabbing him 15 times and slashing him another 23 times all across the chest, neck, back, arms, and hands. His jugular, multiple arteries, and his lungs were all punctured or severed. Once he lost consciousness, Elliot pulled him into the far corner of the bedroom, out of sight, and covered him partially with a blanket, a towel, and some clothes. He couldn't risk the other roommates seeing the scene and running before he too could meet the same fate. Chung Hong was the next to come back to the apartment. As he entered through the front door, Elliot jumped out and ambushed him as well. Elliot stabbed him 25 times and slashed him another 12 times. Chung put up a fight, being wounded across his hands and arms, but he passed away nonetheless. After the life faded from his eyes, Elliot dragged him into the bedroom, throwing him face down halfway on top of Wei-han's body. But then a third man entered the apartment, Wei-han and Chung's friend, George Chun. He wasn't even their roommate, he was just a friend of the two. He entered into the apartment and approached the bedroom, likely looking for his friends. George would come to face a death more brutal than the last two combined. Elliot stabbed him a total of 94 times and cut him 11 times all across the neck, chest, back, arms, hands, and even his head. His heart, lungs, kidney, spleen, and liver were all punctured. George attempted to fight back, but he lost his life in the end. Elliot tried to wipe up all of the blood with a towel, but it soon became soaked. He then tried paper towels, but after wasting a lot of time and making little progress, he stopped. Elliot waited in the apartment for some time, likely contemplating what he had just done and planning his next move. Even if he backed out now, his life was over. It was coming time to leave the apartment. Elliot uploaded his final video, titled Retribution, to YouTube, leaving his thoughts behind for hundreds of thousands of people to see.
Hi, Elliot Roger here. Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity. Against all of you. For the last 8 years of my life, ever since I've hit puberty, I've been forced to endure an existence of loneliness, rejection, and unfulfilled desires, all because girls have never been attracted to me. Girls gave their affection and sex and love to other men, but never to me. You girls have never been attracted to me. I don't know why you girls aren't attracted to me, but I will punish you all for it. It's an injustice, a crime, because I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy, and yet you throw yourselves at all these obnoxious men, instead of me, the supreme gentleman. I will punish all of you for it. On the day of retribution, I am going to enter the hottest sorority house of UCSB, and I will slaughter every single spoiled, stuck-up, blonde slut I see inside there. All those girls that I've desired so much, they would have all rejected me and looked down upon me as an inferior man if I ever made a sexual advance towards them. I'll take great pleasure in slaughtering all of you. You will finally see that I am, in truth, the superior one, the true alpha male. After I've annihilated every single girl in the sorority house, I'll take to the streets of Isla Vista and slay every single person I see there. I will be a god compared to you, exacting my retribution on all those who deserve it. And you do deserve it, just for the crime of living a better life than me. If I can't have you, girls, I will destroy you. I hate all of you. Humanity is a disgusting, wretched, depraved species. If I had it in my power, I would stop at nothing to reduce every single one of you to mountains of skulls and rivers of blood, and rightfully so. And all of you men, for living a better life than me, all of you sexually active men, I hate you. I hate all of you. I can't wait to give you exactly what you deserve. Utter annihilation.
He compiled his manifesto, My Twisted World, into one document and sent it out to several of his counselors. Elliot's counselor, Gavin, informed his mother, Chin. Word of the manifesto quickly spread. Due to a sudden change in schedule, Elliot's father, Peter, was in the US after all. As a result, Elliot wouldn't be able to face him. In turn, that meant he wouldn't be able to kill Sumaya and Jazz in the end, saving both of their lives. Being that this was the last day of school and he wouldn't have any more chances, Elliot abandoned this portion of the plan and pressed on with the rest. Peter and Sumaya, upon hearing the news, immediately got into the car and started driving towards Santa Barbara. Chin hopped into her own car and sped out as well. It was now a little after 9 p.m. Elliot drove up to the sorority house he had been stalking. He pounded his fist on the front door, trying to get someone to let him in. Much to his dismay, nobody did. Frustrated, he returned to his car. He started driving away slowly until he saw 3 women walking on the sidewalk. He slowed down, making the 3 think he was about to park. That's when he pulled out one of his guns and shot all 3 of them. Veronica Weiss was shot 3 times all over her body. The fatal shot was a bullet that punctured both lungs and her heart. Catherine Cooper was shot 8 times herself. She received 3 shots that could have each been fatal on their own, 1 to the head and 2 to the chest. Bianca DeCook was shot multiple times herself, and although she collapsed to the ground, she wasn't dead. This was when the first 911 calls started pouring in.
We have 3 girls, 3 women.
They got shot?
Yes.
Are you okay? Hold on one second. What did the vehicle look like?
It was a blue sedan. I don't remember.
Elliot sped off, going east on Pardall Road. He drove past a coffee shop, the Coffee Collaborative, and fired 1 shot into the building. Luckily, the shop was closed and nobody was inside. Continuing east, Elliot saw a group of people standing in front of a market. He fired several shots. Several people rushed into the IV Deli Market to take cover, all captured on CCTV footage. Christopher Michael Martinez was right at the front door, almost inside, when he turned around and looked at Elliot's vehicle. He was then shot, collapsing to the ground. Numerous more shots were then fired into the shop. Christopher died then and there from 1 single gunshot wound to the chest. Elliot continued driving down the road, intentionally striking a man in front of Nespers University Auto House. That man had heard what he thought were some fireworks going off as he walked. This was when Elliot, driving south on Embarcadero del Norte, barreled towards him. He tried to get out of the way, but he was stuck. He was hit with such force that he flipped through the air, landing on his back on the sidewalk and injuring his leg. As Elliot continued south, he shot 2 more people, a man and a woman, in front of 6533 Trigo Road, injuring them both. They had been walking into a shop called Pizza My Heart when they saw a dark-colored car quickly driving towards them. Elliot rolled down his window, laughing at them in a way they described as creepy. He muttered something they couldn't understand and then raised his gun. He shot at them both, causing them to flee into the pizza shop. The windows began to shatter as more shots flew in. The woman was grazed by a bullet in her right arm, while a man was shot completely through his left arm. Elliot then pulled up near the intersection of El Embarcadero and Sabado Tarde. There he saw a woman riding her bicycle. She was heading towards her friend's house when she heard 5 to 10 popping sounds. She too assumed they were fireworks until she felt a sharp pain in her leg. Looking down, she saw that she had been shot. She got off her bicycle and ran into a nearby 7-Eleven, begging for help. She, along with others, hid in the bathroom and waited for assistance to arrive. She suffered 2 gunshots to her right thigh. Elliot was now just north of the intersection of Del Playa Drive and El Embarcadero. He shot at and missed some women walking nearby. These 2 women also thought that they had heard fireworks. But just in case what they heard actually were gunshots, one of them decided to run. Elliot pulled up to her, rolled down his window, and said, "Hey, what's up?" He smiled at her with a little grin. He lifted a black gun from his lap and aimed it towards her. Luckily, even at close range, he missed. She wondered if the gun was even real, hoping that it was just a prank. But then he fired once more. This time, the woman felt that bullet whiz right past her face. Elliot smiled as he continued to fire. The woman ran into a house nearby, telling the occupants that she had been shot at. The occupants informed her that several people in Isla Vista had just been shot minutes prior. Police got word that Elliot's BMW was heading westbound. Elliot drove past a police officer, Deputy Martinez, and shot at him. He missed, but Martinez fired a shot back at his own car as it drove away. He informed dispatch, "I was shot at from a 2-door BMW, westbound from Embarcadero on DP. A man was riding his bicycle down Del Playa while another man on a skateboard was near him and 2 other women walked alongside them. They heard 6 loud popping sounds and they sounded fairly close. The group thought nothing of it, however, not even knowing what the sounds were. They continued heading home, having a lively conversation about surfing. Then suddenly a car blasted through, hitting both the man on the bicycle and the man on the skateboard from behind. One of them flew 50 feet into the air after being struck. Miraculously, both survived. After getting some food at the 7-Eleven on Trigo Road, one man was walking home. He heard some sounds that he too thought were fireworks. As he continued walking, he saw a dark BMW pop out of nowhere, driving north at a very high speed as he walked south. He continued to walk until the BMW stopped nearby. Elliot pulled out a pistol and started shooting. This man then ran into a nearby house where the occupants were standing outside. All three of them ran inside and locked the door. The man had been shot twice, but the occupants of the house were able to help out for the time being. Neither shot was fatal. Two men were in their home when they heard some loud pops. They didn't think much of it. They were already about to leave to go get something to eat, so they hopped on their skateboards and headed out. This was when they saw a black BMW make a wide turn towards them and accelerate. They tried to get off the street as quickly as possible, but weren't able to make it in time. Elliot hit one of the men and knocked him into a parked car, smashing the windshield. He injured his hand and leg, getting glass shards embedded into his skin. Another man was riding his bicycle nearby when he heard about 5 gunshots. Then the black BMW, driving more slowly now, about 15 miles per hour, started coming towards him. He was hit by the car, going flying off of his bicycle. He was relatively uninjured. When he came to his feet, he turned around to see that BMW hit yet another man on his bicycle, who also survived. Then they heard even more gunshots. Elliot had continued eastbound, passing through Camino Pescadero and getting onto Sabado Tarde. He there had shot a man several times in the back. The residents of the home who had previously helped the other victim with his injuries pulled this new victim inside as well. Miraculously, he survived all of those gunshots to his back. One man was walking on the south sidewalk near 2 other men he didn't know. Suddenly, the black BMW pulled up and came to a quick stop. This man, along with one of the other 2, then heard numerous pops, coming to realize that they had been shot numerous times. Elliot peeled out and sped off. 3 sheriff's deputies had arrived. They got into a gun battle with Elliot, exchanging a good number of shots back and forth. As he drove past the deputies, he held his gun out of the driver's side window. 2 of the officers then fired at him even more. Here, Elliot took a gunshot to the left hip as several bullets hit the driver's side area of his car. He started driving westbound onto Del Playa once more. He sped up to hit another man on a bicycle again. This was a man named Keith Chum, who then went flying. Then, while the vehicle was still running at full speed, Elliot pulled out one of his guns and fired it up against his temple. The BMW went swerving and crashed near the intersection of Del Playa and Camino Pescadero. The police quickly broadcast that the vehicle had come to a stop and that the suspect was down. They arrived at the car within mere seconds. Elliot's BMW had suffered heavy damage after colliding with a parked car, causing the driver's side door to pop open. Elliot was there, motionless, hunched over in his seat. Within only 8 minutes, 3 young victims had died and 14 more were injured. Elliot himself was also gone. His day of retribution was over. It wasn't long before the police pulled out the suspect's identification and found him to be none other than Elliot Oliver Robertson Roger, aged only 22. They saw Cheung on the ground nearby. Coincidentally, Elliot's car had ended up crashing right next to where he had landed after being thrown from his bike. The police, thinking he was an accomplice who had been flung from the car, placed him into handcuffs. However, he was only in these cuffs for a few short minutes until they found out what really had happened. Peter, Sumaya, and Chin hadn't even arrived in Santa Barbara yet. Police officers were able to contact them over the phone. Both of them, although shocked by what they had read in the manifesto and seen in the video, still didn't believe that Elliot had it in him to kill anybody. At 11 p.m., a detective requested a sweep of Elliot's apartment to check on the safety of his roommates. They entered the home, only to find the 2 men were brutally murdered. They were surprised to find one more man as well, later finding out that he was only a friend. Peter and Chin finally arrived, meeting 2 detectives in the parking lot of a Home Depot shortly after 1 a.m. They were eager, but nervous to hear about what had happened with their son. They felt that he was likely involved with what had happened, but they had no idea of the extent. They were told that Elliot was dead. Peter and Chin were extremely distraught and weren't able to provide any more information. They managed to agree to meet with the two detectives at a later time when things were a bit more stable. Soon after, once they came to terms with what had happened, they began cooperating with the detectives. They were able to give them a great deal of valuable information about Elliot's troubled life, his hateful views, his manifesto, and his videos. Search warrants were served at both Peter and Chin's homes while everyone involved came to be interviewed. Detectives found Elliot's journals back at his home, noting that his bed had been stabbed repeatedly with some sort of knife. This was either likely in one of Elliot's previous tantrums, or perhaps as practice while he waited on his roommates to come home. They got access to his YouTube and Facebook accounts as well, and his cell phone, finding that Elliot had taken hundreds of selfies occupying most of the picture folders on there. They compiled all of the dispatch files, search warrant returns, 911 calls, CCTV footage, pictures, and videos they could find. They quickly came to piece together Elliot's deteriorating mental state as they learned all about his life up until this point. The police concluded that Elliot had acted on his own that day and was the only person responsible. Had he have been alive, he would have been charged with 6 counts of murder, 3 counts of murder under special circumstances, lying in wait, and 20 counts of attempted murder, not to mention various lesser offenses. As there was no criminal to prosecute, the investigation was closed. "11 of the injured had been taken to different hospitals, mainly Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital. 2 were admitted in serious condition, 1 in fair condition, 2 others in good condition, and 1 was released that same day. 4 others were treated and released at another hospital. Elliot's friend Philip, seeing all of this unfold on the news, was left in sheer disbelief. He watched in horror as the truth slowly trickled out about what his childhood friend had done. When news came about the manifesto, he felt sick to his stomach. He didn't check his email very often. Could it have been that Elliot had sent it to him too? Yes, he had. Philip spoke out in an interview, saying, "I have been literally sick every day since this happened. I can't eat and I'm struggling to sleep. I just can't believe I was friends with a psychopathic mass murderer." Elliot was incredibly shy and awkward his entire life, and it was clear he had issues, but there was never anything to suggest that he was capable of this. He never displayed anything even bordering on violence or aggression. If I had had even the faintest idea, I would have done something. Back in January, he posted something slightly worrying on Facebook. It wasn't extreme or aggressive, but he seemed depressed. I can't remember it word for word, but he was basically saying how lonely he was and that no girls would ever talk to him. I actually posted a comment to try and cheer him up, but he deleted it. When I saw what had happened on the news, my jaw dropped to the floor and I was shaking in disbelief. Then I read the manifesto. It makes me sick to think just 9 minutes later he shot those girls. I could never have possibly imagined anything like this was going to happen. What people need to realize is you cannot rationalize or explain this. He obviously had serious mental illness that he was able to hide from the world. Everyone is focusing on Elliot's lack of success with women, but they need to appreciate that he was unable to communicate with anyone. He was so shy and painfully awkward. He had a boring personality and he didn't talk. He would never dream of approaching a girl, he just expected them to come to him, which they didn't. If any of them ever had, it wouldn't have lasted long because he wouldn't chat to them. Elliot's friend, Andy, who he met in the courtyard of his apartment, was left in disbelief upon hearing what had happened, but he felt that this was in line with Elliot's personality, confirming much of Elliot's rhetoric.
Me and my group of international friends, we just want to get him into the group and trying to help him. He was really upset about why is the world so unfair to him, and like, oh, I'm a good-looking guy, and why are girls falling for those ugly, fat guys? Sometimes I don't want to hang out with him because he's so depressing. He never actually made me feel that, oh, there's a red flag. And we watched a movie with a group of friends. It's called Chronicle. After the movie, he told me that, oh, I want to dominate the world. Like, while the shooting was going on, I was in the bar with my friend. I saw a picture of his car. So I was really shocked. I'm like, dude, this is Elliot's car. I started to see some news feedback on Facebook. And I was totally shocked. I was disappointed. I think he's a really lonely guy. I mean, if he had received more love, then I don't think it would get that bad.
Chris, Elliot's former roommate, also spoke to the news media, talking about how he tried to invite Elliot to hang out with him and his friends, but it was all in vain.
I had a short conversation with him when I moved in, said like, hi, how are you, you know, all the regular things. And then throughout the year, there was a few conversations here and there, but he mostly kept to himself. It just seemed that he didn't really have anyone that he was close to. He would talk about things that aren't going well in school and that things just weren't working out. He talked about how he'd go out and see all these girls hanging out with the guys, and he couldn't understand what exactly they were attracted to, and how he would try and do the same thing and it never seemed to work out. The Isla Vista culture is very much focused on going out, having a party, and then, you know, taking a girl home with you and things like that. So I can understand that not, you know, it hurting and making him feel lonely if it doesn't work out, but not quite to the extreme that it was taken.
The evening after the attack, students and members of the community gathered at a park in Isla Vista. They held a candlelight memorial to honor all of the victims. A few days later, on May 27th, 20,000 people attended a memorial at UCSB's Harder Stadium. One of the 3 women Elliot originally shot outside of the sorority house, Bianca DeCook, went on television as well to speak of her experience that night.
I see his face, he smiles at me, and just starts shooting. Like a smirky, grimacy smile, but it was a smile. He was just, he wanted to do this. He looked happy about it. Honestly, first of all, it didn't seem real. I thought, is this rubber bullets? And then I realized I'm bleeding, I'm in pain.
Monette, the girl Elliot had a crush on at school that he claimed teased and ridiculed him, was shocked to hear that she was mentioned in his manifesto. Not only did she assert that she never bullied him, she didn't remember him at all. She didn't speak for an interview, but her father did, saying, "She was 10 years old, for God's sake. She can barely even remember the guy. He's a sociopath. That's got nothing to do with my daughter. She hasn't seen him since school. How is a 10-year-old girl going to bully a 12-year-old boy? Maybe the girls she hung around with did poke fun at him, but they were kids. My daughter was not a bully. She's devastated over the whole thing. If you think about it, he could have killed her. He could have come after her." Elliot's entire family, Peter, Chin, Sumaya, Georgia, and even little Jazz, were all subject to a flood of death threats over the next few days. They were forced to move every 2 days, staying one step ahead of the public in case anyone acted on those threats. A source close to the family said, "The adults can deal with this, but for people to be targeting Elliot's younger siblings is absolutely disgusting. They did nothing to deserve this, and it's the last thing they need to deal with this. Their lives are basically ruined because of actions beyond their control, because of their brother's actions." Grandma Jinx, now 89 years old, spoke out about the incident, saying, "My grandson was a very sick boy. I am still very upset about all of this. This is very sad for the whole family. If my husband was still alive, he would be in terrible shock." 1 month later, Elliot Rogers' father, Peter, was interviewed, giving his view on the incident. This was one of the first, if not the first time, that a parent of a spree killer gave a full interview to the news media in the United States. He talked about his relationship with his son. He spoke of how normal and well-functioning Elliot appeared to be on the surface.
He was never formally diagnosed, and there was a suggestion that he might have been high-functioning Asperger's. And, you know, these were because of traits. For instance, there was a certain OCD about him. There was a certain, you know, like he'd always put his plate in the same place. He'd like to wear the same clothes every day. Elliot really was a very high-functioning human being. If he was sitting here right now, you would think what a polite boy he was, but yet he had this thing going on inside of him. Elliot was far from evil. Something happened to him, and then I think he became very mentally ill. What I don't get is we didn't see this coming at all. None of us.
He did go on to speak about his issues with women.
How it's so important to present yourself as a human being from the heart outwards and not to be weird. And I say weird because it is weird when you think girls are going to throw themselves at you. I think he had a condition. He had a very seriously advanced mental condition, and I think that whatever would have happened, even if he got a girlfriend, wouldn't have been able to have made him into the happy human being we wanted him to be.
He talked about his difficulties getting along with other kids and his fear of them.
He felt he had an inability to get along with them, and this is when we realized that he had a real fear of other human beings, of other kids his age.
He knew that Elliot had problems with his racial identity.
He would say, they're never going to like me because I'm not 6'2", a jock, sporty guy. He did say to me once, I wish I wasn't half Asian. I never realized that he was so racist.
He even spoke of the online incel communities Elliot frequented.
I was disgusted and I called him up and I said, Elliot, why are you going on these websites? Yeah. This is negative, this is evil, and you shouldn't go on that.
He expressed his shock at finding out what Elliot had planned to do to his family.
I was meant to have a meeting in London and he wanted to know the dates. He wanted me out of town so that he could come and murder his brother. And Samaya, I think he was scared that he would hesitate, and I can understand that.
And ultimately, he spoke of his regrets.
I wish I could turn the clock back for the victims, for our family, for all the scars out there.
While some people respected Peter's decision to speak out and advocate for more parents to keep a close eye on their kids, many felt the interview was in bad taste. Many people theorized that, given his career in Hollywood, Peter was only trying to save his reputation by doing damage control. Some more even theorized that he was capitalizing on the incident for clout. We will likely never know his true intentions behind giving that interview. One of Elliot's high school teachers from his flexible high school also spoke to the media, briefly expressing a sense of shock and disbelief.
There was never a time in working with him or knowing him that I ever felt like his inability to interact socially would ever have led me to believe that this kind of rage was building inside of him. Never.
Peter Roger met up with the father of one of the victims, Christopher Michael Martinez, at a coffee shop in Santa Barbara to have a discussion. As it was a private matter between two grieving fathers on opposite ends of the case, it goes without saying that things were both tense and emotional. Surprisingly, the two were able to find common ground. They vowed to work together to prevent more incidents like this from happening in the future. Richard Martinez said, "We plan to work together so other families such as ours will not suffer as ours have." Richard has been an outspoken critic of the gun laws in the United States ever since the death of his son. Elliot's parents have since expressed similar sentiments. Peter expressed the feeling that knowing that Elliot did all of this was hell on earth, saying, "We are crying out in pain for the victims and their families. It breaks our hearts on a level that we didn't think was possible. It is now our responsibility to do everything we can to help avoid this happening to any other family." By July, an internal investigation into the actions of the police on the day of retribution had been conducted and completed. It was found that all of the police operated within department policy and procedure. It was concluded that they need to do better inspections of their guns, though, as one of them had jammed during the battle. Some lawmakers in California wanted the police to be investigated from the outside as well. This was because of the fact that the police had come out to Elliot's apartment shortly before the day of retribution on request of his mother after she had seen his videos. Despite this, the police didn't even watch his videos. They didn't check the database to see that he had recently bought multiple guns, and they didn't ask to check his apartment at all. They left without doing anything at all purely because Elliot seemed normal to them. In September, legislators in the California state legislature passed a red flag law enabling judges to seize guns from people who are a danger to themselves or others. It was signed into law shortly after by the governor, Jerry Brown. 1 year after the massacre, on the night of May 23, 2015, hundreds of people flocked to UCSB to attend another candlelight vigil to commemorate the 6 victims who had passed away. The mother of George Chen, the friend of Elliot's roommates who had died that day, even made a speech at the event. The next year, in April of 2016, Elliot's mother, Chin, officially gave her deposition in relation to the case. She reported that Elliot had confided to her that his roommates were bullying him. She mentioned instances in which they tried to steal his candy and when they tried to open his door and peep at him, which caused her to request that he be moved to a different room. She claimed ignorance beyond that. Aside from that, she's only ever spoken out one time, simply telling the media, "I feel the world's attention should be focused on supporting the victims' loved ones and remembering the lives that were so tragically lost." After the shooting, users of the forums Elliot attended, mainly PUA Hate, rushed to distance themselves from the massacre. PUA Hate was closed and the users migrated to a new site, sluthate.com. After a while, Sluthate was rebranded into redpilltalk.com, and then Red Pill Talk servers stopped responding in late 2019. In February of 2020, the International Center for Counterterrorism at The Hague described the killings retroactively as misogynistic terrorism. The US Secret Service also came to describe the massacre as misogynistic extremism. In recent years, Elliot's mother Chin has been working as an activist, promoting education and social-emotional development regarding children with problems similar to her son's. She has collaborated with the parents of both victims and perpetrators of violent killings in order to do what she can to prevent cases like this from happening again in the future. Particularly, she works on threat assessment and prevention. She has focused her efforts on stopping more cases like these before they even start. Elliot's younger sister, Georgia, graduated from the University of San Francisco with a degree in media studies and continues to work for a company that promotes creative activism. She has even worked as a cinematographer. It appears that Peter, Sumaya, and Jazz have all moved out to Morocco, where Peter works as a photographer, screenplay writer, and assistant director, while Sumaya also works in television as an actress. On his personal website, Peter Rogers says, "In our new world of having to produce content from our homes, we have equipment, we have a location, and I am happy enough to say that I live with two talented actors, my wife and my son." Elliot's brother, Jazz, has since changed his name and now works as an actor. As Elliot feared, he is a good-looking young man who seems to be doing very well for himself, having several pictures of himself with women floating around. Elliot Rogers is a tale not unlike many others when it comes to true crime, especially when it comes to mass shootings. He had a crippling mental illness that went untreated. He lacked the social skills to develop any meaningful relationships. As a result, he was bullied at every turn. He had a family who failed to notice all of the red flags within his behavior. And finally, all of his clear expressions of criminal intent on YouTube and elsewhere were carelessly dismissed. Elliot Rodger didn't have to die. He didn't have to do what he did. He could have tried a lot of things differently, but he always reverted back to the same lifestyle time and time again. Instead of learning how to communicate with others, he continued to wait for them to come to him first. He focused so much on external validation that he never allowed himself to find a sense of self-worth within. Aside from anxiety medication, he refused to take medication for his autism and radical mood swings. He didn't like therapists and stopped seeing all of his psychiatrists. This case is often a very misunderstood one. Given both Elliot's connection to the INCEL community and his own statements, many feel that being rejected by women was what led Elliot to his crimes. However, Elliot was never truly rejected by any women, according not only to his own manifesto and journals, but to his parents and his friends. He failed to ask any of them out in the first place or even flirt with them. He merely felt that, because they didn't approach him first, they had preemptively rejected him. In the end, he only had assumed that he was or would be rejected by them. There was no problem with Elliot's appearance, his race, his height, or any of the superficial problems he found fault with. In fact, shortly after the story had broken and his face was all over the news, many women took to Twitter to express their disbelief that he was unable to get a girlfriend. By Elliot's very own admission, he knew plenty of shorter men, plenty of men he deemed unattractive, and plenty of Asian men who were able to find girlfriends. The problem was elsewhere. There were a lot of things Elliot could have done differently. He just didn't see them. Maybe with a little help and guidance he could have turned out much differently. Maybe he could have been happy, and maybe his victims would still be alive.
Elliot Rodger is not the type of person one should admire. He is quite the opposite. He would better serve as a cautionary tale, a prime example of what can go wrong with a perfect storm of contributing factors such as these. Unfortunately, people living a similar life to Elliot often have a much different perspective when they read about this case. Hearing a story so similar to their own resonates with them. Rather than feeling pity or disgust, they feel a sense of admiration, maybe even idolization. Ever since Elliot's death, it has become more and more common for the incel community to celebrate and even encourage violence. Out of all of the incel killers there have been, Elliot was one of the first, and he was, without the slightest doubt, the biggest and most well-known. The incel community, despite having bullied him in the past, grew to worship him as an icon, dubbing him by the name he's still known by to this very day, the Supreme Gentleman. Elliot's prevalence within the community is so intrinsic at this point that going on a violent killing spree is often referred to as going ER. Unfortunately, ever since Elliot's murder spree, many others have gone on to do just that. The echo of Elliot Rodger's crime spree continues to reverberate throughout society even a decade later. While we can't possibly know how many criminals were inspired by his crimes in total, we have already had very many who have come out and made it clear that they were. Both of the incels that Elliot was reported to have communicated with online, Chris Harper Mercer and Alek Minassian, went on to commit their own mass murders in the next few years. Alek Minassian wrote a message in his final Facebook post that quickly encapsulates the sentiment of incels worldwide. All hail the Supreme Gentleman, Elliot Rodger.
Elliot's attack would go on to inspire many more other incels with the same mindset that he had. Nobody could have ever predicted how far-reaching the effects of his attack would really be. It was with this attack that he gained notoriety within the community, despite being laughed at and ridiculed before. It was specifically due to this notoriety that many others decided they wanted to try the same thing for themselves. One of them was both an incel and a budding school shooter, Christopher Harper Mercer. He was born in Torrance, California in 1989. His parents were Ian Mercer, a white man from England, and Laurel Margaret Harper, a black woman from the US. They had married in 1989 but separated before Christopher was born. They decided to amicably agree to share legal custody of him, though. However, this wouldn't come to pass, and Christopher ended up spending his entire life living with his single mother. In 2006, his parents officially divorced, having been separated for more than a decade at that point. His father ended up living in Tarzana, an area of Los Angeles, and rarely saw his son from that point onward. Not a whole lot of information is available on Chris's childhood, but we do know that he was an unruly kid, to say the least. His mother would later say that he often had horrible tantrums as a kid that required her to, quote, pin him down in bear hugs. Often. In another incident, he even opened the car doors on the highway while the car was moving and attempted to jump out. He ended up in the hospital afterwards and was put on psychiatric medicine. He kept taking them throughout his childhood and seemed to do relatively okay, but he stopped taking them by the time he turned 18. But once he turned 18, he decided to join the US Army and did so in 2008, going to basic training at Fort Jackson in South Carolina. However, it didn't go well. He flunked out and got discharged from basic training after only 5 weeks due to what was called a failure to meet minimum administrative standards. It has been rumored that what caused this failure was an attempt to take his own life, but Army officials have not commented on this. He returned to Torrance and started attending the Switzer Learning Center, graduating in 2009. That learning center teaches students with special needs and emotional difficulties, dealing with both autism and Asperger's syndrome. The website for the center says that the school has a long history of working with children who have been unsuccessful in traditional classrooms. At some point right after returning home, there was an incident where he pointed a gun right at his mom's head, right in her face, actually. This was when he was either 19 or 20 years old. But despite actions like these, Christopher's mom actually became very overprotective of him and tried to shield him from any and all negative activity, particularly around their neighborhood. A year later, starting in 2010 and going up to 2012, Christopher attended the El Camino College in Torrance. According to one spokesman for the college, he wasn't involved in any incidents throughout his time at the school. Whether or not he received a degree is unclear. At some point during his schooling, he signed up for Mashable, an entertainment-centered website. That would be mundane, but it was linked to his Facebook profile, which has since been deleted, and showed that his profile included what people call a reference to Nazi Germany. It also included various embarrassing, edgy quotes, such as, "When all the pleasures of the world have diluted, the only thing left that is pure is power." Law enforcement agencies have since said that it is evident by Chris's online activity that he was a very hate-filled man. He was very anti-religion, and he was quite the white supremacist despite being half-black himself. All of this was made much worse by his ongoing mental health issues. His mother, Laurel, has attested to his mental health issues, writing in an online forum that both she and her son did indeed have Asperger's. Going under the username Tweetybird, she wrote that, "My son has Asperger's. He's no babbling idiot, nor is his life worthless. He's very intelligent and is working on a career in filmmaking." Despite Christopher's mental illness seeming to worsen over time, he had never been involuntarily committed in any way. If he had, that would have prevented him from ever buying a gun. So he was easily able to pass a background check and receive a gun, going for a .380 semi-automatic handgun. At some point, Christopher decided to try to get some instructions on firearms at a Los Angeles area firearms academy. He was denied. The instructor there later said that the reasoning behind the refusal to train him was that Christopher seemed, quote, "weird and a little bit too anxious for high-level weapons training." After Laurel got a new job in Winchester, Oregon in 2013, she moved there along with Christopher, who decided to go along with her. According to Laurel, Christopher mentioned being excited that, unlike in California, he would finally be free to open carry a weapon. By this time, Laurel and Christopher had 14 weapons throughout their apartment, all purchased legally. Laurel wrote online that she always kept fully loaded Glocks and an AR-15 inside the place. They often went to shooting ranges together, but that was about the only time Christopher really got out and did any socializing. Otherwise, he was extremely isolated. To add to that, he never saw his father again after moving to Oregon, not once. Neighbors added credit to these claims, saying that he and his mother mainly kept to themselves in a filthy apartment. Laurel was kind of known throughout the local community as being somewhat of a nuisance. Neighbors have said that she often got into disputes with other neighbors over various things, usually complaining about noise. At one point, she even passed around a petition to get one tenant from her building evicted. She had been blaming the cockroach infestation in their own home on this other resident, saying that the cockroaches were getting so numerous that they were keeping her and her son awake all night. Neighbors said she would go around knocking on doors. She would call him baby all the time. I thought it was strange because he was an adult. They added that Christopher was always moving around. It's like he was always anxious or nervous. They found it peculiar that he always seemed to dress in the same kind of clothes, that being combat boots and military-style cargo pants. He was often spotted in this getup while riding his bicycle around town. Once, while going out to ride his bike, he discovered that his tires had been slashed. According to witnesses, he threw a massive, childlike tantrum. His mother struggled to calm him down, yelling loudly and causing a scene. During a rare social outing, Christopher was once asked by a neighbor at a community barbecue about whether or not he owned a gun. He then, seeming nervous, avoided directly answering the question, but did confirm that he liked to practice target shooting. Christopher started attending Umpqua Community College. It seemed that he tried to come out of his shell at least a little bit by this time, as the Facebook page for the theater at the school listed him as being a production assistant, helping out with an upcoming performance. This page has since been scrubbed from the internet. But grades-wise, he wasn't doing too good. He was put on scholastic probation after having a C average overall, a 1.75 GPA. And by September 1st of 2015, he had actually received a letter saying that he would be suspended if he didn't improve on his grades. He was also behind on his tuition payments, over $2,000 behind. Chris had a fairly active life online, having accounts on websites all over the place, anything from entertainment sites to dating sites. On one dating profile, he described himself as being a conservative, thriving in smaller groups. He said that he liked romantic comedies and seeked to date what he called a geek, nerd, intellectual, punk, introvert, loner, lover, according to his profile on a website called Spiritual Passion, a site that claims that it is for spiritual people of all religions and belief systems. This might come off as a bit odd due to Christopher's hatred for religion, but, some people view spiritualism and religion as a kind of a different category, and some only hate organized religion, which he seems to have mentioned before, but I don't know, moving on. He was also very active when it came to sharing torrents. The last update he ever made to his torrents was when he seeded a documentary on the Sandy Hook incident. Christopher continued to vocally oppose organized religion online and continued to sympathize with white supremacist causes, oddly while openly listing himself as being mixed race on multiple profiles online. He was also very close with his black mother, often only ever socializing with her. On his MySpace account, which likely hadn't been updated in a while given that it's MySpace, showed a lot of sympathy for the IRA, a violent militant group that engaged in certain violent attacks against the British in Northern Ireland. He posted a lot of pictures of them, usually while fully decked out in body armor and carrying assault rifles. It's unknown where this fits in with his previously established beliefs. While online, Christopher began using incel lingo more and more, slowly coming to hate women over time. He became fascinated with the incel subculture, likely sympathizing with the group due to his own loneliness and lack of success in dating. However, this went too far, and he ended up admiring, you guessed it, the Supreme Gentleman Elliot Rodger, an incel famous for his hate-fueled mass murder in 2014. And like Elliot, his hatred grew, and he began planning an attack. The final post he would make online would turn out to be an announcement on 4chan, of all places, where he posted, "Some of you guys are alright. Don't go to school tomorrow if you're in the Northwest. Happening thread will be posted tomorrow. See you later, space robots." Then, on October 1st in 2015, Christopher, now aged 26, decided to take his plans into action. Christopher was enrolled in an introductory composition class. This is, for unknown reasons, where he decided to launch his attack. He entered into the hallway near the class, pulled out a gun, and fired a warning shot. As expected, chaos ensued. It was about 5 minutes into this chaos that the first call was made to 911 from Snyder Hall on campus, after a concerned student heard the gunshots. Then the real attack began in classroom number 15, where his class was taking place. Christopher, threatening the other attendees, forced them to group up in the center of the room. At this point, Chris took one man aside and gave him an envelope. He told him that he would be spared on the condition that he took this package to the police. He then told that particular man to go sit in the back of the room. Then Christopher opened fire on the rest of the room as he watched, shooting with one handgun in each hand. The first to be shot was the English teacher at point-blank range. Christopher then, according to some witnesses, asked two students what their religious affiliation was and then shot them each after their response. Some witnesses say that he had asked them if they were Christians, telling those who said yes that they would soon go to heaven anyhow. But whether or not these questions had much weight is unclear, as one of the victims was agnostic and another was pagan, but both ended up shot. Some of the victims were shot multiple times. One of the women, before being shot, begged for her life and tried to reason with Christopher. It didn't do any good. Another tried to hit him with a desk and ended up getting shot in the leg. One, trying to close the classroom door, was shot multiple times in the stomach. And then, finally, one victim was trying to get back into her wheelchair at his own orders when he shot her. By the end of the rampage, Christopher Harper Mercer had killed 9 people in total. 8 of them passed away right then and there, with 1 more passing away at the Mercy Medical Center nearby. Those who passed were Kim Saltmarsh Dietz, age 59, Lucas Abel, age 18, Jason Dale Johnson, who was 33, Lucero Alcaraz, only 19, Trevin Taylor Anspach, who was 20, Rebecca Ann Carnes, age 18, Quinn Glenn Cooper, also age 18, Lawrence Levine, who was 67, and Serena Dawn Moore, who was 43 years old. 8 other people in the room were injured but survived, some surprisingly surviving after suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. One of those who survived was a man named Chris Mintz. He was an Army veteran who was studying at the college. He responded to the scene after hearing screaming coming from another classroom. He held the door open to his classroom to allow the other students to escape. He then left the building and ran over to the library to tell them to evacuate as well. He then actually returned to the scene of the crime where he found a wounded student. He told them to stay low and stay quiet. By then, Christopher noticed him and leaned out of the classroom door, when he then shot Mintz a total of 5 times, a few of the shots occurring after he hit the ground, angry after feeling that Mintz had likely called the police. Mintz then begged for his life, saying that he didn't want to be killed on his son's birthday. Christopher, not really reacting, sank back into the classroom. Mintz was riddled with 7 bullet wounds and 2 broken legs, but he survived. Although that was a lot of information, this all occurred in a relatively very short amount of time. Police actually arrived on the scene very quickly, 6 minutes after the first call was received, meaning 11 minutes after the attack started. When they arrived, Christopher once again leaned out of the classroom door and started firing at them. They fired right back, hitting him once in his right side. None of the officers were hurt. After a 2-minute shootout, Christopher withdrew back into the room. Admitting defeat, he ended things with 1 shot to his own head. This attack was seen as the deadliest in modern Oregon history. Later on, the police indeed got the package that Christopher had given to the man to hand over to them. It contained a lot of rambling writings in which he vaguely described his motivations for the attack. He said that he had no friends, no job, no girlfriend, and complained that he was still a virgin. He also expressed a hatred for black men and complained about his loneliness. He actually badmouthed some other mass killers and critiqued their methods. Throughout the notes, he used incel lingo, made edgy comments, and rambled on about his admiration for Elliot Rodger. He continued, saying, "Other people think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm the sane one," and went on to say that he would be welcomed in hell and embraced by the devil. But for people like me, there's another world, a darker world that welcomes us. For people like us, this is all that's left. My success in hell is assured, he said. He went on to say that he is part of a demonic hierarchy and that he will become a demon once he dies and later will return, possessing another body to kill again and again. But no, he's the same one. The Anti-Defamation League said about the attack, "The issue most often raised about the shootings is whether they constitute an anti-Christian or anti-religious hate crime. This was because of the killer's comments about religion during the attack. However, some doubt the religious motives and instead say that those comments were merely a projection of his mental health issues." After the attack, agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms started searching the entire campus for possible explosives, not taking any chances. While searching, they found 6 guns throughout the crime scene. Most of them, 5 of the 6 in fact, were handguns. The last was a semi-automatic rifle which went unused during the attack. Christopher was also wearing an actual flak jacket and had what they said to be enough ammunition for a prolonged gunfight. That night, Christopher and Lauren's small Oregon apartment was stormed by an avalanche of federal agents. The building was on unincorporated land, just about 5 minutes from the college by car. They ended up finding 8 more guns in the apartment, all legally owned by either Christopher or Lauren. Even the FBI was assisting with the investigation at this point, sending agents out all over Los Angeles County to interview anyone they thought might know Christopher. About 4 hours after the attack took place, Lauren was being interviewed by the Oregon State Police detectives. She told them that Christopher was on medication for his mental health issues, but it very clearly wasn't working. She said that he had been born angry and that he enjoyed watching videos of people getting killed on the internet. Their home was so filthy and disorganized that she never noticed any of the guns were missing that day. When it came to Christopher's father, he didn't have much to say on the issue.
I am just as shocked as everybody at what happened today. I've just been talking to the police and the FBI. Obviously, it's been a devastating day. Devastating for me and my family.
2 days later, on October 3rd, a press conference was held in relation to the incident. The Douglas County Sheriff complimented Chris Mintz for his actions that ended up likely saving lives. Afterwards, to help with his medical bills, Mintz's family set up a GoFundMe account. By that night, they had already received more than $650,000 worth of donations. A few days later, on the 7th, Mintz was released from the hospital. Then, a bit later on the 13th, a 16-year-old girl who was very badly injured during the attack was finally able to go home as well. The governor of Oregon at the time, Kate Brown, said that she was heartbroken by what had happened and stated that she would soon travel there in person. The American Association of Community Colleges and the Association of Community College Trustees issued a similar statement as well. They said that the attack was an absolute tragedy and that they would further commit to on-campus safety. The sheriff said that he would not go on to give the name of the shooter, saying, "I will not give him credit for this horrific act of cowardice. Media will get the name confirmed in time, but you will never hear us use it." Well, we can say that he was right, as the information is all out there at this point.
The local sheriff refuses to say the name of the gunman, Chris Harper Mercer.
The president of the US at the time, Barack Obama, commented on the incident as well, saying, "Thoughts and prayers do not capture the heartache and grief and anger that we should feel, and it does nothing to prevent the carnage from being inflicted someplace else in America next week or a couple of months from now." He then asked that flags be held at half-mast for the time being following the incident. Of course, the debate on gun control became a massive focal point in relation to this incident. Although I really don't like to get into this sort of stuff while making these videos, it would be pretty dishonest to just leave it out of the story considering it did happen. So argument-wise, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole, but narrative-wise, I have to mention that, yeah, it was there. When Obama arrived there, he was met with 200 protesters behind a security fence, many of them with holstered weapons on their person, holding signs condemning gun control. Many of them were actually there to show support for the sheriff, Hanlon, who had been all over the news after the attack and had become somewhat of a celebrity. That same sheriff, after Sandy Hook, sent a letter to Joe Biden, who was vice president at the time, saying that he wouldn't be enforcing any new gun laws that he found to be unconstitutional. This garnered him a lot of fame with these sorts of protesters. As the debate raged on and people focused more on guns than the lives lost during the attack, a memorial was unveiled that honored the victims of the attack in December of 2016. Since then, these sorts of attacks have continued, the problematic subcultures he followed are still thriving on the internet, and not a lot has changed. While all of the previous attacks had been very large in scale, they would also open up the door for something fairly different. That would be small-time criminals who blame their hatred on their misery as being an incel. They could be crimes that were seemingly pretty random and completely unrelated, much like the one in this story. Now, here's a story of an incel crime that's very unlike the others. Not only is the perpetrator in this case quite a bit older than most of the others, his crime seems to have nothing to do with being an incel, at first. This is the story of a 38-year-old security guard living in Edmonton, Alberta in Canada named Sheldon Russell Bentley. While he was working full-time as a security guard, he would often tell anyone who listened that he was a member of the working poor, living at the local YMCA and struggling to maintain his finances. His choice of job didn't really make him any happier, getting attacked by random ruffians from time to time and walking away with very little money to show for it. Even before that, though, he didn't have the best upbringing. He has said that he was abused as a child and lived in an unstable environment. However, he would come to use these problems in his past to justify any bad behavior in his adulthood, no matter how extreme it would become. Sheldon, even while he wasn't working, would often fear the other men around him. He has said himself that he had a lot of inferiority issues and lacked a lot of confidence. Carrying things in his bag like nunchucks or even pellet guns would make him feel more powerful. He even kept a full-sized whip in his locker at work and carried both bear mace and a knife with him wherever he would go. One day, in July of 2016, Sheldon was on the job with another security guard, walking down an alleyway near a strip mall where they worked. They then came across a drunken man passed out in the alley, 51-year-old Donald Duchette. Rather than just wake him up and tell him to get out of there, Sheldon surprised his co-worker by full-on stomping on his chest with his heavy boots. Donald woke up and struggled to breathe before asking Sheldon, "Why are you so mean?" Sheldon then bent over, rummaged through his things, and stole about $20 from him. Sheldon threatened to stomp on him again if he didn't get up. Donald would never come to stand up again, as he came to die from his injuries then and there. Soon after, the police were called and they arrested Sheldon on the spot. They noted that he was carrying nunchucks and a pellet gun in his bag at the time, and that he was wearing very heavy combat boots while he kicked the man. After not too long, it came time for the case to go to trial. Donald's daughter, Tiana, said that she and her family had been trying to help him with his alcoholism for a while now, and they were all devastated to hear that he wouldn't be around any longer to finish his treatment. In her victim impact statement, she said, "My father was an innocent man who didn't deserve to die alone in an alley. No one deserves to be treated so inhumanely." When it came time to explain his actions, Sheldon blamed the stress he was facing in his life for why he acted like he did. He mentioned being poor and having a bad childhood, but he also volunteered some new information. He said that he was infuriated that people would often refer to him as Pee-wee due to his resemblance to Pee Wee Herman. Not only that, but he said that he was incredibly frustrated due to living as an incel for the past 4 years. He did come to apologize to the family of his victim in court, saying, "I am sickened at who I was. I don't like what I've become. I am very sorry for what I have taken from you." The Crown prosecutor asked for Sheldon to be hit with a sentence of 8 years in prison, given that he was in a position of authority and trust given his job as a security guard. Sheldon's lawyer argued that, instead, he should only get 2 years and 4 months followed by some probation. She said that he deserved a lighter sentence because the crime was impulsive and because of his troubled background. In the end, Sheldon was sentenced to 4 years in prison for manslaughter on July 31st, 2018. He was also banned from owning weapons again and ordered to provide a DNA sample to the federal database. He has now been free from prison for a few years. Alongside Elliot and Christopher Harper Mercer, there would be one more man who would come to be known as somewhat of the big three within the incel community. This would be a man from Canada, and he would go on to inspire many others on this list as well, especially people in his local area. He actually claims to have spoken to both Elliot and Christopher before their respective attacks. While we will likely never know if this is actually true, the investigators did seem to believe it. He felt so inspired by what they did that he wanted to try it out for himself. This case was fairly important, as it marked the first time that an incel with no real access to any sort of weaponry was still able to carry out a large-scale crime. This is the story of a man named Alek Manassian, who, although he had a lot of issues socializing and got a bit angry from time to time, had no criminal record whatsoever. Let's start back at the beginning, before Alek was even born. Alek's father was a man named Vahe from Armenia. He moved out to Canada and started working as a software developer. His mother, Sona, was from Iran and worked in IT herself. The two hit it off and got married, moving out to Toronto in the early 90s. The two bought a nice house in the Richmond Hill area together. By all accounts, they were doing very well for themselves. The couple had 2 sons. One of these sons was Alek, who was born back in 1992. Alek, although having a nice, cushy upbringing in the suburbs, wasn't doing too well on the inside. When Alek was old enough, he started attending an elementary school in his area just as any other kid would. Alek, though, was an angry child who always required a lot more parenting than his older sibling. Once he got into school, he was placed into a special education class. Despite being mostly well-meaning and even volunteering to help other kids with special needs himself, Alek wasn't spoken of too highly by his classmates. Alek had a lot of issues growing up. He had numerous tics which seemed to change over time. Sometimes he would spit on himself, sometimes he would make animal sounds, and sometimes he would repeat the same muttered phrases over and over again under his breath, such as one phrase that would prove to provide a little bit of foreshadowing. I'm afraid of girls. At some point during his childhood, he was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. Things didn't really improve much for Alek when he moved on to middle and high school. His classmates described him as being not very social, but ultimately harmless. Alek was put into a special class for students on the autism spectrum once he got into high school. He was, unfortunately, very often bullied. This bullying took a toll on Alek, which it tends to do. After a while, he stopped going out entirely unless it was absolutely necessary. He started living most of his life out on the internet and got more into gaming over time, with Halo being a big obsession of his. Getting more active online, Alek ultimately came to fall down a rabbit hole that a lot of young men with similar problems were falling into at the time, the red pill/incel rabbit hole. While interacting within the incel bubble, Alek went on to befriend none other than the Supreme Gentleman himself, Elliot Rodger, back in 2013. The two met while talking on an incel subreddit and started getting more and more acquainted over time. By 2014, they had become close online friends. That was until Elliot reached out to him one day, telling him that he was going on a mission and that he likely wouldn't be able to get in contact with him again. Soon after, Elliot went on a now infamous killing spree in the name of incels. Once Alek graduated from high school, he went on to Seneca College in Toronto, hoping to work in the IT field like his parents. In fact, he already got a job in the area, working part-time in software development while studying. After not too long, though, he was fired from his job for reasons that are still unknown to this day. A former classmate who took a programming course with Alek at Seneca College told BuzzFeed about some of his experiences, saying, "He was slightly awkward. He kept to himself but participated in class lectures. There was no sign of aggression or hatred towards anybody. In fact, he was quite intelligent. He always had good questions to ask our professor and seemed to do well on his assignments. He seemed to be a good student and his professors seemed to like him. Despite his ability to study, though, his peers didn't really seem to get along with him. Despite all of this, though, at the age of 24, he decided to move out of his parents' home and really try to get his life started. Alek's parents had suggested that he try and join the army. It seems he took a liking to this idea over time, deciding for himself to take the plunge in 2017. Shortly before he was about to graduate school, he instead dropped out and went for the Canadian Armed Forces. Upon joining, he was given the ID number of C23249161. To put it simply, Alek did not do well in the military. In fact, he failed in pretty much any area that you could fail. He couldn't complete the most basic drills, he was pretty absent-minded most of the time, and he really struggled to keep with the strict schedule that was given to him. Given the amount of effort and hand-holding it took just to get him to meet the basics, his superiors just felt that it wasn't worth keeping him around. On top of all that, Alek caught strep throat pretty early on and ended up spending the rest of his short stint in the military in bed. Ultimately, spending only 2 short months in the military, Alek requested voluntary release after 16 days of recruit training. He was released, with senior military officials saying that, although he wasn't acclimating to military life, nothing he ever did raised any red flags to them. Alek was left with no choice but to move back in with his parents and go back to college to finish his final semester. He tried to make friends there, but never really did succeed. He had a bad habit of interrupting people to talk about himself and failed to listen whenever they would try to converse about anything on their end. He became a frequent user of R9K on 4chan, their own incel forum among other incel forums, such as the infamous subreddits that have long since been banned. He more and more rooted his identity in inceldom as his anger and hatred towards the world, society, and mainly women grew. He went from being socially awkward to downright confrontational over time. He would snap more and more at his classmates as they attempted to talk to him, leading to him getting into a fight in one of his classes. Fed up with school and society in general by this point, Alek left one final message on Facebook for his classmates as soon as he completed his last class that he needed to graduate. Finally finished college. Fuck you all and good riddance. On April 23rd of 2017, Alek went out to a van rental service called Rider Central not too far from his home. He told them that he was going to be moving into a new place soon and needed a good-sized van to get the job done. The workers gave him a background check, which came back squeaky clean, and handed over the keys to one of their vehicles. Alek didn't quite know how to control the car properly, so one of the workers gave him a quick rundown and sent him off on his way. Alek didn't get too far away from the rental shop before he pulled the car over and sat in silence for a while, thinking to himself. He pulled out his phone and decided to make one final Facebook post, writing, "Private Recruit Manassian Infantry 00010, wishing to speak to Sergeant 4chan, please. C2324961. The INCEL rebellion has already begun. We will overthrow all the Chads and Stacys. All hail the Supreme Gentleman Elliot Rodger." Chads and Stacys are incel lingo, referring to the handsome men and hot women who tend to succeed in society while the incels are doomed to a hellish existence all alone by themselves. The incel rebellion is their idealized overthrowing of society, which tends to play out in the form of their violent attacks. Elliot Rodger, after performing his own violent killing spree, was hailed as the supreme gentleman by incels, becoming an idol in their minds. In their minds, he was a good example of a man who wasn't afraid to do what needed to be done. Alek, being a good friend of Elliot's, admired him endlessly for that. Alek wanted some of that glory for himself. Then he started the van back up and sped off toward downtown Toronto. The attack began at 1:25 p.m. Alek, going down Finch Avenue, ran a red light and started driving south on the sidewalk of Yonge Street, running over and hitting multiple innocent people. The first 911 calls started pouring in, with people screaming that multiple people had been left injured and dead after a madman deliberately drove onto the sidewalk to hit them. Many people did what they could to dodge the car. Some succeeded, but many didn't. A lot of people didn't even see it coming. Various people captured the incident on video at the time, and the videos quickly went viral. Not too long after, the whole world was watching as the events unfolded. Security cameras from local businesses captured the carnage as well, showing that Alek reached Tolman Street about 1 block south and entered back onto the main road for a short while before again driving back onto the sidewalk, hitting more people in front of Mel Lastman Square, a civic plaza. It was evident to anyone watching that Alek was trying to hit these people, that it wasn't an accident. Witnesses said that he was zigzagging, aiming for the crowds of people running for their lives. People on the scene did their best to escape, running inside of buildings and fleeing from the scene. Paramedics came out to the scene as quickly as possible and opened up an emergency center to tend to the victims as well as they could. After taking so much damage, the van started to break down. It eventually slowed down and came to a stop about 1 mile away. A police officer, normally working traffic control, was in the area, Constable Ken Lamb. He approached the damaged van, which had died on the sidewalk of Points Avenue. Lamb parked his cruiser and started walking toward Alek, confronting him as he stood outside of the driver's door. Alek continually pulled a dark object from his pocket and aimed it toward the police officer again and again. It was evident what he was doing. He was trying to make it appear as if he had a gun so that the officer would shoot him. This object, though, was only his wallet. Lamb ordered Alek to drop to the ground while Alek continually tried to get the officer to shoot him, demanding to be shot in the head. "Get down," the officer repeatedly yelled, only for Alek to once again thrust forward his wallet and scream, "Kill me." The officer wasn't shooting, though. Instead, he continually ordered for Alek to get down on the ground. Alek asserted that he had a gun, to which the officer responded, "I don't care, get down." Lamb, realizing that the object in Alek's hand was indeed not a gun, pulled out his baton. After a short back and forth, Alek ultimately did as he was told, surrendering and getting down onto the ground. He was arrested without incident only minutes after the attack began at 1:32 p.m. Toronto subway and bus services in the area were immediately shut down. Parts of Yonge Street were blocked off for the investigation for days, as well as parts of other civic centers. Local businesses were allowed to remain open, although the front areas that had access to the main streets were blocked off due to the investigation. This left entering the buildings from their back doors to be the only option. Given that this was going to make things difficult and that they had already experienced so much, most of these businesses just decided to remain closed for a while. It wasn't too long before Alek was identified and his face was all over the news, both within Canada and all over the world. Alek's final Facebook post went viral among his friends, and soon to the wider world as well. Alek was quickly praised by other incels online, getting himself the moniker Saint Alek, a title and position similar to that of Elliot Rodger in their eyes. 15 people were injured but lived. 9 people had died then and there on the scene. Later on that night, the Toronto police announced that 1 more had passed away. Another victim was paralyzed from the neck down and never ended up leaving the hospital, passing away from the injuries months later, bringing the total dead up to 11. Of all that died, 8 of the victims were women, a fact that Alek likely enjoyed. Soon after, Alek was interrogated, leading to what was probably one of the most bizarre interrogations to take place in recent history. It was something that likely left the police officers unfamiliar with the incel subculture scratching their heads in confusion. Alek told the officers that he basically did this to punish society for leaving him in the dust as an incel.
What about difficulties with girls in particular?
No.
No difficulties with girls at all?
No.
No, not at all. How do you feel about girls in general?
I'm attracted to them.
Oh, you are? Okay. So you're heterosexual?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that? Okay, that's important. Have you ever had a relationship with a female?
I don't wish to answer that.
Okay, all right.
I would say that sometimes I am a bit upset that they choose to date obnoxious men instead of gentlemen.
Yeah.
Because I feel that it's illogical to be dating such men when they could be dating gentlemen instead.
Alek spoke out about his hatred for women and what brought him to that point.
On Halloween of 2013, I was attending a house party, and I walked in and attempted to socialize with some girls. However, they all laughed at me and held the arms of the big guys instead. I felt very angry that they would, because I considered myself a supreme gentleman, I was angry that they would give their love and affection to obnoxious brutes. I started thinking that it's unfair that certain guys will not get any love and affection from girls.
Okay. And what do you mean by certain guys?
Such as me, that are very nice and act gentlemanly.
Right.
Eventually, he spoke out about the beginnings of his career as an incel as a whole.
Are there other guys? Did you find other guys are in the same?
I know of several other guys over the internet who feel the same way, but I know they are, I would consider them too cowardly to act on their anger.
So when did you first start going on to 4chan?
Since 2014. On R9K, they call us space robots.
Okay.
The topic is usually frustrations at an inability to lose one's virginity, specifically for young males.
Okay. What would the typical conversations contain?
Red pill truths about why women choose to date obnoxious men.
Date the Chads.
Yeah.
The Chads of this world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, the Stacy's going for the Chads.
Exactly. The Stacy's are the dizzy dumb girls dating the goofy jocks.
Yeah.
Right. So you call them Stacy's and Chads.
Yeah.
I've heard that term before. I've done a little bit of reading, and I know a little bit about involuntary
celibacy.
Celibacy, right? So being celibate, involuntarily celibate. What does that mean?
That means celibacy means someone who never has a sexual intercourse.
Right.
Involuntary celibacy means this wasn't your choice. You essentially have been thrown into true forced loneliness, and you're unable to lose your virginity.
Right.
This is especially painful for young males.
When did you first? Sorry, you mentioned this and I forgot. When did you first go on to 4chan?
2014.
2014, and specifically when in 2014?
May 23, 2014.
And how were you able to remember that?
Because I remember that was a very significant day.
Okay. What was that?
That was when Elliot Rodger decided to essentially commit an uprising, a beta uprising, if you will, against the Chads and the Stacys.
Okay. What type of uprising occurred? What happened?
It was a beta uprising.
While talking, he mentioned Chris Harper Mercer, who I've also done a video on, and spoke about how he would communicate with both him and Elliot regularly.
Moves.
I thought Chris Harper Mercer committed a beta uprising in Oregon in 2014.
It's basically a movement of angry incels, such as myself, who are unable to get laid. Therefore, we want to overthrow the Chads, which would force the Stacys to be forced to reproduce with the incels.
And were these fellas active on 4chan?
Yes.
They were. Have you ever communicated with these fellas?
I actually have, as a matter of fact.
Who did you communicate with?
Both of them, actually.
Really?
And we were plotting a certain timed strikes on society in order to confuse and shake the foundations, just to put all the normies in a state of panic. We don't necessarily wish to kill the normies, but we do wish to subjugate them in order to make them understand that that our type is the more superior one, meaning either imprison them or put them in a lower position in society.
Okay.
So that they acknowledge the incels or the Pepe the Frog types as the more superior ones.
Alek's parents' home was searched. The home quickly became an active crime scene. The house was constantly being recorded by onlookers and investigated by the police. This was no way to live, and 2 months later the family had to sell the home and move out. They didn't feel safe, they no longer had any semblance of privacy, and they were ashamed of what had happened. The police constable who took Alek down, Ken Lamb, was praised for his handling of the situation without resorting to lethal force, refusing to give Alek the ending he wanted. Lamb insisted that he was merely doing his job. Lighting was dimmed in the area of the crime, and flags were left at half-mast within Toronto and most surrounding areas. A makeshift memorial was set up in the park on the east side of Yonge Street across from where the attack had started. Flowers, candles, and handwritten messages piled up as people from all over came to pay their respects. Other memorials started sprouting up where the rest of the injuries took place as well. This incident was included in the 2018 public report on the terrorism threat to Canada, which spoke of youth radicalization taking place online, mainly on social media. Alek's former classmates began to speak out to various news media outlets about their experience with him. One said that he was just a weird and awkward person, but extremely smart, adding that, still, she couldn't imagine him doing something like this. He was extremely bright, and I presumed he had a bright future ahead of him due to his immense amount of experience, the student said. He was easily one of the best students in the class I had him in. On April 24th of 2018, Alek was appearing in court. There, he was being charged with 10 counts of murder and 13 counts of attempted murder. His father attended the hearing, telling media that he had not spoken with his son since the incident. The next month, Alek was given 3 more charges of attempted murder. His trial was set to take place in February of 2020, but was delayed many times due to lockdown. The trial finally began in November of 2020, conducted over Zoom due to the ongoing pandemic. Alek, despite having already admitted to both planning the attack in advance and carrying it out, decided to plead that he was not criminally responsible. A psychiatrist retained by his lawyers stated that Alek's autistic way of thinking was severely distorted in a way similar to psychosis, even though Alek was not technically psychotic. These claims that Alek's autism led him to act this way were met with extreme backlash from autism rights advocates across the board, feeling that such claims would only worsen the social stigma of autism among sufferers. The court determined that Alek had the ability to make moral choices and chose not to. He was found to be well-functioning and highly intelligent. Alek later claimed to his psychiatrist that he wasn't really that big into the INCEL movement, that he only used the narrative to get the maximum amount of attention possible. He said that he had numerous other motives at play, saying that he wanted to set a record-breaking kill count after taking a fascination in school shootings. He also listed his isolation, violent fantasies, and anxiety about getting a job as other motivators. While denying that he had any hatred against women, Alek contradicted himself by telling a psychiatrist that he wished that he had killed more of them. In court, many survivors of the attack spoke out about their lingering feelings of survivor's guilt and about their feelings of inadequacy after not having been able to save more people on the scene. They spoke of the lasting psychological trauma that they had experienced ever since that day. Many relatives of the victims came out to describe their pain of loss as well. The court, realizing that more than anything Alek just wanted to become famous among his incel peers online, decided to start referring to him as Mr. Doe just to spite him. This decision was mainly symbolic, as Alek's name was already out there. They just felt that he didn't deserve to gain the attention that he so desperately wanted. On March 3rd of 2021, Alek Minassian was found guilty on all counts in a verdict that was live-streamed here on YouTube. Sentencing was to be delayed until the next year. Then, on June 13th of 2022, Alex was finally sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole, for 25 years at least. The very next month, he filed a notice of appeal, saying that the judge made unreasonable findings and misapprehended expert evidence. We'll have to see if he ever gets that appeal. In the end, instead of stopping Elliot Rodger from committing his crime spree, Alek decided to wish him luck. Instead of seeking help, he decided to follow in his footsteps. In the end, he's just another man in the long line of incel terrorists. Some people online will simply laugh at him, but others will worship him as a role model. Neither of these reactions will solve anything. After all of these attacks, incels would only come to be known more and more to the wider public. While they had been a mainstay online for several years now, the average person likely still hadn't really heard of them up until this point. Their influence spread far and wide, convincing many others in similar situations to commit similar attacks. While most of them would focus on just killing anyone, basically indiscriminately, some of them would focus on women specifically, like the man in this next video. So the subject of today's episode is a man named Scott Paul Beerley, a man born in 1978, 40 years old at the time of this story. Thanks to social media profiles he left online, such as on Facebook and on LinkedIn, we have a pretty good idea of what kind of person he was. He was a military veteran, for one. His role in the Army involved procuring technology like night vision goggles and fire support equipment. There are some photos floating around that show him at the US military base in Grafenwauer, Germany. However, after 2 years he was gone. Although he was honorably discharged, it has since come to light that he was let go after inappropriate contact with female soldiers. It seems that afterwards he then became a teacher, along with being an Eagle Scout. He taught for the Anne Arundel County Public School System in Maryland, where he reportedly taught English and social studies at Meade High School. He was also affiliated with some nearby conservative groups such as the FSU College Republicans and We Are Conservatives. Eventually, he transitioned into being a substitute teacher before losing the job entirely, listing his profession as job seeker since 2013. So what was it that probably brought his career to a grinding halt? Well, it was likely a number of things that combined into one large, concerning lump. Scott had a very long history of big, glaring red flags. He's been arrested, accused of groping women, banned from a college campus, made inflammatory YouTube videos, made misogynistic SoundCloud songs, and idolized, you guessed it, the Supreme Gentleman himself, Elliot Rodger. So while Scott was going back and forth between multiple schools as a substitute teacher, he eventually met the end of his career after facing many, quote, performance issues, and being accused of inappropriate behavior on multiple accounts. On one of these accounts, it's reported that he repeatedly asked a female student if she was ticklish, while awkwardly tickling her stomach just below her chest, obviously against her wishes. He's also been arrested on charges of battery twice, once in 2012 and once in 2016, both times grabbing butts he shouldn't have been grabbing. A local woman had called the police on Scott in 2012 when he reportedly grabbed her butt at a Florida State University dining hall. For unknown reasons, she declined to press charges against him in the end. In around 2014, Scott heard of who they called the Supreme Gentleman, Elliot Rodger. He sympathized with him, saying that he also felt lonely and unloved by the ladies. In 2014, Scott started posting his own videos on YouTube under the nickname Scott Carnifex. Unfortunately, YouTube has removed his videos, but many people have saved them online and discussed their content. Scott publicly identified as an incel and repeatedly complained about being rejected by women. He self-identified as a misogynist as well. He also tended to go on rants about black people and illegal immigrants, with one of the video titles being Dangers of Diversity. One of these videos was titled The Rebirth of My Misogynism, in which he started listing the names of women that he met all throughout his life, from middle school up until his stint in the military, that he said caused his rebirth. Likely meaning that they were what made him into an incel.
Address the origins of my misogynism and the rebirth and when it was reborn emerges out of the womb one particular way, but entering adolescence, I had the same goals and objectives and expectations, really, I think, as anybody, as any tweener, is that the word, is that the term? I would say the origins really derive in 8th grade. 8th grade home ec class. If you haven't seen the will that a group of females can generate when they target anyone, be it the target of their collective treachery can be anyone. In this particular case, it was me. It wasn't some other female.
He also really seemed to despise the idea of interracial relationships. In one video, he stated that women were whores if they dated black men, and said that he himself found black women to be disgusting.
I see a lot of interracial couples. When I see an interracial couple, I think one of two things, and I don't believe I can't imagine that I'm unique in this. I think one of two things: either the guy couldn't do any better, or the girl's a whore, or it has some variety of mental illness or psychological issue. In particular, what I'm referring to is a white man and a colored girl, or a man of color and a white female. The Army seemed to have a lot of this, and I saw plenty of officers with Asian wives or black wives, and I always thought, this is what you're resigning yourself to. You couldn't do any better than this to provide you with companionship, ultimately. I mean, even mail order, you can get a mail order bride from Russia or the Ukraine. You don't have to resign yourself to some iguana, some lizard. I had a flatmate here, a suite mate, and he had a black girlfriend, and I remember thinking, like, I hope you don't do whatever I guess you have to do to make you happy, but I hope you don't expect me to envy you. You might as well go down to the pet store and buy a puppy and start fucking it. I'm not going to envy you that either. I mean, if a third to a half of all your females are disgustingly obese and have bad skin, yeah, and if these girls are going to be whores,
The rest of the videos mainly consisted of rants about any topic, anything ranging from subjects like the Affordable Care Act to long-winded complaints about girls who bullied him in middle school. And when I say they could be about any topic, I mean pretty much any topic.
I see dreadlocks as the black man's mullet. For those of you who don't know what mullets are or were, you don't really see them anymore because they looked ridiculous. Even as a teen, I never wore a sports jersey of a professional athlete, even as a teen. But as a teen, I suppose you can get away with it. The invasion of Central American children and Hobby Lobby. I'll make this quick. Male pop singers as opposed to female pop singers. It branches into country music as well. Pop country, I guess you'd say. I'd like to talk a little bit about cops now and how much I hate them and why I hate them. I know there's a movie called Mean Girls, but that's girls being, I think, mean to other females. You've never...
Honestly, I'd love to just keep showing these videos for longer, but there are so many of them. It's almost 2 hours in total, and there are a lot of, let's say, display-worthy moments. He also posted on SoundCloud, where he made what people have called misogynistic music, with such classic titles as Bring Your Fatwa and American Wigger. I can't find any of these songs online anywhere. I'd be interested in hearing them, so if you can find them, please list them down in the comments below. I'd appreciate it. According to recounts of the songs, in one song called Locked in My Basement, it is said that he described keeping a woman as a toy chained in his basement. In another, he spoke of walking into a high school locker room and groping all the girls there. He basically had zero talent musically, said a Florida recording engineer who rented a studio to Beerley for $50 an hour. After a while, his behavior obviously started causing concern. To who, you may ask? Pretty much everybody. His family, his friends, his co-workers, his roommates, his bosses, school employees, online communities, and even law enforcement. A few people did end up reporting him to the police for various reasons. He even got banned from some local bars due to the way he treated female customers. His parents were concerned with the way he would touch girls and were concerned enough for their own safety around him that they slept with their bedroom door locked at night. We called him Nazi Scott. He'd walk up and just start talking about how Hitler was right to clear the human race of gays and Jews and blacks, said a woman who knew him. However, even with this many red flags, nobody assumed that he would be capable of much, much worse. There was another incident in 2016 in which Scott was arrested on a misdemeanor battery charge. A young woman had reported him, saying that he came up to her in the swimming pool at her apartment complex. When he did, he complimented her butt and asked if he could rub sunscreen on it. The woman obviously declined the generous offer. So Scott then slapped, grabbed, and shook her butt before apparently leaving. The woman in this case agreed to drop the charges against him if he completed a 6-month-long diversion agreement, which set several limitations for him, including some that forced him to avoid drinking too much and to see a psychologist and follow their recommendations. Around this time, there was a rise in what the Secret Service calls misogynistic extremism. It grows and festers within these incel communities. They serve as giant echo chambers for these ideas to spread to new members and grow worse and worse with current members. There have been many mass killings recently that have been committed by these members. Until now, the videos I've focused on have mainly covered failed attacks, but that's not the case today. Scott Paul Beerley, now a 40-year-old, unemployed, chronically single man, hit rock bottom. He began planning an attack and continued to plan it for months, reportedly. One fateful day, on November 2nd of 2018, he decided to finally carry out his plans. He set his sights on a hot yoga studio in the Benton Hills complex on Bradford Road in Tallahassee. He showed up around 5 p.m., posing as a new student who had signed up for the yoga class. 11 other people were there for the 5:30 p.m. class, along with the instructor. Once inside, at about 5:37 p.m., Scott pulled a gun out and began shooting, hitting 6 people in the process. After those shots were fired, however, his gun jammed. Seeing the opportunity, one of the men attending the class, Joshua Quick, charged him. Quick indeed. Scott pistol-whipped him in the head during the scuffle, giving the man a very bloody, painful injury, but failing to stop him entirely. "I jumped up as quickly as I could," said Quick, sporting multiple injuries across his face. "I ran back over, and the next thing I know I'm grabbing a broom, the only thing I can, and I hit him again." He then proceeded to beat Scott with both that broom and a vacuum during the fight. Several people were able to flee during their exchange. Afterwards, the man who attacked Scott was able to flee the building as well, rushing into a nearby bar afterwards.
Thanks to him, I was able to try to rush out of the door. I was slipping. I was dripping blood everywhere because I got shot through my thigh. He saved my life.
A woman began to treat the wound on his head, which was bleeding profusely. He notified the patrons at the bar that there was an active shooter nearby. The bloody mess on his head led credence to these claims. The customers at the bar then noticed more people fleeing from the studio. The yoga studio was actually part of a multi-story plaza that also housed some restaurants, jewelry stores, hair salons, and other businesses. Eventually, those around would start to hear the commotion in the yoga studio. A 60-year-old man, when interviewed, was said to have been eating at a restaurant below the yoga studio when he and his family heard several loud bangs above them, which they now realized to have been gunshots. "We just heard pow, 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 pow," the man said. It sounded like a limb falling on a tin roof and rolling. Eventually, the restaurant owner came out, asking if there was a doctor anywhere near in the building. An emergency room nurse was actually present, and she was able to help treat the victims for about an hour as help arrived. The Tallahassee police were called out to the studio right after all the action started. They arrived just minutes later, and when they did, they were in for a sight. They found Scott lying there in the blood-covered studio, dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. 6 others had been shot as well, and paramedics were quickly called to the scene. One victim was in critical condition at the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, along with 3 other people who were listed as being in serious condition. However, 2 of the victims, Maura Binkley and Nancy Van Vessem, had already since died at the scene. Maura was 21 years old, a student at Florida State University, all set to graduate in 2019. Nancy was a doctor, 61 years old, the chief medical doctor for Capital Health Plan. She also was a part of Florida State University, although she worked as a faculty member. The president of FSU, John Thrasher, quickly released a statement in relation to the incident. There are no words to express the shock and grief we feel after learning of the deaths of Maura Binkley and Dr. Nancy Van Vessem. To lose one of our students and one of our faculty members in this tragic and violent way is just devastating to the Florida State University family. We feel this loss profoundly, and we send our deepest sympathies to Maura's and Nancy's loved ones while we pray for the recovery of those who were injured. The police ended up interviewing 40 people at the scene, all of which had similar accounts of hearing the gunfire and seeing the people fleeing the scene. The police chief, Michael DeLeo, gave credit to the yoga students who fought back against Scott, not only to save themselves, but to save the people around them.
The fact that we had people fight this attacker and prevent him from doing further harm really, I think, speaks to the true spirit of Tallahassee.
Soon enough, the FBI themselves were on the case. Cooperating with local police, both were able to attest to Scott's extreme hatred of women, calling him disturbed. They discovered that his plans had actually started months and months before the incident, not giving much detail beyond that. After a while, the case was officially designated as misogynistic extremism. One day after the shooting, an instructor from the Hot Yoga Center held a public class in the middle of Adams Street to promote healing. Florida State University held a candlelight vigil for all of the victims of the shooting 2 nights later on November 4th. A series of other vigils were held during the next 2 nights as well, some held by the friends and family of the deceased victims. Various tributes were also posted online, often by those who knew the victims. The woman who had filed a police report against Scott all the way back in 2012, the one who got her butt grabbed in the dining hall, told the press that she never forgot how creepy Scott was. She was 18 back then, while Scott was 34 years old. I was totally just shocked. Since then, I've been feeling a little guilt. If I'd pressed charges, would that have stopped him from doing all of this? How was he not monitored somehow? She said. In 2018, the Southern Poverty Law Center and the INCEL started including male supremacy in with the ideologies that they track. The Anti-Defamation League started taking misogynistic ideology seriously as well, saying in their 2018 report, "Every day, as virulent white supremacists make their hatred known, we immediately and rightly call them extremists. We have not been nearly as unequivocal in our condemnation when it comes to men who express violent anger towards and loathing for women." Attacks connected to incel ideology, such as this attack and one that occurred in Toronto, Canada in 2018, ended up raising a lot of awareness as to what dangers these online communities can really cause. Let me know if you'd like to see me cover that Toronto case as well. Then in 2019, the parents of Maura Binkley decided to sue both the yoga studio and the owner of the property, saying that both of them were negligent when it came to providing enough safety for the attendees. Then just recently, this year in 2022, the Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center finally released a detailed study of this incident. They declared that the attacker is typical when it comes to misogynistic extremism, the most violent end of the spectrum of incel ideology. Scott's previous arrests, his videos, his songs, and his blatant admiration of Elliot Rodger were factors in this declaration. The case was produced in order to study how extreme hatred of women can result in such violent and even deadly behavior. The research is planned in order to help train law enforcement, school officials, and members of the community to help better identify these attackers like Scott before they attack rather than after. After all of these attacks, it's fairly safe to say that the incel rhetoric had gone mainstream. People began to use their memes more and more, both genuinely and ironically. While incel forums were getting banned and removed from the internet here and there, their influence had already spread far and wide to major platforms like Facebook and Twitter. It was basically impossible to ignore at this point, with people seemingly completely unrelated to the subculture participating in its content online. Now we have the story of an incel who committed a crime that was very unlike the others. While it appeared to have been planned to be a very large-scale crime, things may not have been quite so simple. Brian Isaac Clyde was a private first class in the U.S. Army in his early 20s by the time of this story. Having grown up around the military, Brian felt that he was fated to go down a similar path himself. After all, he had come from a long line of military veterans and had even participated in a good number of war reenactments in his free time. Stationed in Fort Campbell in Kentucky, eventually he decided that this line of work wasn't for him. He struggled with training and tests that he was having to take prior to his eventual deployment. For reasons that are still unclear, he left the military after an honorable discharge, having been enlisted from 2015 to 2017. However, things weren't all over for Brian. It seemed that he was still motivated to move forward. He attended and graduated from Del Mar College in Corpus Christi, Texas. He ended up with a degree in applied science and non-destructive testing technology. There were things about him that alarmed even his own family, though. While a lot of people like weapons, Brian liked them a little too much. He even started creeping out his own brother. After it appeared that he had violent ideations of hurting both himself and others, his own brother reported him to the FBI. However, the FBI never followed up on the tip because Brian had never made any sort of specific threat towards anyone. Online, Brian had already been radicalizing himself. He posted memes of all sorts, ranging from harmless jokes to incel content to much more concerning posts. He began posting more anti-government memes, things that he seemed to post half-jokingly. He posted a whole lot of memes about guns, posts about guns, and expressions of his love for guns. He talked about how he could get around gun laws in different states like California. When it came to incel content, he posted various memes related to Chads, Stacy's, and looks maxing. He talked about hating the state of Israel and even celebrated Alex Jones. Some of his text posts even made light of incest. However, more concerning than the other posts, he began to combine a fascination with shootings with his incel memes. He posted one meme called Virgin Shooting vs. Chad Rampage, outlining what he believed to make a mass shooting truly manly. It seems that he wanted to commit some sort of violent act in true Chad fashion. He posted random rants he filmed on his phone to Facebook as well, often making very little sense to the average viewer. At some points, he would rant about things as simple as wanting food.
But you know what I just want to eat? I just want to eat some food, man. But no, this kind of person can't eat this kind of food. But you know what I say to them? I say, well, I'm going to eat it. And I'm going to eat it real good. I get angry at them. You don't want to get in my way when I'm angry. Because then I don't see you as a person. I see you as food. And it just makes me even more hungrier. And I get yummy. That will dance on my tongue. And make my taste buds breed for generations. That will tell of this feast of your flesh for centuries. And for several millennia to come. Except seafood. If you live on the coast, you could piss off because I won't eat you.
On one night, June 9th, he posted about a storm that was coming towards Dallas. However, it's believed that he was using that storm as kind of a play on words, instead referring to the storm within the Q movement lore. In the video, he said that he wouldn't be without defense before holding up a gun to the camera.
I don't know how much longer I have, but the storm is coming. However, I'm not without defense. Yeah. Ready? Let's do it.
On June 17th, 2019, Brian would come to commit the attack that he had been envisioning for quite some time now. Given his hatred for the government, it appeared that he wanted to target a government building of some sort. He felt that there would be no better place than the Earl Cabell Federal Building and Courthouse in Dallas, Texas to get this done. He pulled up to the building wearing tactical gear and a mask while carrying his gun. He first opened fire near the building outside before making his way up to the glass doors at the entrance. There, he aimed inside of the building and began firing off shots. 3 officers from the Federal Protective Service engaged with him and returned fire back towards him. As it happens, a photojournalist named Rom Fox, who worked for the Dallas Morning News, was at the courthouse that morning to take some pictures related to a fraud case. He was able to take a few photos of Brian during the shooting that became quite famous afterwards. After the exchange of gunfire, Brian had been heavily wounded. He hobbled back towards the parking lot, turned around, and fired 5 more shots back at them. There, he passed out from his injuries. Those same officers then performed CPR on him before he was taken to Baylor University Medical Center 2 miles away. However, he was pronounced dead shortly after arriving. It was found that, when he died, Brian was carrying more than 150 bullets on him. People weren't really sure what to make of the case. In the end, Brian hadn't actually shot anyone despite having a clear line of sight on several people. It wasn't known for sure if he had just failed in the attack spectacularly or if the whole thing was simply a ruse to get the feds to shoot at him, either to further some sort of agenda or simply because he wanted to die. While his family prefers to think that he simply wanted the police to shoot him, we will never know for sure. After the attack, an Air Force base in Maryland, in direct response to the shooting, started training their personnel on INCEL culture and what warning signs to look for. Calling it the Beta Uprising, they described the whole thing with unintentionally comical, meme-like drawings and explanations. They even used terms like Chad, Becky, and Stacy within their documents. One page that has leaked shows a briefing on a Becky versus Stacy meme, and the page mentions 4chan and Reddit specifically as problem areas. By this point, incels really had become a worldwide phenomenon. While their influence had spread to most English-speaking countries, of course, their presence began to get felt in Europe and Asia as well. One of these European-born incels would come to carry out an attack very much like Elliot, blaming his lack of action on why he did what he did. This is the strange story of a 43-year-old man in Germany named Tobias Rathjen. Tobias spent a good chunk of his life online, where he dabbled into all sorts of extremism. He was very, very conservative and nationalist, actively writing to his personal website online about his beliefs. He delusionally felt that he was such a pioneer in his field that he even accused Donald Trump of stealing some of his slogans. Tobias really harbored a large hatred for immigrants. While he wouldn't go into much detail about hating specific races or religions, he did go into a lot of detail about having a hatred for immigrants from the Middle East, Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and Northern Africa. In fact, he called for them to be completely exterminated and wiped from the face of the earth. His hatred extended to his own people as well, though, if they differed from his view when it came to politics. He called any other Germans who supported immigration as impure. He was also a big supporter of eugenics. This is because he said that, because of his own psychological issues, he would never be able to get a woman. Tobias wrote that he had been guided by the voices in his head for as long as he could remember, adding that secret agents had been following him for his entire life. While it isn't clear if he actually ever referred to himself as an incel, he did view a lot of material along those lines and complain about his life in very much the same fashion. At other times, though, he would explain that he was willingly abstaining from getting into a relationship. This would lead to a big debate as to whether he was more part of the incel movement or the men going their own way movement, with the only difference really being whether or not his celibacy was voluntary. However, it was clear to most that his celibacy was not really self-imposed, especially after he himself said that he could never get a woman due to his own psychological problems. Tobias recorded several videos of himself going on long-winded rants and even wrote a manifesto. He said that exposing society's flaws like this made him a real German Edward Snowden. He debated on carrying out some sort of mass killing himself. Although he was in his 40s, he debated on going down the route of attacking a school, any school with a high migrant population. He proudly uploaded all of this to his website, even bragging to his father about it and urging him to spread the link far and wide. He even tried to spread the message by spray painting the URL to his website all over town. Tobias contacted the German police, telling them about several of his conspiracy theories and about his paranoid fantasies involving secret agents. He wrote a letter to the public prosecutor general outlining how these secret, underground organizations were hacking into people's brains to control world events. He told the authorities to feel free to approach him and collaborate with him to take them down. He was completely ignored and nothing was done in response. Tobias was able to get his hands on 3 different guns, all legally. He was able to get one more by borrowing it from a gun trader. On February 19th, 2020, Tobias felt that it was time to carry out the attack that he had been fantasizing about for so long. It appeared that his inability to get a woman due to his wild beliefs was the last straw in his already troubled life. However, while he was motivated by his hatred for women, he would end up taking his anger out on who he hated the most, which was who he considered to be foreigners. He hopped into his car and headed out to the La Vautre bar in central Hanau, Germany. He walked into the bar brandishing a CZ-75 pistol. He pointed it straight at the bartender and shot him to death. He then casually left the bar, shooting another man on the sidewalk. He walked over to the nearby Midnight bar, stood in the doorway, and fired 3 more shots into the building. One of the bullets hit the owner of the bar, killing him on the spot. Witnesses said that they heard at least a dozen gunshots in total. Right after, Tobias decided to switch things up. He then pulled out his Sig Sauer P226 pistol and confronted another man standing at a kiosk on the street. He pointed the gun right towards his head and demanded to know if he was a foreigner. The man, in total shock, didn't say a single word. Tobias appeared to take this as a no and simply left the scene. He then went down the street and around the corner, returning to the area he parked his car, shooting several shots into the car of a man named Willy Viriel Pon. He missed, and when he left, Willy decided to pursue Thomas in his car as he took off. Tobias drove out to the Arena Bar and Cafe in Kesselstadt, closer to his home, roughly a mile and a half away. Willy tried to call the police 5 times but never did get connected, as each of the operators had their hands full with the mountain of other calls they were getting about the incident. Tobias, knowing that Willy had followed him, got out of his car and shot Willy to death as he sat in his vehicle calling the police. He then went over to a kiosk near the bar and shot at 3 people, killing them all. Afterwards, he stepped inside the bar and began to shoot at customers as they fled. There, he killed 2 more people and left 3 more injured. If the emergency exit to the bar hadn't been accidentally locked, they would have all been able to flee through the back, ending the disaster much earlier. Less than a minute later, Tobias once again left the scene. After that, things all went quiet. The police quickly began a large-scale manhunt and investigation. They reported to the public that their killer was still at large, armed and dangerous. Little did they know, Tobias had simply driven home. There he approached his bedridden mother. In what the police believed to have been a mercy killing, he shot her twice. As police surrounded the home and initiated a standoff, Tobias's father stayed inside and looked up his son's manifesto online. Tobias himself went downstairs and turned the gun on himself, ending the whole incident then and there. In the end, Tobias had killed 4 Germans with Kurdish, Sinti, Cameroonian, and Afghan blood, 2 Turks, a Bosnian, a Romanian, and a Bulgarian. 3 died in the first shooting, 5 in the second, and 1 died 1 day later in the hospital. In addition, he killed 2 full-blooded white Germans, that being himself and his mother. Near the bar where most of the violence took place, the police were able to find several instances of Tobias's URL graffiti strewn about. To keep anyone from looking up the link, they quickly covered it all up. Then the graffiti was soon found in 6 other locations around Hanau as well. While Tobias was dead and justice would not be served, the federal prosecutor still chose to look at the act as an act of terrorism, especially given Tobias's online writings and how he specifically chose to target people he believed were foreigners. As his letters, his manifesto, and his videos were all investigated, it all became abundantly clear as to what his motivations were. While there are many incel criminals out there who didn't really participate in the online culture, it's undeniable that many of them did. Some of them basically lived on the content, never really leaving their phones or computers for any substantial period of time. They would get radicalized by these groups, losing all real semblance of sanity until they felt that they were nothing more than a soldier for the cause. Oguzhan Sert was born in Toronto, Canada, to a father from Turkey and a mother from Mexico. They divorced when he was pretty young, which seems to have heavily affected him as a child. He was known to be both lonely and depressed as a teenager, leading to him being bullied relentlessly all throughout school, especially when he got into high school. By the time he was in 9th grade, he told his parents that he wouldn't be going to school any longer. Surprisingly, they allowed this, and he never stepped foot in class ever again. At some point, his mother, who he lived with, did try to get some help with him, mainly in the mental health department. His doctor suggested that he take medication and actually prescribed him some, but he never did come to take it. In seemingly some sort of act of rebellion, he instead moved out of his mother's home and went to live with his father. He would then spend out the rest of his days in his father's basement, usually on his computer. He never really did anything but sit around watching YouTube videos detailing conspiracy theories, mainly anti-Semitic ones, and of course the world of incels. He came to discuss all of the regular incel talking points on both social media and on his Steam account, where he called himself both a proud incel and a seeker of martyrdom on his profile, where he also wrote that he deeply hated feminists. While it isn't likely that he ever really met that many women in real life, given that he dropped out of school at around 15 years old and stayed in his basement ever since, the incel forums he visited online told him that he should, so he did. By the time he was 17 years old, Oguzhan was in full swing within the incel community. He came to idolize Elliot Rodger, like many did, but surprisingly he actually came to respect Alek Minassian so much more. Given that Alek Minassian was also an incel from Toronto, he found him to be quite the inspiration, later saying, "Especially so close in Toronto, I thought it was possible to do something like that as well." His beliefs came to get more radical and nonsensical as he went down the rabbit hole. It wasn't too long before he was saying that people like him deserve to have an entire country of their own. He said that he couldn't advocate for that right without hurting women, it was just inevitable. If he didn't, he said, nobody would take us seriously. He then bought himself a 17-inch sword. On the blade, he carved the words Thought Slayer. It was very clear that he had a plan in place. He began to spend the next several months thinking about how exactly he would carry out his revenge on society, but the plan he would ultimately decide upon would be anything but sophisticated. On the 24th of February in 2020, Oguzhan woke up just like he did on any other day. This day would be different though. He decided that this would be the day that he carried out the attack he had been planning for months. He greeted his father and stepmother that morning, wearing a long coat, a hat, and sunglasses as he left the house. In his pocket, he was carrying both a sharpening stone, meaning that he was likely planning to use his sword in quite a few attacks, along with a memo written on lined paper stating, "Long live the Incel Rebellion." He left his house and headed towards a spa that was less than 2 miles from home. He had heard online that any woman who worked in a spa was a secret prostitute, so he decided this would be the prime place to carry out an attack. He walked inside and headed into the lobby, coming up to the front desk. As the receptionist, Ashley Arzega, greeted him, he pulled out his sword. He quickly lunged forward and stabbed her in the neck. Pulling his sword back out, he continued to repeatedly stab her in the neck over and over again. She tried to fight back, but it was no use. She fell down to the ground. Oguzhan then stood over her and continued to slash at her as she laid on the ground. Altogether, she suffered 42 injuries from the sword, 15 of those wounds being defensive in nature. The owner of the spa, a woman who has just been called JC, was getting ready for a dentist appointment that she would be leaving for at any minute. That was when she heard the commotion downstairs, followed by screaming. She ran downstairs to see what was happening, seeing Oguzhan standing there over a large pool of blood, locking eyes with him. She turned to flee the building, but the door got stuck. As she struggled to open it, Oguzhan chased after her. She fell down onto the floor as he stabbed and slashed at her repeatedly. One defensive wound was so intense that he cut her hand to the point where bones were visible and almost cut off her finger. He repeatedly screamed at her that she was a whore while he continued slashing, shouting, "Die, die, die," rhythmically as he cut her. JC's brother-in-law was waiting outside to take her to the dentist. Hearing something going on inside, he decided to open the door to the spa. He couldn't get it open either, but this time it was because Oguzhan and JC were wrestling on the ground right in front of it. Oguzhan used one hand to place over her mouth to get her to stop screaming, loosening his grip on the sword. This gave JC just enough leverage to overcome him, take the weapon, and stab it straight deep into his back. Oguzhan then fell to the ground, defeated. JC stood up, this time running for the back door of the business instead. She ran into a nearby business, completely covered in injuries, and told them to call the police. The emergency services were called and arrived very shortly. Surprisingly, Oguzhan was still alive. The both of them were quickly carted off to the hospital. Ashley Arzega was not so lucky, already having had passed at the scene. While in the ambulance to the hospital, Oguzhan was able to talk to a few of the paramedics. He happily told them, "I wanted to kill everyone in the building, and I'm happy I got one." When the police came to speak to him, he told them everything. The note reading, "Long live the Incel Rebellion," was brought up. Oguzhan told them, "I wanted everyone to find it. I wanted the world to know that people like us exist, and it's not really fair." Unfortunately, the public was left in the dark on this case for quite some time. Given that Oguzhan was still 17 years old at the time of the crime, his name and a lot of information was withheld from the public for several years. To this day, an actual photo of him still never has leaked. When the police searched his home, they found plenty of incriminating Google searches, including a lot of different, separate searches for both Elliot and Alek. When the police asked him why he became an incel, he told them, "You don't choose to become an incel, you are born one." He further elaborated, saying, I was thinking about this incel ideology. I guess that's why I chose that spot. Some incels say prostitutes are taking advantage of their bodies and gaining money as a result. Given that he was a minor, Oguzhan was only facing a maximum of 10 years in prison for the murder. However, the police, with all the information he had given them, had one ace up their sleeve. Given that Oguzhan had specifically talked about being involved in these hate-fueled movements and had listed himself as a martyr, they decided to hit him with charges of terrorism as well. For it to stick, the prosecutors would have to prove that the incel subculture does carry an actual concrete ideology and that it isn't just a loose organization of like-minded individuals on the internet. They would also need to prove that he was committing the crime to, in a literal sense, terrorize people by intimidating them. Oguzhan's defense took a different strategy. They said that he was nothing but a confused, lonely child who lacked any real parenting in his life. They said that he had been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, social anxiety, and had bouts of major depression, one of which he had been experiencing shortly before his attack. He also appeared to have limited intellect, saying that this made him more vulnerable to the conspiracy theories he was reading. Oguzhan's demeanor in court did make this convincing, with him mostly blankly staring forward while tugging at his ears and his beard from time to time. His lawyer described him as not loved enough, friendless, bullied, uneducated, ignorant to the world, and choosing to lash out for no reason but because other introverts hidden in the dark share their conspiracy theories about why they are mistreated. However, in the end, it was very apparent that Oguzhan understood and believed the ideologies he practiced. Not only that, he carried out the attack with the full intention of getting what he called respect for the incel community by terrorizing the people they were against. The judge agreed that this constituted an act of terror, saying that it would require the entire might of the correctional programming system to ever rehabilitate him at this point. He said that Oguzhan had shown a degree of maturity in his planning of the attack and noted that he searched for and viewed all of the pages relating to the ideology of his own volition, not because anyone enticed him to do so. So, in May of 2020, the charges against him were upgraded to those of murder, terrorist activity, and attempted murder, terrorist activity. The court was shown a 20-minute montage of security camera footage showing Oguzhan leaving his home, entering the spa, and stabbing Ashley Arzega. JC spoke to the news media, saying that she hoped Oguzhan would end up with the maximum sentence for what he had done. Oguzhan, on the other hand, said that he didn't expect to even live for this long. He fully believed that the police would kill him during his attack. Now he was left with a life in shambles and no way to get out of it. He said, "It wasn't worth it. My life is ruined now," before detailing his fears of how other inmates in prison would treat him after they learned about him. He pled guilty to the charges. The judge asked if he understood the ramifications of that, being that he would be waiving his right to both a full trial and an appeal. He slumped his head down and softly responded, "Yes." Oguzhan went on to apologize to Ashley's family and friends, as well as to JC. By the time it was all over, he was 20 years old. He told them that he is a changed man and that he no longer hates women. He ended by saying, "I've come to realize that life is so much more than just internet negativity. I wish I could travel back in time and talk some sense into my former self." His lawyers hoped to get him a fairly light sentence under the Youth Criminal Justice Act. However, this would require him to complete an intense rehabilitation program in a facility with other individuals like him. He was afraid of sharing a cell with anyone else, so he refused this option. So, with no other choices left, in November of 2023, he was sentenced to life in prison with another 3-year sentence for attempted murder. In 10 years, he will have the possibility of parole. While many of these incels came to actively engage within these communities, there were many of them who mainly only lurked. They ate up all of the content for sure, but they simply just didn't engage. They didn't really have an online presence. Some of them even hated their fellow incels, seeing them as nothing but weak, sad, and pathetic. They would only feel that they were incels in the very literal sense, not really having much to do with the wider community. Even then, though, they would still carry out attacks rooted in the ideology. Here's a story that took place in Glendale, Arizona. This is the story of Armando Hernandez Jr., who, by his own admission, grew up as part of a happy family. Every Friday night, they would cook some sort of huge meal together, and every Saturday they would go on a drive out of town to go enjoy themselves. All things considered, it seemed like he had a good childhood, playing video games with his friends, going to skate parks, and simply enjoying himself. He never seemed too odd. Things began to change as Armando began attending high school. This was when he became a complete loner and stopped hanging out with his friends outside of class. At school, he got smacked, outright punched, pushed around, and called a weirdo fairly regularly. He was also heavily taunted for not having a girlfriend and seeming like he would never get one. After a while, he began to have thoughts of ending it all. He decided that, rather than take himself out, he would rather kill people, though. Armando really went over the edge after graduating from high school. Now that he didn't have at all too much to do with his time, he started going down some internet rabbit holes. He spent a whole lot of time on his phone, scrolling through endless memes and checking out different hate-related pages. He really liked to delve deep into mass shootings, especially if they took place at a school. He would look into each and every one he could find, taking more of an interest in serial killers and weaponry as well over time. Unlike a lot of young men who fall down into this kind of rabbit hole, Armando identified a lot more with the left side of politics. He would proudly proclaim that he was red, stating that he was a communist. He was even looking into joining some sort of left-wing militia, especially Antifa. He spent a good chunk of time watching a lot of footage of their protests and videos about their ideologies on YouTube. While he stated at the time that this would have been for protection and not for an opportunity to commit violent acts, his obsession with violent shootings and weaponry told a very different story. Armando began to consider himself to be an incel. After all, he was in the most literal sense of the definition. In the end, he could not get a woman no matter how hard he tried. Unlike most incels, though, Armando never really did care too much for other members in the same group. He felt that it was pretty pathetic that most of them looked up to Elliot Rodger as some sort of godlike figure. When speaking of other incel killers, he said that he didn't quite admire what they did and actually did find it to be morally wrong. However, it's very clear that Armando was fairly conflicted. While he would speak of other killers being pathetic and talk more of being interested in his own protection, he did not practice what he preached. In March of 2020, he went out and got his hands on an AR-15 type rifle at a pawn shop. He said that this was mainly to protect him from what he called his government conspiracies. He said that he felt that COVID was created by the US government and that aliens would be coming at any time. He wanted to save his money to buy an armored vehicle to go survive out in the wilderness. He chose to never talk to his family about any of these thoughts or his violent ideations in general. He felt that the whole thing would only break their hearts, so he made an effort to appear as normal to them as possible. He and his younger brother would go shooting at the target range sometimes, so nobody thought anything of it when they would see him taking care of his gun or even loading it up at home. This was intentional so that Armando would never raise any suspicion. Armando decided that he wanted to target young people his age as revenge for the bullying that he had endured. He had been mulling around the idea of committing an attack like this for around 3 to 4 years at this point. He said that mainly he wanted other people to feel the pain that he felt on a daily basis. Mainly he wanted to target couples, especially young couples around his age, feeling that he would never get to have what they had. Feeling defeated, feeling like a woman would never want him, he decided that he wanted to shoot at least 10 people. Armando began to scope out a large shopping district in Glendale called the Westgate Entertainment District. One afternoon in May, Armando's brother saw him loading up his gun in his bedroom. Feeling that he was probably going to the range, he didn't think much of it. Armando told his family that he would be heading out to hit the gym. Instead, he went to a Panda Express to get some food, but ultimately was never able to get his meal for whatever reason. On this afternoon, May 20th, 2020, he sat in his car near Westgate with his rifle and 3 30-round magazines. He began to call 3 of his old friends, asking all of them to hang out with him. When all 3 of them said that they couldn't come out on such short notice, he became enraged. He then decided that he wanted to go to the movies, but realized he wouldn't be able to due to the pandemic restrictions. While Westgate in general had reopened after lockdown, the theater still hadn't. This sent him over the edge completely. He told himself that, if only the movie theater was open, he would surely be able to take some girls out on dates there. In his fury, he decided that the movie theater being closed was the last straw. After walking around for a bit, Armando returned to his car. He sat down inside and decided to film a video for social media. Getting on a Snapchat, he began to record himself. He rambled to the camera, saying that he was done. Beer in hand, he told viewers, "I'm going to be the shooter of Westgate 2020, before turning the camera to show his AR-15 in the back seat of his car. He uploaded the video, saying, "Let's get this done, guys," before heading out.
I'm gonna be the shooter of Westgate 2020.
He walked around Westgate, scoping out the whole scene before returning to his car to grab his weapon. Armando started up a live stream as he pulled out his rifle, loaded it, and headed out into the crowd. He sent the stream to a girl that he was interested in. Recording with one hand and holding his gun with the other, he began to open fire.
He actually posted video of the shooting live on Snapchat. His high school pal Devin Cordoba watched the attack unfold live.
I saw him pulling up at Westgate and loading up the gun and telling that he's going to be the 2020 shooter of Westgate. And I was like, what's going on? Just wants to just go back to normal society. So that's why he want to start shooting people, that's what he said.
You think that's related to coronavirus?
Yeah.
The police immediately got several calls at 7:25 p.m. reporting an active shooter. The first two victims would be spotted outside of a restaurant. Their names were Alfredo and Destiny. Alfredo had wanted some new clothes, so Destiny decided to help him shop at Westgate now that the malls were open again. While out and about, they picked up their order at a restaurant and sat down at one of the outside tables. When a few other people sat down with them, Destiny asked if they could move away to maintain social distance. She never realized that this would leave her and Alfredo as the only two people in the line of sight, looking very much like a couple. Destiny called home and asked if someone could pick her up soon. Then she noticed someone running past as she began to hear gunshots. She turned around to see that there was indeed a man with a gun walking around. Both she and Alfredo started running. Little did she know, Armando had already spotted the young man and woman and considered them to be a prime target. They soon realized that Armando was clearly chasing after them specifically. Destiny heard a few more shots and, shortly after, found her legs giving out as she collapsed down to the ground. She had been shot straight through one of her legs. Adrenaline pumping, she dragged herself across the ground until she was in a bed of rocks behind a nearby tree. She saw Alfredo turn around to come get her before blood sprayed from his chest. Armando had shot him twice in the torso and shattered his ribs. He collapsed to the ground as well as Destiny screamed out to him. A few of the stray bullets hit some power boxes and electrical equipment outside of the mall, leading to a large-scale blackout over the whole area, only sending people into that much more of a panic as those who were inside would have to hide from the killer in the dark. At home, Armando's brother had logged into Snapchat and seen his video. Shocked, he immediately called his brother. Armando actually picked up, with gunshots being audible on the line. His brother shouted at him, "Dude, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Armando responded by quickly blaming society and the government for what he was doing before abruptly hanging up. The brother then called their father to tell him that Armando was committing a mass shooting somewhere. A pregnant woman on the scene named Stephanie Vasquez was also shot at. While she wasn't hit, she fell to the ground right on her stomach while trying to flee and dodge the bullets. In complete shock, she couldn't move as her husband pulled her into hiding. As reality set in, with people and kids crying and screaming everywhere, the complete chaos sent her into early contractions. As Armando moved throughout the shopping complex, he fired more shots at random people, missing each time. While he said that these shots were only fired as a form of intimidation, it's unknown if that's the case. He then came across his next victim, a woman trying to hide in the parking lot between a couple of cars. He shot at her, hitting her in the leg, leading to a through-and-through shot. She fell to the ground near her car. As she begged for her life, Armando began to yell at her on livestream that this was all society's fault. He shouted the phrase social madness at her several times. She said that she had nothing to do with any of that and that he had already shot her, begging him to move on. Surprisingly, he did what she said and moved on without shooting her again. Armando's plans began to fall apart when his gun jammed. By now, a few minutes had passed and police were on the scene. When the police surrounded him, he surrendered, unable to fight back. Unsurprisingly, in addition to those who were at the mall, many people on Armando's friends list who had seen the live stream had also contacted the police. Armando, now having given up, told the police that he intended to shoot 10 people, although he didn't specify why he chose that number specifically. In questioning, he told the police that he had been bullied his whole life. He said that he committed the attack to gain some respect. When asked if this was respect for incels in general, he denied that, saying that he only wanted respect for himself. It goes without saying that Armando was facing a whole lot of charges, over a dozen felonies in fact. As it turns out, like it does in many of these cases, Armando had never actually been in any trouble with the law in the past. The police spent the whole night searching the car and his home, and it wasn't too long before they found the social media post that they had been informed about. Workers with the power company were able to restore electricity to the area within a few hours after the attack. A shelter-in-place order that had been given during the attack was lifted later in the night. Businesses in the area would remain closed for several more days as many suffered from gunshot damage and electrical issues. Armando was very talkative during his questioning, answering any questions that the police had for him. He readily identified himself as an incel and told the officers what it was all about. He told them that he was a communist, that he wanted to join a left-wing militia, and that he wanted revenge on society, just everything in general. He fully admitted that he was responsible for everything that had happened that day.
So you posted on Snapchat?
Yes.
Okay.
Posted on Snapchat. I was fine.
What was the purpose of putting it online?
Just so I thought I'd get some respect.
The term incel, do you consider yourself an incel?
I get.
But you did intend to shoot people your age?
Yes.
Both male and female?
Females, yes.
You wanted 10?
I wanted couples.
You wanted couples?
Mm-hmm.
Because your issues with being able to get a girlfriend?
Yes.
Why couples?
I feel like they make fun of me. Other incels. They like to humiliate us.
Tell me how they make fun of you.
Like, you see it all around. When you make a Tinder, they all, guys like me never get a match.
Do you want respect for you, or did you want respect for other incels?
Respect for me.
Okay.
I never really cared about the other ones. All I know is that the first one was Elliot Roger, was basically they look up to him as a god.
Do you have respect for those guys for what they did?
Absolutely no.
Okay.
I don't.
So you think what they did is wrong?
I think what they did is pretty wrong.
Okay. But what you did tonight...
What I did tonight is basically, was a mass, right? You would say, basically it is a mass, yes. Absolutely wrong with me.
Yeah.
It was a dark side.
He was soon taken into the Maricopa County Jail and charged with 16 felonies. These were 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 3 counts of aggravated assault resulting in serious injury, 1 count of criminal damage, 1 count of recklessly damaging property of a utility, 5 counts of discharging a firearm in city limits, and 1 count of disorderly conduct with a weapon. Officers said that he still might face additional charges moving forward as well.
This was Mr. Hernandez had the purpose of taking out his expressed anger at society, the feeling that he has been bullied, the feeling that women don't want him. He is a self-professed incel, which means he's involuntary or claims he's involuntarily celibate, and was deeply angered by this. In his interview specifically said that he was targeting couples. He suffers from extreme anger. He described, and he was very open about the fact that he has a dark side, and his dark side was coming out.
Stephanie, the pregnant woman on the scene, was rushed to the hospital. Doctors were able to stop her contractions and stabilize her. Her son was born without incident 2 weeks later. Alfredo wasn't looking near as good. Due to the amount of blood he had lost, he couldn't have surgery for a full 2 days. He was put into a medically induced coma, hooked up to ventilators. Due to COVID being in full swing, his family couldn't even come in to see him. When the surgery finally took place, they were able to remove all of the bullet fragments, patch up his lung, and fix his ribs. His doctor said that it was a miracle that he even survived at all. Destiny went through a lot as well, having 7 surgeries to fix the damage in a short time after the attack. Even then, more surgery would be required, but she decided that she didn't want to go through with any more of them. After getting a skin graft, she was finally able to see Alfredo for the first time several days later when she was placed into a normal room at the hospital. It took months for Alfredo to get back to work as Destiny slowly learned how to walk again. Armando made his first court appearance shortly after the attack. The prosecuting attorney identified him as an incel, explaining to the jury what it meant and the implications of it. The prosecutor showed that he had been planning the attack for years. Armando said that he only wanted to, quote, engage and cause impacts on couples, but not kill anyone, although he did relent and say that he supposed they could have died from bleeding out. Shooting Alfredo twice in the chest made his claims a little hard to believe. The judge set his bail at $1 million. While the news media widely reported that Armando looked up to Elliot Roger and called him a god, this was actually a misunderstanding. Within his interrogation, he said that other incels saw him as a god and that he found it pathetic. However, given what he did, it seems very unlikely that he wasn't inspired at least in part by Elliot in addition to many other mass killers. In July of 2022, Armando Hernandez Jr. was sentenced to 44 years in prison and 7 years of supervised probation, the maximum for what he did. After he's out, he will never be allowed to own a weapon again and will never be allowed back into the Westgate area. He will likely, at some point, have to pay an unspecified amount in restitution to the families of his victims. When he was asked if he had anything to say to his victims, he cracked a smirk before saying, "This is the dark side of me. Absolutely was. I believe I have a big heart, but this was the dark side of me." This all brings us to a very interesting subset of incel-related crimes, that being those who either failed spectacularly in carrying out their crimes or who were stopped by some sort of intervention. The young man in this next case was very much the former. He had ambitions of becoming a very famous, large-scale incel killer, but failed in his ambitions very badly in a disastrous way. Given that this video was very, very old, I've gone through the effort of re-recording everything for this compilation. In June of 2020, a man walked into a health clinic in Richlands, a small town in Virginia. He was bleeding profusely from his hands, or should I say hand. His left hand was completely missing. The other was so terribly mangled that it wasn't even clear that he was missing a few fingers until he received an x-ray. He also had what appeared to be lacerations all over his neck. Needless to say, injuries of this magnitude were just a little above the reasonable scope of a small health clinic. This man was 23-year-old Cole Carini, and he was flown into the Clinch Valley Medical Center in Richlands, where he was rushed into a surgery that lasted an hour and a half. After, he would speak shortly with a police officer. He told the officer that his injuries occurred after a lawnmower accident. The officers found this explanation to be a little lacking. Losing one hand along with several fingers on the other and cutting up his throat would have indicated that he would have had to flip the mower over, started the blade, and fallen into it. Police were able to see that Carini had been previously arrested on charges related to making explosives back in 2016 when he was 19 years old. He was actually still on probation for that offense. But giving him the slight benefit of the doubt, they decided to pay a visit to Carini's home and his grandmother's house to see if they could find the site of the purported lawnmower accident. The first thing that they noticed was a very overgrown yard with grass about 6 inches long. Now, this didn't necessarily mean that Carini was lying. Maybe the accident occurred while he was trying to get the mower started, but they couldn't find any evidence that a lawnmower was recently used in any capacity. What they did find, however, was evidence of an explosion, with a trail of blood starting at a minivan outside, leading up to the front door and continuing into the bedroom. An explosion would have explained away Carini's injuries much better than a lawnmower mishap would have. Following the trail into the bedroom, police found a plastic bottle containing triacetone tripexaride, a chemical that's often used for crude improvised explosive devices. The plastic of the container was punctured and peeled outwards, consisting with an explosion. Nearby was a box of old rusty nails, something that could have been used as shrapnel within these devices. Finding these two items raised suspicions even further, to say the least. Near the window, there was a cut-up t-shirt, consistent with the pattern of wounds that Carini had suffered. Police would soon find even more compelling evidence when they looked up, all the way up at the ceiling. On the ceiling was a large amount of what appeared to be blood, along with chunks of flesh-colored, well, chunks of flesh. Some sort of likely human creature had blown up there. Outside, from the railroad tracks behind the house, they noticed a surveillance system, empty chemical containers similar to the previous one, loose wires, PVC pipes, cords, cables, and a small crater of loose soil, consistent with a small explosion near the shed. The police also spoke with neighbors who relayed that they sometimes heard loud bangs and pops several times a day. One had even wondered if Carini had been firing off a rifle inside his shed for some reason. This gave police probable cause to search the grandmother's shed on the property. Inside, they found coffee filters. While seemingly normal enough, these filters contained a sort of crystallized residue. Along with this, they found electronics, such as switches and containers of yet more unidentified chemical fluids. But it was in a nearby pile of crumpled up papers that the cops would find their most concrete evidence. What you could argue was basically in the form of a confession. These trashed papers would contain what basically amounted to a manifesto, one that Carini intended to release along with a terrorist act that he had been slowly piecing together and preparing for. In these papers, which I'm going to refer to as his letters, Carini referenced how he would walk through the mall, concealing deadly weapons in his jacket while he gawked at attractive women. He felt slighted by these women. Carini was definitely an incel. He worded his letters as a narrative, somewhat like writing a story about what he was going to do in the future. He expressed a feeling of dead seriousness he would feel as he approached his goal, realizing that he was passing the point of no return. He figured that he could very well die, but felt that it would all be worth it. He looked forward to the tension he would feel when he approached the stage full of what he called hot cheerleaders. It might seem a little strange to keep referring to them that way, but that's how he worded it. So I'm going to continue to refer to his target as the hot cheerleaders from here on out. He would blend in with the crowd, making note of any security nearby. He had vowed to carry out a terrorist attack in which he blew up a stage full of hot cheerleaders during an unspecified event. He planned to model the attack after the vaguely similar attack committed by Elliot a few years prior. He said, "I will not back down. I will not be afraid of the consequences. No matter what, I will be heroic. I will make a statement like Elliot Rodger." You most likely wonder how blowing up a bunch of hot cheerleaders could be heroic. Well, as you now know, they see women as oppressors who deprive them of their right to love and sex, because these women are only interested in the very top percentile of attractive men. They see these women as going for more attractive men in spite of their negative qualities, ignoring more average-looking men with self-proclaimed positive qualities. Carini likely felt as if he were striking out against his oppressors and participating in a movement that he felt benefited his fellow incels and sent a message to society. But here's where we introduce a very confusing twist. Despite this ideology, Carini had a girlfriend. A steady girlfriend that he had been seeing for at least 2 years. This was even a relationship in which they had gotten physical. However, his mother stated in court that, despite this, she still found material throughout his room that related to the incel movement. It's possible that all of the papers related to his involvement in the movement were from before when he started his relationship, but it's mere speculation at this point. Other writings in his home implied that he wanted to end his own life along with his girlfriend's. To possibly explain some of his odd behavior, his mother testified in court that Cole had suffered from ADHD and autism, depression, and anxiety, needing intense therapy at one point in his life. He was on Adderall and Prozac, and was and is in counseling to this day. He had a very low sense of self-worth, something common within the incel movement. He had also been on meth at one point in his life, although his mother claimed that he wasn't on it at the time of this incident. Needless to say, the general public would never be able to look at him in a positive light. Carini was an extremist, a terrorist, and plotting mass murder. It took the police over 40 hours to make sure that they had removed all of the dangerous, explosive material from the home. They further had to block all the nearby roads and railroad tracks as they shipped out the material. When the police confronted him with all of this, he denied everything, claiming that the lawnmower had flipped over while he was mowing and that he had fallen into it. He denied owning any explosive materials or materials related to making explosives. Confronted with all of the evidence, he still never admitted his guilt. He stuck with the lawnmower story, saying that those blades were spinning so fast it acted like a bomb, and he expected them to believe it. Carini was charged with lying to the police, given the mountain of evidence all throughout his car, his home, and his shed. So in the end, he failed in his quest for incel martyrdom, he lost a hand and several other fingers, and was likely to end up with a hefty prison term. When his family was reached out to, his brother responded, "My family is trusting in God and godly people. Please pray for my brother. Thank you." In December of 2020, Carini pled guilty to one count of owning an unregistered explosive device. He was then facing a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. He now uses a prosthetic hand to the best of his ability. It was unknown when he would be released. His lawyer refused to comment. However, he had effectively given himself a lifetime punishment of his own, losing his hands and all. The original video of Cole Carini was made when the case was still very fresh. Since then, we've been given a few updates about the case, and we finally have a solid ending. Cole Carini had basically failed in every endeavor, planning to blow up a bunch of cheerleaders but never getting past the planning phase when he ended up blowing his hands off during the preparations. Since we last talked about him, he has finally pled guilty to one count of possessing and manufacturing an unregistered explosive device. With that, it was confirmed that he was indeed facing both 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. The prosecutor remarked that the defendant put the safety of the community at risk when he built and then detonated an explosive device. Thanks to the prompt response and careful investigation of our federal and state law enforcement partners, Carini is being held accountable for his dangerous acts. His hearing was all set for April 13th. After finally pleading guilty to all of the charges against him, Cole Carini was sentenced to a hefty prison term of 7 years. So in the end, he did get off with less than the maximum of 10 years. Maybe it was because he didn't succeed in hurting anyone, and, losing both of your hands is a huge punishment in itself already. Around the same time, we had yet another story of a failed mass incel killer. This case would prove to be very controversial, as it was heavily debated upon whether he stopped the attacks of his own volition, or he was just caught before he had a chance to carry them out. This is the very divisive story of Trejenko.
The subject of this video is a 21-year-old man named Trey Janko. He was living in Highland County in Hillsboro, Ohio, a small town of only about 6,500 people about an hour east of Cincinnati. He had a pretty small presence on mainstream social media, having a Facebook, a Twitter, and an Instagram account. He didn't post all that much though, and his accounts had very few submissions despite being up for several years. Based on his bio across these sites, he studied at Ohio University, likely focusing on computer science, as a good chunk of his posts revolve around it. He had a lot of posts discussing computers and their link to brain functions, likely inspired by Elon Musk's interest in the same topic. He did seem to follow Elon's Twitter somewhat closely. Although appearing pretty normal on the surface, both looking and posting like an average guy, Janko identified himself as an incel and was very active on several forums related to the movement. Incels were thrust into the mainstream media after becoming the focus of many crimes over the past few years, namely the killing spree of Elliot Rodger, an incel who, after stabbing his 3 roommates, went on a shooting spree in California in 2014, mainly targeting women. Some incels out there idolize him, referring to him as the supreme gentleman and even wish to be like him. Although this has been memed into the ground, there are people out there who are serious about it. Amy Yandiorio, an expert on incels, which apparently is a thing, even discussed the group on mainstream news outlets.
The ideology is really rooted in the belief that women have too much power in the sexual marketplace and that their rejection of men, or namely incels, is both life-altering or life-ruining, which leads to a lot of vitriolic hate towards women.
After many incel-related crimes over the past few years, many social media companies such as Facebook and Reddit have developed a very low level of tolerance for any incel-related communities. Reddit usually just straight up bans the communities altogether without much warning, even going as far as banning subreddits that are simply making fun of them or showcasing their posts. Trey Janko had profiles and posted somewhat regularly on a fairly popular incel site from at least July 2019 to March 2020. His posts were fairly concerning from the start, but quickly grew darker and darker over the months. Janko was indeed one of those types who idolized Elliot Rodger, even going as far as imitating some of Elliot's more embarrassing, childish acts that became famous over time, like an incident involving orange juice, for example. The Supreme Gentleman himself had once sprayed a group of students with orange juice, so Janko was eager to imitate the act himself. In one video, he detailed how the whole incident went down, saying that he loaded up a water gun with some orange juice and sprayed some foids and couples. Foid is incel lingo, being short for femoid, which is a bastardization of female. And there's a lot of lingo that goes with it. It's kind of a rabbit hole, so let's move on. I put some orange juice in a water gun. I was planning to spray some foids and couples like Elliot Rodger did, he wrote. I drove up to them, saying hi, and they didn't even look up, they just went, uh-huh, so they get sprayed in the fucking face. I suggest it to all incels, extremely empowering action. Following this empowering action, Elliot Rodger went on to kill people. Janko wanted to do the same, but he didn't really like those numbers. He wanted to aim higher, to go bigger. Much bigger. Try hundreds of times bigger. During his stint on the incel forums between January and August of 2019, he bought up a bunch of items that he would use in his potential Elliot Rodger type attack. He bought a hoodie with the word revenge in big bold letters, along with some cargo pants, tactical gloves, and a skull face mask to complete the edgelord look. In addition, he bought a Bowie knife, 2 Glock 17 magazines, and a holster clip to conceal carry said Glock. In August of that year, he began writing his manifesto. He decided to call it A Hideous Symphony, and in it said that he would utilize his hatred to carry out a complete slaughter motivated by jealousy and revenge. Given the past several years, the federal government is very aware of the incel movement, including the FBI, of course. While many cases had been filed against incels on the more local state level, they would often file some extra federal charges just to get that sentence up. They really wanted to make sure they weren't getting off easy.
Because of that, the FBI would start building onto these cases on the federal level, adding charges like threatening interstate communication. Django spent more than a full year planning out how his attack would go down. He wrote down that he planned on having a kill count of over 3,000 people, hoping to carry it out on the anniversary of Elliot Rodgers' attack years prior. He even mulled around the idea of joining the military in order to get a skill set that could help him carry out such a large-scale attack. He wrote of his attack online from time to time, calling death the ultimate equalizer and expressing his desire for revenge. The day he wrote his manifesto, he began making some Google searches that would certainly come back to bite him in the ass later, and searched up some local sororities as well. As he wrote, he got more and more fired up. May 23rd, 2020, 290 days, he wrote. M16 optimal, covert or mil-spec. We'll get arms training in BCT, Georgia. Kill count needs to be huge. 3,000? Aim big then, he said. I would hope these words resonate in a sweet familiarity to fellow incels, either cognizant of their situation or not, he continued. I am already set to go into the US Army. This training will be for the attainment of one reality, the death of what I have been deprived most, but also cherish and fantasize at the opportunity of having but have been neglected of. Women. God, that was kind of hard to read. As the document continued, Jenko's willingness to kill became more and more apparent. I will slaughter out of hatred, jealousy, and revenge, he said. I will take away the power of life that they withhold from me by showing that there is more than just happiness and fulfillment. There is all-encompassing death, the great equalizer that will bear all of us into its seductively calm velvet of silence and serenity. God, this shit is a mouthful. He was heavily researching Elliot Rodger and how to modify guns, for illustrated guides on how to build assault weapons, and what the difference between full auto and semi-automatic is. He also started searching up more legally dubious search terms, such as how to make homemade flashbang. Later that year, he actually began Army basic training at Fort Benning, Georgia. He did it all to help him learn how to carry out his plan. He was in the program for 4 months before he was finally discharged for poor performance and bad conduct. Already failing in his plan, he was forced to return home to Ohio in early January. Upon doing so, he started on a new manifesto-type document on his computer, one which he would call Isolated. If you're reading this, I've done something horrible, he wrote. Somehow you've come across the writings of a deluded and homicidal, not an easy task, and for that I congratulate you for your curiosity and willingness to delve into such a dark topic. At the end of the document, he signed it as, your hopeful friend and murderer. He also, again, made some problematic Google searches, including, how to plan a shooting crime, and when does preparing for a crime become an attempt? Not exactly subtle, Jenko. He also began performing surveillance and scoping out the campus of Ohio University. His activity slowed down a little bit for a while, but by March 11th he was back to his odd search terms. He was searching up police scanner codes for both the Columbus, Ohio police and for the university police. Then, one day later, on March 12th of 2020, just one day after the pandemic was declared in the United States and things started getting crazy, the sheriff's office in Highland County, Ohio got a phone call late in the afternoon. A woman on the phone gave out her address, a local one, and exclaimed that a man living at the location had locked himself in his bedroom with a gun. She heard him cock the weapon and began to worry that he'd end up ending both of their lives. The woman is said to have been Jenko's mother, who had grown more and more concerned over his behavior over the last couple of years. She said that in the previous months, Jenko had grabbed a rifle and had gotten somewhat erratic and violent with her. Officers, after evacuating her from the home, handed her a megaphone and asked that she convince Jenko to come out with his hands up. He did and was taken into custody. Just a few minutes later, the police were speaking to Jenko, 20 years old at the time. He told them that he only had one gun, a rifle that was in his car, no others. It seemed a bit odd as the whole reason they came out was due to him holding a handgun in his room, not a rifle in his car. They searched the car, finding an AR-15 with what they thought was a bump stock, an attachment that allows a semi-automatic weapon to fire more quickly.
Not only that, they found a stash of body armor, some loaded magazines, and several boxes of ammunition throughout the car. The woman gave them some more information, including the fact that she found a handgun in his room just a few days prior, despite him claiming not to own one. She gave the police permission to search the room, and they found a Luger semi-automatic pistol with the manufacturer's marks and the serial number removed. Janko got notably very nervous and suspicious once they found the handgun. He shut up and demanded an attorney immediately upon the revelation. But the woman wasn't done yet. She also informed the police about the concerning writings that Janko had been coming up with. She had apparently been snooping and found them one day. She firmly believed that he had a real intention to hurt people, seeing his violent outbursts firsthand. The police, after searching through his electronics, quickly found the plans for his attack. They believed that Ohio State University was the likely target location. Trey Janko was arrested just 2 months before his attack was planned to take place. Months later, June 2020, in the first session in court after a pandemic-related halt of activity, the Highland County grand jury indicted Trey Janko on his threats of terror. The case went to a prosecutor named Collins, who was responsible for the felony prosecution in the county. It was said that Janko, quote, did threaten to commit or threaten to cause to be committed a specified offense with purpose to intimidate or coerce a civilian population. It was a third-degree felony, one that was punishable by up to 18 months in jail. Janko was then convicted for his threats, including his specific threats to murder women, a couple of months later in October of 2020. He ended up only getting a sentence of 17 months. With credit for the 224 days that he had already served in jail. Then shortly after, in January of 2021, he was allowed to slowly start transitioning out of jail, ending up in a halfway house. Collins had wanted to charge Janko with some sort of hate crime due to his specific focus on his hatred of women. It wasn't an option though, as the standards for hate crimes only covered race, religion, and ethnicity. But on the federal level, the scope was a little higher, including gender, gender identity, and sexual orientation, actual or perceived. A federal case would allow the charges against Janko to more accurately reflect his motivations in the case, they thought. Because of this, the feds would spend the next several months building up their indictment against Janko. This included more closely monitoring his online activity and looking into his past online activity, which wasn't a good look. Within the next 6 months, Janko had applied to the Columbus County Community College. It was unclear whether or not he was still planning some sort of attack, or whether he saw this college as a potential target in the future. The college itself did eventually reach out to the National Enquirer and confirm that, although Janko had applied, he had not actually registered or taken any classes. Collins, although disappointed that he was going back to school after his previous plans, acknowledged that she couldn't do anything more with the power she had. He had already been given just 1 month less than the maximum sentence, and there was nothing to be done that could prevent him from going back to school. Seemingly, Janko's online activity started to normalize after this point. It seemed he may have wanted to abandon his old ideology when he captioned a photo with, "I need to learn how to move the fuck on." It's unknown what specifically this referred to, whether it was related to the INCEL ideology, hatred, regrets due to his arrest, or something else entirely. By May 1st, he was acting pretty normally, arguing about computer science on Twitter. A few days later, he was seeming even a bit more positive, talking about working out, saying, "Finally got to work out in a gym. It was so awesome, love all you guys and girls and hope you're doing good. Also, remind me to not always be doing something with my hands in the photos, lol." In what would become his final post on Facebook, foreshadowing, he shared a meme on July 16th. "It's not the mistake that matters, it's how you deal with it, what you learn from it, and how you apply that lesson to your life." He even mentioned some success with talking to women, at least not on Tinder. Could it have been that he really learned his lesson and was ready to move on from the past? To better himself? To leave all that garbage behind? We may never know. Just a few days later, on July 21st, the FBI rained down on his halfway house in Ross County, Ohio, and placed him under arrest. He was charged with 1 count of attempting to commit a hate crime and on another of illegally possessing a machine gun. By the time they arrested him, the local case against him had wrapped up entirely and he was nearly back to a normal life.
However, the FBI wasn't ready to forgive and forget just yet. They really emphasized the fact that Jenko wasn't just some poor young guy. He had planned to carry out mass murder and had already bought the equipment to do so, and he admired another mass murderer who had done the same thing just a few years prior. He had even written an entire manifesto, which more or less served as his last words, and had planned a date and everything. This wasn't just some guy blowing smoke on the internet. This was something real. Something that was very likely close to happening when he got caught. Because his charge of attempting to commit a hate crime included the intention to kill, it is punishable by up to life in prison. The count of illegally possessing a machine gun could be punishable by up to a further 10 years in prison itself. As of the writing of this video, Jenko is being held at the Butler County Jail near Cincinnati. His ultimate fate is still unknown, but it's pretty likely he won't be getting off easy. Stick with the channel if you want to see updates. Very much like the Cole Carini video, I also covered this case when it was still fairly new. Well, luckily after a few years, we finally have a solid ending to this case as well with these new updates. So, when we originally left off, Trey was arrested by federal agents back in July of 2021 and had remained in custody ever since. An attorney, Kenneth L. Parker, said of the case, Jenko intended to carry out a devastating mass murder of innocent women in this state for no other reason than the fact that he hated them. Everybody deserves to live without threats of violence or fearing acts of terror. Jenko's sentence reflects the need to protect the community from him for a significant period of time. In October of 2022, Jenko pleaded guilty to one count of attempting to commit a hate crime. And as a part of his plea, he fully admitted that he possessed both firearms and had intended on using them in part of his plan. While Trey's lawyers pushed for a very lenient sentence of time served, the prosecutors insisted that they wanted to see him hit with the maximum sentence, 12.5 years in prison. In March of 2024, this story came to an end when a judge sentenced Trey Jenko to 6 years and 8 months behind bars. If he does indeed serve his full sentence, he will be out sometime in the year 2030. With the incel ideology spreading far and wide, it's time to talk about a man who became possibly one of the new big three alongside Elliot and Alek. This man went on a rampage in the UK, being one of the most notable gun-related mass shootings in the country in recent memory. This alone would drive him to being one of the most well-known incel killers. Jake William Davison was born in England in 1998. To those around him, he appeared to have a normal, happy childhood. He would hang out with his cousins and his siblings, go on camping trips, attend school, and play just like any other kid. But little did anyone know, both his home life and his mental state were anything but nice. While Jake got along with his mother while he was still a child, his father, Mark, was mainly absent. This was probably for the best, as he was known around town for being a violent thug. The sheriff called him a violent and dangerous individual. He had once been jailed for biting a fellow fisherman on the face, chomping on his cheek until the cops came out and arrested him, getting himself 8 months in jail. On another occasion, he got drunk, as he usually was, and was said to have, quote, racially abused a bus passenger and gotten himself a fine, although the details of that story are unclear. He was even arrested for headbutting a dog walker, but narrowly avoided prison time by telling the courts that he had joined a local church in order to give himself a bit of a better image. While Jake's mom, Maxine, separated from his father, they both continued to live in Plymouth. Jake would often go out to Shetland with his mother and spend long periods of time visiting with and staying with her relatives along with his 2 older siblings. This was when these relatives started to raise concerns about his mental state. Jake's father, Mark, also said that he was often off in his own world, struggling to show emotion to others. When Jake was 13 years old, he was first diagnosed with autism and ADHD. The Child and Adolescent Mental Health Service noted that he enjoyed violent media, which many teens do, but said that he had trouble separating fact from fiction. Even at that age, they found that he was using sexual language that they found to be extreme, and noted a bit of concern in the fact that his main dreams were to either become a sniper or move out to the US and operate a gun range. Eventually, Jake was enrolled into the Mount Tamar School, a specialist school that could better help attend to his needs. One of his former teachers there has said that he was funny, intelligent, and very well liked, but his peers have disagreed. One of his previous classmates has said that he had anger issues and that his obsession with guns was off-putting, even for a fellow teenage boy. He said, "He could name literally any gun you showed him. It was freaky. He was absolutely fixated with firearms. He used to draw pictures of himself shooting people while in class. He was a quiet guy. His gun obsession was creepy." Although the details are hazy, throughout his tenure at Mount Tamar, Jake would go on to assault 2 teachers as well as another student. In his 9th year at school, Careers Southwest, a mental health guidance counseling organization, came out to talk to Jake. They said that he loves guns and he wants to join a gun club. Much of the review was taken up talking about how to get involved with guns. We suggested Army cadets. However, Jake said that his true dream was to go on to work in a firearms shop. In 2016, when Jake was 18 years old, he got into his first run-ins with the police. First, he got into a physical altercation with his father. Then, he was reported to the police for attacking a man and his pregnant girlfriend not too far from his home. The police came out and gave him a warning, but he wasn't actually arrested or given any sort of punishment. This wouldn't be the last time that Jake let his anger take control of him and attack a young couple. Jake's mother, Maxine, started to raise her concerns about her son. Deep concerns. She told the careers agency that Jake was absolutely obsessed with guns and that he would spend hours and hours online talking to who she called rednecks in Texas about them. An employee of the agency raised concerns with their superiors that they might need to refer him to Prevent, a program in the UK that is designed to prevent terror attacks before they happen. However, this would never come to fruition as Jake wasn't really talking to any people that might be able to manipulate him into carrying out such an attack at the time. Now that Jake was 18, he decided that it was finally time to go out and get himself a gun of his very own. In the UK, either a firearms certificate, FAC, or a shotgun certificate, SGC, is a legal requirement to get any of the firearms that are even permitted in the country. In England, these licenses are given out by the local police. No matter which sort of certificate you go for, you have to give a good reason for wanting a gun, prove that you have safe storage for it, and then take a background check. While filling out the application for a shotgun certificate, Jake declared on the forms that he had autism and Asperger's syndrome. He gave the authorities full permission to contact his general practitioner about it and ask for any more details. He said that he only wanted the gun to shoot at clay pigeons. The policeman who was there at the time took Jake's word when he said that he had no history of stress, anxiety, or depression. It was said that he appeared to be a very likable young man with a positive attitude who simply had an interest in sporting guns. When Jake's GP was contacted, he said that he had no concerns about Jake owning a gun. However, this doctor only gave a response from a template and didn't give any information beyond that. In the end, Jake was declared to be very low risk, and after quite a while, his license was granted in January of 2018. He was now 20 years old and finally had a gun, something that he had pined over for his entire life up until this point. Jake, however, wasn't happy for long. He was a very deeply troubled young man, and one of his biggest troubles was his own loneliness. He constantly came back to one thing in his mind, the fact that he missed out on teenage parties, fun, and ultimately young love. This feeling gradually grew into resentment within his mind. He hated seeing happy teenage couples, feeling that he himself, at the age of 20, was now too old and had already missed out on his life.
You know, love is for the young. That's the fact of the matter. Love is for the young. You know, and I know I'm still somewhat young, and I hope I can make up for it, but I have a feeling like I'll miss that boat and it's never coming back. You can't ever make up for that.
One night, Jake went on a walk near his home. While walking on a trail in a local park, he passed by an area that contained a small skate park on top of a hill. Up near some benches was exactly what Jake hated to see. A teenage boy and girl standing together, talking, enjoying each other's time. Jake climbed up the hill, appeared out of nowhere, and began to harass the two. They did their best to avoid him, but he kept approaching. This was when the altercation turned into assault as Jake closed in on the boy and punched him in the face between 5 and 9 times, kicking him in the head while he was down. The girl tried to get him to stop, so Jake slapped her across the face too. Jake berated the girl, spat on her, and screamed, "You can go to hell, I fucking hate women." Once a good group of other skaters made their way over and started yelling at Jake to stop, he decided it was time to flee the scene, for now. He slid down the hill and got back onto the trail. He headed back to the home he shared with his mom in Biddick Drive in the Kiam area of Plymouth. He started ranting to his mother about what had happened while loading up his shotgun. He said that he was going to go back to the park and finish things, but his mother begged and pleaded and finally convinced him not to go. As much of a problem as Jake was, his mom, Maxine, really doted on him. She did her best to be a good mom to him and keep him in line, all while she suffered from cancer to boot. Her friends have said, "She was a lovely woman, perfect in every way. She was always there for Jake, 100%. She used to say, 'I've got to get home for Jake to get his tea cooked.' She was all for him, it was part of her life. She was devoted to him." While Maxine managed to keep the situation from getting much worse, she had no control over what the police would do. The police eventually found Jake and came out to his house to arrest him. They removed both his shotgun and his license for the time being. However, rather than facing any real charges, Jake was enrolled into a restorative justice program. This was partially due to the fact that everything was moving so slowly during lockdown that the police already had a large backlog of criminals to process. So Jake narrowly avoided having any jail time. As lockdown continued, Maxine finally recovered from her cancer. Now she had the strength to beg the police to give Jake some urgent mental health care that she felt he desperately needed. Livewell Southwest, which provides health and social care for people in Plymouth, gave Jake some mental health care for the next 18 months, although they haven't been able to provide any details on exactly what kind of treatment he received. After Jake finally finished his anger management program that the police insisted he join, he was given back both his shotgun and his license. In the grand scheme of things, the gun was barely out of his possession for any time at all, despite his intention to commit a shooting without his mother's intervention. It was now 2021. Jake was 22 years old, working as an apprentice crane operator at a security and defense company called Babcock International. Jake was always active online, but during this point in his life he became much more so. He made himself a Facebook profile in an attempt to be more social, but he ended up mainly using the account to rant in comment sections, going on very long-winded rants about his beliefs as a libertarian and his support of Trump in the US. He would often talk about how Americans were cool and how he would love to live there himself. He started going to the gym, getting pretty serious about his fitness. He would go to the gym every single day aside from weekends and stay for a much longer time than most of the other people there. Attendees of the gym said that he was very quiet, kept his head down, and stayed in his own world for the entire time he was there. Jake also made an account on YouTube, calling his channel Professor Waffle. In his videos, he tended to show himself working out, talking about his past, and his nihilistic, defeatist views on the world. Jake started getting angrier as his despair and lack of motivation grew. He started lashing out in violent ways more and more at home. He attacked his father during a visit and started punching holes in the wall when his mother made him angry. Against his mom's wishes, he built a home gym in their living room. When she asked him not to build it, he got enraged and threatened her, so it went ahead as planned. Jake got more and more into weightlifting, hoping to improve his appearance, gain some motivation, and possibly attract a woman. He took over the home, having his bedroom, turning another bedroom into his computer room, and then turning the living room into his gym. He would record numerous videos of himself lifting and working out to upload to YouTube during this time period. Maxine's boyfriend at the time says that he caught Jake abusing anabolic steroids, which were and still are illegal in the UK. This was making his hair fall out, killing his libido, and even caused him to grow big, honking, luscious breasts. In addition to the steroids, Jake was drinking roughly 12 energy drinks a day along with a ton of protein shakes and various other lifting supplements. His mom, worried about his health, begged him to stop using all of these things, but he adamantly refused. However, even when it came to working out, Jake began to lose interest when he felt it was no longer benefiting him. Despite gaining a whole lot of muscle, he didn't feel that any of it was helping him to be happy, look better, or attract a woman any longer. He said that, in the end, he was still a fat, ugly virgin regardless.
I'm still in the same house, same situation, same position. Everything's still the same. Yeah, you know, maybe I've got a job now, yeah, maybe I've got some money now. You know, and I've got a couple of things that I bought, a new computer and stuff, but it's like, it's all still the same. Like, I'm still in the same position, same period in life. Still a fucking this, that, virgin, fucking fat, ugly, whatever you want to call it. What's changed? Nothing. Why do I even do it for?
Jake slowly turned his rage against women in particular. He was becoming an incel, even though he didn't like to admit it. As his hatred against women grew, his relationship with his mother grew worse and worse. His neighbor said, "Maxine and Jake used to be close. You'd always see him helping her with the shopping at Little, but they started to clash a lot. His views changed and he went against women and he became a misogynist. They clashed a lot about that." Jake became more and more active on Reddit, specifically on incel and black pill related forums. I've been over this a million times already, so I'll keep it pretty brief. Incel stands for involuntary celibate. They can't get laid no matter how hard they try, and they come to hate the world for it. Black pill is something that's also popular within the same sphere. It's basically nihilism. People who say they're black-pilled claim to see the world for what it truly is, nothing but pain and suffering. It's an extremely depressive and hopeless outlook on life to have. On Reddit, Jake would complain about his relationship with his mother whenever he could. On one post on the Incel forum, commenters were asked, "How do you incels feel about your mothers?" To which Jake responded, "Can't stand her." He referred to her as his vile, dysfunctional, chaotic mother. In addition to his own mom, he would rant about other mothers as well, in particular single mothers, who he felt were particularly awful. He chronicled his arguments with Maxine over their finances. She had received government benefits due to her son having autism, which Jake felt should go to him. It seems that he was able to get it, writing, "Luckily I got PIP money because I legit have autism, which I should have taken from my mother at 18 years old, really, but like an idiot she manipulated and guilt-tripped me into letting her have it until 22. I decided enough is enough and I took it from her." Jake was also very active when talking about guns on Reddit, taking an interest in mass shootings particularly. Jake, with all of his problems, wasn't really a stupid man. He was a bit articulate. He would go on long rants about how mass shootings are more related to societal and mental health problems than the guns themselves, pointing out that America was full of guns in the 50s and 60s and these kinds of things didn't happen back then. Unfortunately though, Jake started getting more and more into incel content. He liked to watch videos on YouTube about Elliot Rodger in particular, studying him many times. At first, he didn't describe himself as an incel, acting as if he was mainly a sympathizer.
And now as an adult, I'm in male environments, and because I'm autistic or whatever you want to call it, I'm not very social, I'm naturally quite asocial, so I don't have big social circles to where I know I can meet girls and connect up with girls. People like me have had nobody but themselves. And people who are incels and all this, I don't clarify myself as an incel, but you know, people like similar to me, they've had nothing but themselves.
Jake began to become more and more involved with the black-pilled incel subculture. He took to the black pill ideology in particular, feeling that it aligned with his own views, his hopelessness, and his bleak outlook on life.
What is there to look forward to? You get fucking uglier every fucking passing year. There's nothing really to look forward to as an adult other than getting rich. That's it. You either try and find something you have a passion for, which most people don't.
Jake's biggest hang-up was missing out on teenage romance. He came back to this topic again and again, no matter what the topic of the video was originally. He felt that, as hormones are the highest during that period in life, teen love is bound to be intense and there's nothing else like it. He said that, in the past, women actually loved him and he wasted the opportunity to get with them.
I'm not trying to brag or big up myself, but like, I did have girls into me. Some of them couldn't have made it more obvious. Like, I remember one time, the day she left college, she literally came in front of me and was like, I'm leaving today. You know, literally. Like, that's fucking... Ugh.
He felt that he had already missed his chance, felt that the ship had sailed. He debated on using drugs in hope of emulating that experience now.
You know, I missed out on so much as a teenager. I hope I can make up for it, and if I have to, you know, I'm not saying advocating this, but if I have to, I might even try and, I don't know, use drugs to make up for it. Maybe, you know, cocaine-fueled sex or something. Maybe that can make up for that missed teenage experiences. You know?
He felt so beaten down by life that he didn't even know where to go from here on out.
I'm so beaten down and defeated by fucking life. That drive that I once had, that's gone now. It's gone, it's literally gone. Like, I don't have the power anymore.
Jake continued to post on incel forums, documenting his attempts and failures in online dating. He asked them why they thought he would be rejected so often. He posted other questions as well, such as, should being ugly be considered a disability? He posted pictures of himself when he was at a leaner weight compared to now, trying to find out if it was all over for him. He subscribed to a now-defunct channel called INCEL TV on YouTube, hoping to meet more like-minded people. He ranted about how there should be a government-funded incel rehab program to help them function in society once more. He said that there should be group activities that could be used to, quote, build confidence and self-esteem and getting them out of their depressed mindset. He said that they should take away their computers, put them into therapy, and detox them from social media. The tragic thing is that Jake didn't need the government to force him to do any of these things. It was all something he could do on his own, and he chose not to, opting to rant about it instead. Jake started to veg out on YouTube even more. He started researching American serial killers like Ted Bundy, watching numerous videos on black pill ideology. While playing a game called Killzone, he posted a video about how the enemy faction in the game must be black-pilled too. Jake didn't feel that getting a woman his age was the way to go. He felt that women his age, 22 at this point, were completely used up after spending countless hours in the bone zone with Chad.
Let's say I'll get with a woman my age. She's had a million relationships, likely been destroyed and broken and torn apart by fucking Chad. She's probably completely incapable of loving anyone like she did when she was 16, 17, 15, when she got with that first fucking Chad, that fucking whatever, right? You know, a lot of incels say, oh, cope, but they do kind of have a point. You know, some people live a kind of delusion because they can't cope with reality, so they kind of have to delude themselves.
So Jake decided that dating a teenage girl would be the way to go. If he did that, he thought he might be able to feel that sense of teenage love that he wanted so badly. Sure, he might be in his 20s now, but if the girl wasn't, maybe it might feel the same, he thought. So he took to messaging 16-year-old girls on Reddit and trying to woo them. Badly. One certain 16-year-old Jane Doe, after having a conversation with him, would go on to post her chat log on an anti-incel subreddit. When she told him that he shouldn't have a 16-year-old girlfriend, he was offended, asking, "You don't think I should had a 16-17 GF?" To which she responded, "If you are above 18, then yes." Jake didn't like this answer, though, responding with, "I'm 22 or 23, am I not entitled to my big titty 16-17-year-old GF? But I don't pursue girls that age, more girls between like 18 to 35. But for example, if I were to walk into my room and find a 16-year-old spread wide on my bed, yeah, I would have sex with her." The girl, extremely put off, felt that he must be a troll. He said that he wasn't, giving her a link to his YouTube channel in order for her to check him out in all of his glory. She said that what he wanted would be statutory, but he said the legal age in the UK was 16, so it would be fine. He said, "I am just like you, aren't entitled to water, food, and to survive you got to fight for it like life back in caveman days. So yes, I feel entitled to big titty GF." She said that food and water were pretty different, telling him, "You don't need a big titty GF to survive." He assured her once more that he was not a troll. He was a bona fide kissless, handholdless, hugless virgin. That is, unless you count the time he got a happy ending at a massage parlor, he said. She said that if he really wasn't a troll, he'd have a better chance of getting with a girl if he got off the incel forum, stopped hating women, and put himself out there. He said that bullying incels is bad and that she was a chadsexual, telling her to look up what chad means in the incel world. She said, "I don't think a random teenager on the internet is the right person to get relationship advice from." Still though, Jake would go on to slide into her DMs multiple times and beg her to date him, travel to meet him, and have sex with him. So the girl went over to report Jake to the Reddit mods. Some other users urged her to report him to the police as well, but her mother advised her not to get involved and leave it alone. Jake spent the last of his time on Reddit looking up posts on incel forums about why incels felt the need to end their lives, and concerningly researched information on kidnapping. Around this time, he got into yet another physical fight with his father. Then, one morning Jake woke up to some bad news. Given that his messages violated two major rules on Reddit, one being against harassment and one being against sexual solicitation of a minor, he was banned from the forum only a few days after the reports. Jake was just about done with everything. He felt that he was fighting against the world all alone.
It's like in the Terminator, right? You know, fate is nothing. You know, the whole premise of the Terminator movies is that, you know, everything's rigged against you. There's no hope for humanity. You know, we're on the brink of extinction. You know, these machines are unstoppable, killing machines that can't be beaten, can't be outsmarted. But yet, humanity still tries to fight to the end. And I know it's a movie, but it's, you know, I like to think sometimes, you know, I'm a Terminator or something. And despite you know.
He spent the next day, August 12th, 2021, looking at incel sites, watching Breaking Bad, Family Guy, South Park, and The Simpsons instead. Then he hopped onto OnlyFans to look at some girls, then looked up some information on detransitioning, likely to find out how to get rid of his breasts. The day was just like any other. The evening, however, was a far different story. That evening, right at about 6 p.m., Jake got into a fight with his mother, Maxine. This fight, though, went far beyond the usual verbal argument. The fight turned physical, with Jake grabbing Maxine by the throat and throwing her into the bedroom, locking her in. Maxine, having her phone on her, pulled it out and called her sister, begging for help. Jake, however, wasn't going to allow it. He went into his bedroom, pulled out his pump-action shotgun, and loaded it. He threw open the door to the bedroom where he held his mother, pulled up his gun, and shot her. He moved closer to her, about 1 meter away, and shot one more time. She died then and there. She had no chance of survival. Around this time, Maxine's sister called the police. Jake, in somewhat of a daze, shambled out of his house and onto the street carrying his shotgun. To witnesses, he appeared to look calm, unbothered, and almost distant. In the street, he saw a little girl, 3-year-old Sophie, pushing her teddy bear in a stroller while she walked with her father, 43-year-old Lee Martin. Jake approached them, pulled up his gun, and aimed it toward the father and child. Lee, seeing what was about to happen, put himself between Jake and his daughter. Jake shot him twice in the back as he protected her. Still, the two tried to run away. They were so shocked that they couldn't even scream, they just ran. But they weren't able to, as Jake was far too close. He shot them twice more at close range. Jake walked over to where the two fell down and hovered over them for a few moments. Lee had landed on top of Sophie as if he were still protecting her. Jake then shot him through the head at point-blank range, with the shot going through him and killing them both. Then, two people living in a home nearby, a 55-year-old woman named Michelle Parsonage and her 33-year-old son Ben, opened their front door to see what was happening. Ben observed Jake, saying he had a smirk on his face, like he didn't care about what he was doing. Jake opened fire at them through their front door into their living room. Both suffered serious wounds, collapsing to the ground. Jake continued to walk down the street. Walking past a man who was frozen in fear, he told him, "Nothing to worry about, mate," before continuing down the path. There he saw a dog walker, 59-year-old Stephen Washington, as he was tending to a few dogs in a small park. Jake pulled up his gun once more and opened fire on Stephen, killing him on the spot. Around this time, the police received multiple calls about gunshots echoing all throughout the quiet neighborhood.
Jake then proceeded down Royal Navy Avenue, making his way over to Henderson Place. There he came across a woman, 66-year-old Kate Shepard, as she took a break and smoked a cigarette outside of a hair salon coming home from her shopping trip. Jake walked up to her, stood about 3 meters away, and fired at her without saying a word. Jake then continued down Bedford Street, making his way into a parking garage. There he came across some people, swung his gun around and threatened them. Luckily, for some reason, he left without firing and made his way back to Henderson Place. Witnesses say that Jake walked as if he were on patrol, like a soldier would, with a blank expression on his face. He walked down a side street, making his way over to where emergency services were tending to Kate's wounds. A police officer, an unarmed one, ran toward Jake and ordered him to stay still. He came about 20 meters away from Jake when he lifted up his gun. However, Jake chose not to shoot at the police officer, instead pulling the trigger and firing upward at his chin. Safe to say he died then and there. His whole rampage lasted 19 minutes. The ambulances responded to the scene with all sorts of resources, such as hazardous area response teams, ambulances, specialist paramedics, and air ambulances. They had no idea what they might be dealing with. The police arrived within 6 minutes of the emergency call, only to find Jake dead and 4 other victims lying about. They established 13 separate crime scenes all over the area, which they soon cordoned off. They came to find Lee and Sophie lying in the road, looking as if they were cradling one another. One neighbor said, "The little girl was facing the man and they looked really peaceful. The dad still had his arm around the little girl." Stephen Washington's wife, Sheila, knew that something horrible must have happened when their dog came back home alone, scratching to be let in and shaking in fear. Once she saw a few plainclothes officers walking up to her door, hat in hand, she knew the worst had happened. Kate Shepard's husband, John, knew something must have happened as well. Given that his wife had been gone for much longer than usual, he set out to find her. When he found her, she was on the ground being tended to by emergency services. He said, "There were screens around her and I could only see her feet. I was told after a short time that it was Kate." Kate was treated for her injuries then and there and rushed to Derriford Hospital. Unfortunately, she didn't make it. She was pronounced dead. The only 2 who survived were Michelle and Ben, who managed to live after being shot through their front door. The next day, on August 13th, a candlelit vigil was held at the Northtown Crescent Park in Kiem. Flags around town were lowered to half-mast and the Smeaton's Tower was lit up as a sign of respect. People placed flowers and letters all around the areas in which the victims died. People were appalled in particular with Sophie's death, given how young she was. More casual vigils were held around the area for days. Seeing what had happened, Facebook and YouTube both deleted Jake's accounts as quickly as they could, saying that he violated their community guidelines. However, a friend of the Davison family posted to their own Facebook, saying that Maxine had been begging for more serious help for Jake, but the NHS wouldn't help, writing, "The NHS basically said that they were short-staffed and that was it." The family even asked the police to come out to see him as he was talking and acting strange. They didn't do a welfare check. And now 6 people are dead. Jake's father, Mark, was interviewed by the BBC. He said that he was both sorry and ashamed of what his son had done, saying that he had raised concerns with the police about his son obtaining a gun license back in 2018, but nothing was done. Jake's brother, Josh, said that his whole family was disgusted with what had happened, stating, "We are grappling to understand and manage our own health, emotions, and bereavement following the incident. Even deeper than that, we think we share the feelings of despair, hurt, and loss of the Martin, Washington, and Shepard families, knowing that it was a member of our own family who was responsible for their loss. No words can describe the pain or heaviness of the feeling the situation has caused. If we had one wish, it would be that we could turn back time and allow everyone who had a part in the events leading up to this tragedy an opportunity to make changes to prevent it from happening at all." The chief constable of Devon and Cornwall Police, Sean Sawyer, said that he didn't believe the attack was planned. He described it as a domestic incident that spilled into the streets. He said that he didn't feel this was an act of terror, although various media organizations following the case questioned that conclusion, saying that Jake's involvement with the INCEL community was suspicious at the least. The investigators confirmed that Maxine was the only one of the victims known to Jake. The IOPC questioned why Jake even had a shotgun license given his history of mental health problems and violence. Making their way out to Jake's home, they found over 300 more rounds of ammunition scattered throughout the home along with his mother's body in the bedroom. While searching through Jake's things, hopefully in order to find some sort of motive for the murders, they found some concerning material on his computer. They were able to recover 1.6 million files from the computer, and 57 were what they called shocking and unacceptable. While they didn't go into detail about what these files actually contained, given Jake's tendency to go after 16-year-old girls, it's pretty safe to assume what they might have found. In the end, though, there was no sort of manifesto or no sort of evidence that proved that he planned the attack in any way whatsoever. It really seems that it was just a spur-of-the-moment type decision. Other incels reacted to Jake's rampage online. While a few reacted negatively, saying that it would only worsen the image of incels worldwide, specifically condemning that he killed a child, many others praised Jake. They called him a saint, much like they did with Elliot Rodger and Alek Manassian. They commented on his looks, saying that he would have been a good-looking guy with some better grooming and good old lean maxing. Others just said that he was a fat fuck. On the 19th of August, an inquest was opened in order to further investigate the death of Jake and all of his victims. The inquest heard that the firearms inquiry officers that processed Jake's shotgun license hadn't received any training for 20 years. They said that the firearms licensing office was, quote, in dangerous shambles. It was found that the detective investigating Jake's assault on the two teens in the skate park didn't know what the FC marker on his record meant, meaning that he had a firearms certificate. Ian Arrow, the senior coroner for Plymouth, said, "There was a serious failure by Devon and Cornwall Police's firearms and explosives licensing unit in granting and later failing to revoke the perpetrator's shotgun license." The family of the 4 of Jake's victims that died have said that the police basically gave Jake a license to kill by giving him a shotgun license and failing to take it away despite his long-running history of mental health problems and repeated assaults. They said that, although Jake was pure evil, the attack happened because of a mountain of systematic failures and sheer incompetence. Rebecca Martin, the mother of Sophie and wife of Lee, said that her life, along with the lives of the Washingtons and the Shepherds, were changed forever, stating, "Our hearts are still incredibly heavy with grief, and we are still struggling to come to terms with our loss. We will never be able to understand or comprehend why Davison did what he did. It was an act of pure evil." However, we now know that this act was facilitated and enabled by a series of failings and incompetence from the people in the organizations that are supposed to keep us safe. In particular, Devon and Cornwall Police failed us. The evidence that we have heard during this inquest is a consistent story of individual failures, breathtaking incompetence, and systematic failings within every level of the firearms licensing unit. It is beyond us how Davison, a man with a known history of violence, mental health issues, and with no real need to own a firearm, was granted a license to possess a gun in the first place. The families called for broad changes to the firearms licensing system in both England and Wales. They called for more safeguards in the system. In August of 2021, the British government announced that they would now require the police to investigate social media posts of new firearms certificate applicants and current holders. They were ordered to see if any currently existing licenses needed to be revoked. The IOPC gave disciplinary notices to 2 members of the Devon and Cornwall Police over their poor handling of Jake's shotgun application. In 2023, the inquest found, unsurprisingly, that Jake Davison had indeed unlawfully killed his 4 victims that fateful day. The same year, Debbie Tedds, the firearms licensing lead at the National Police Chiefs Council, announced that now a national training program for issuing firearms licenses would be introduced by 2024. This sort of training had been recommended since as far back as 1996, but it was never actually implemented despite multiple requests. These days, Jake Davison is remembered as nothing more than one more incel in a long line of incel-related crimes. Some criminal incels weren't exactly killers, but they were still breaking the law large scale in other ways. Some of them took part in vandalism, some of them would become stalkers, some would blackmail others, and some would leak nudes online, among many other things. Not many of them could say that they were featured on the news multiple times and labeled as a terrorist despite not actually hurting anyone, though.
We've covered a lot of criminal incels on this channel, but this might be the first time I've ever covered a live streamer. Not only that, but this might be the first time I've covered someone who has filmed most, if not all, of his crimes. Malik Sanchez, better known by his online handle Smooth Sanchez, was an American YouTuber, streamer, and militant incel living out in New York City. He claimed himself to be the king of the city, basing this claim on absolutely nothing. Over time, he's been arrested time and time again for the mischief he committed all throughout the city on his live streams. These streams included all manner of crimes, from petty theft, to harassment, to assault, to even terroristic threats. Most of his videos, which often went on for hours and hours at a time, mainly consisted of Smooth Sanchez hitting up random strangers in public and bothering them in various ways. More often than not, he would end up harassing them and insulting them to their face. Sometimes he would awkwardly follow them for excruciatingly long periods of time.
I have a question. What do you think about Donald Trump? He's a bigot and a racist, right?
Yeah.
He's a bigot and a racist. Did your parents vote for Trump?
No.
May I ask, why is your hair painted the way it is? Do you like it? It looks all right. It doesn't look that bad, right?
What?
Doesn't look that bad, right? Your hair.
Well, I mean, right now it looks,
How many medications do you take? Like, how many mental medications do you take?
none. What the fuck is up? Like,
No,
leave me
it's just an interview on, like,
I
you know.
don't want to be in.
Okay, all right, no problem. I'm just asking you a question. Is your name Susie Rottencrotch? Susie? Okay. I get it. You're annoyed, okay.
Why did he do this, you ask? Well, it might have been because he enjoyed the ego high of having an active audience, but a large contributing factor to this was that people would often donate while he was streaming. Some people would even donate money with a suggestion of what kind of act he should commit, such as hop into that truck or bother that girl.
That donation is, like, very gross and it's
Aussie
disgusting.
tipped $3.34. Holla Smooth Sanchez. I watch your feed from Vancouver, Canada.
Hey,
With my dad
shout
on
out to
lunch
Canada,
break.
man. Thank you.
You make us laugh and enjoy our day. Keep doing what you're doing and congratulations for being a top Earl King that is Latino.
Woo! I run IRL. What's good with it? This is my shit. Entertainment on a weekly basis. The best. Nobody could do it like me. I'm 2 bridges down. What's good? Let's go. Thank you so much for that donation. Woo!
He wasn't above bothering pretty much anyone and everyone from all walks of life.
What's going on?
What do you want?
You look upset at me. You got a problem?
No, what do you want, dude?
You were talking with an accent before. You were talking pretty hot before, right? Now it's out of you?
What do you want? I don't know what you're talking about.
One of Sanchez's recurring stunts would be to hop onto the back of a moving vehicle and see how long he could ride before the driver would notice, all while talking to his viewers and having the donations flood in. In one incident, he pestered the driver of a bus while talking through a megaphone until the man got sick of putting up with him and ordered him to either cut it out or get off.
Excuse me, driver, what's the next stop?
Where you want to go? You gotta cut that bullhorn off. Alright, don't use that in here.
My bad.
Next stop on this bus is 26th Street.
Appreciate it.
Sanchez would even bother police officers, such as in this one clip where he tried to rile up some outrage while claiming that gay men had assaulted him in a pride rally. The police, though, weren't having any of it. The reason they didn't believe him for a second became more and more obvious as the video went on.
Washington Square Park, there was a bunch of gays. They tried to assault me. They tried to mess me because I'm 17 years old. It was a bunch of gay people. They're right there in Washington Square Park, and they try to mess me and they try to hurl things at me. Are you writing this down? Are you getting this? It's Black Lives Matter. Bored? No, I'm not bored. I'm making an official report. You're making an official report? Yes.
Okay, what did they look like?
Come here. Come.
What did they look like?
Come with me to Washington Square. Come.
What did they look like?
They were white and gay.
What does them being gay have to do with anything?
They try to mess me.
Okay, go bother somebody else, man. Not funny.
How is it not funny? It's like, I'm trying to make an honest report. Wait, maybe, do you not take me serious because of the panty? I don't think he takes me serious because of the panty.
Wearing panties on his head seemed to be somewhat of a recurring gag. Above all, Smooth Sanchez was an incel. Smooth Sanchez was one of these men. At least he was becoming one. Women were a common target of his shenanigans. Oftentimes, he would start by attempting to ask a woman out or get her phone number only to be shot down.
Hey, listen, baby, I'm smooth.
I'm not your baby and you can eat shit.
You gotta be joking me, right? You're gonna get whacked, baby. Oh, listen, baby. Baby, I'm smooth. Baby. Listen, baby, I'm smooth.
Hello.
Hey, baby, you think I can get your number? Unless you guys happen to be lesbians. No, you're a lesbian. That's what it is. In denial, you're a lesbian. You're a lesbian. Kiss each other right now. Kiss each other right now. Prove it to me.
Once in a while, Smooth Sanchez would pick out one girl to bother for an uncomfortably long amount of time. While doing so, he would often use common incel terminology, such as Chad, meaning a good-looking man who gets all the women.
I have a question, babe. Can I get your number? I'm too good looking for you anyway.
Yeah, you are.
Too good looking for you anyway. You look like Lord Farquaad if he was a female. Yup, you're never gonna get Chad.
What was that?
You're never gonna get Chad. 6 foot Chad? Never. Never.
Yeah, really? Think so?
No more birth control.
Should I go cry?
You see that guy jogging right there? 6 foot something Chad? Never get him.
No, he's too fit.
And you know what? Birth control? No more birth control. Stop it. You know birth control is making chicks delusional, right? Birth control is ruining young women such as yourself. You would have went out with me in the 90s.
Sometimes, rather than asking women out and getting rejected, Sanchez would simply decide to bother them in any way possible, such as this clip where he stole a woman's coffee.
I gotta go.
No, I'm so serious. Can let me see it? See it? So it's like, you see it like, it tastes good, you know? What?
As time went on, Smooth Sanchez got more and more angry when it came to his issues with women. On around March 20th of 2021, Sanchez was out in Manhattan and decided to film another video. In this incident, he started screaming threats towards a group of women sitting at tables outside of a crowded cafe, specifically threatening to kill them while dozens of people watched. All the while, he mentioned infamous incel killers like Elliot Rodger and Alek Manassian.
Yo, hey, listen up right quick. When I'ma spit it one time, y'all gonna have to suck me off or I'ma go crazy on the block. I'ma kill everyone on my block like Elliot Rodgers, like Alek Manassian.
You're out of your mind. It's offensive.
No, I'ma just have to do it one time. When I kill these niggas right in their face, I'ma pop them right in their goddamn face. I'ma do it one time. I'ma pop them Glocks off. Blow the brains all day. I'ma blow your brains all day.
After multiple people attempted to get good old Smooth Sanchez to stop, he eventually ended up getting pepper sprayed by an angry restaurant goer. He was soon arrested and charged with various state offenses. Shortly after, he was released on bail and quickly got back to his old shenanigans. An FBI agent that has studied Smooth Sanchez later said that a good number of his videos consisted of him harassing various women on the streets of Manhattan, with many including worrying comments that praised Elliot Rodger and Alek Manassian. To quote, "Fuck you, bitch. It's because of you. It's because of you that I'm a virgin. I have incel rage. You know what? Elliot Rodger was good. Elliot Rodger was a good guy." Speaking of Elliot's victims, he added, "I swear to God, they deserve to be run over and hit by a truck. They deserve to be slaughtered."
Running through these hoes like I'm Alek Manassian. Hoes, suck my dick while I run over pedestrians. Dinner, 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 dinner. Banger. Alek Manassian!
In one video, he ran up to a group of people sitting on a stoop and started screaming about Elliot once again, this time threatening to, in his own words, pull out the Glocks. In June of 2020, Sanchez, for the first time, garnered national attention throughout the US for one certain stream. In this stream, he approached various white women on the streets, claiming to them that he was a representative of Black Lives Matter. He asked for them to get on their knees and apologize for their white privilege and for being responsible for human rights abuses against black people throughout the US.
I'm sorry. I work for Black Lives Matter. I'm sorry that I scared you. But since I work for that company, my CEO has told me to come out today and to bring you on your knees because you have white privilege. So if they see that a white person is getting on their knees, that shows solidarity for the situation. And could you just please apologize for your white privilege? Just apologize.
I am. I'm trying to think of the right words to say because that's a big thing to say.
It's big.
That comes from.
It's large in this country.
I'm incredibly sorry.
Sanchez, of course, was just being an asshole. He wasn't affiliated with BLM in any way. It's likely that he didn't even care about the issue. He was just trolling in his usual fashion. The video went viral when people on the internet figured that he was being genuine. Viewers all over the country said that he was both racist against white people and a bully. Even Tucker Carlson, of all people, commented on the stream, calling it an example of the mob seeking the total humiliation of its enemies. A short while later, Smooth Sanchez was charged with illegal possession of pepper spray after he was linked to a case in which a 40-year-old woman in Chelsea, Manhattan had been assaulted. This wasn't even an isolated incident, though. It's believed that he had pepper sprayed about 5 people in the 6 months leading up to this incident. People didn't just put up with his antics. Some people would outright come after him on stream. In some clips, he struggled while onlookers would attempt to beat him up, usually threatening to call the police or sue once push came to shove and he was the one on the defense.
Out of here. What are you doing? Don't touch me. You're gonna touch my camera. He's taking my property. He's taking my property. He's taking my property. What are you doing? Get the f off me, bro. Bro, you're taking my property.
I'm not touching anything. What did you do?
I just sprayed you because you touched me.
No, I didn't touch you.
My mom's right there.
Smooth Sanchez once again came to national attention after a chaotic live stream in October of 2020. This was when he streamed himself climbing up the Queensboro Bridge in New York City, all because he, in his own words, wanted to take his content to the next level. At about 4 p.m. that Thursday afternoon, he started climbing up the bridge, one-handed while holding his phone, with no equipment whatsoever. People watching the stream assumed that this was the end, that he was going to fall off and end his life right then and there on Twitch as thousands of people watched. I could really fall through these cracks, but it would be a worthy death, he told his followers, likely in hopes that they would share the video to more and more people. The police quickly started getting calls from drivers on the bridge who noticed some crazy kid climbing up. At first, the police believed he was going up there with the intention of jumping off. Sanchez clarified by yelling down to them that this was not the case. "I was just doing this for fun," he yelled to them. Donations flooded in as he did so. Eventually, police officers were left with no choice but to throw on some harnesses and climb up there to get him. By the end of the stream, Smooth Sanchez was slapped with handcuffs, charged with reckless endangerment and criminal trespassing. He wasn't taken into custody though, as the police believed that he was legitimately insane and carted him off to a hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. Before too long, Sanchez was right back out there on the streets again. On February 7th of 2021, he posted a video with the title "INCEL Army Rise Up." This video showed him yelling at 2 women on the streets of Manhattan once again, telling them that he has incel rage and once again praising Elliot Rodger. He then went on to yell anti-Semitic slurs at a group of women he assumed were Jewish and the N-word at some black women who were walking near a park. Around this time, Sanchez found a new act that guaranteed donations every time. I'll let the clip speak for itself.
Time donos.
It goes off
Maybe
for
a bit
the
shorter
bomb.
for the next stream, please.
I do it.
You can't just put your camera in people's faces like that.
No, I know. It go off for the detonation time for 2 minutes detonation.
What? Excuse me?
For detonation for 2 minutes. I set the detonation for 2 minutes. It's okay.
No,
Yeah.
it's not okay. You can't put your camera in people's faces like that.
Yeah, it's a detonation. It's okay.
Later on in February, Smooth Sanchez's antics would come to a climax. During a live stream, Sanchez walked up to a restaurant in the Flatiron district of the city where he saw 2 women eating. He then commented that he had a desire to spice up their meal. At this point, he started making terroristic threats towards the women and to the restaurant in general, shouting Allahu Akbar and threatening to blow the place up.
No, behind.
You would still be doing this.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Bomb detonation in 2 minutes. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for Allah. I'm going to do it for Allah. Allahu Akbar. Come on, I do it. Bomb now. Yo, all of them scattered. Yo, yo.
After multiple people near the scene of the crime attempted to get Sanchez to stop, he once again reverted back to his old tactics and pepper sprayed one of them. At least one person at the restaurant that day called 911 about the threats, and the police quickly came out to the scene. Sanchez was long gone, but he had already uploaded the video online for all to see. The cops pretty quickly tracked him down and arrested him for the threats. The police noted that Sanchez's concerning conduct had been escalating ever since the bridge incident, especially in the previous several weeks. When he was arrested, they found 5 magazines for a Glock pistol. His attorney argued that he was still very young and that he actually knew some of the people he was harassing in his videos, but these claims fell on deaf ears. The judge ordered for him to be held without bail pending his trial. Before his sentencing, Smooth Sanchez, now 20 years old, apologized both toward the women he threatened and for the bomb hoax, saying that they were the conduct of an immature and reckless child. One of his victims responded via a letter to the court, claiming that she moved out of state after the whole ordeal, saying, "For the next several weeks, I lived with my parents in Pennsylvania, too afraid to return to life in the city. I was convinced that a terrorist was operating in my neighborhood, ready to actually use violence at any given time. Mr. Sanchez altered my faith in humanity and made me realize that there are truly bad people out there who enjoy seeing others suffer." The assistant U.S. attorney, Kaylin Lasky, said, "He's been a menace to the community for years, all while spouting incel ideology." Smooth Sanchez pled guilty to charges of conveying false and misleading information and hoaxes, which carried the possibility of a sentence of 5 years in prison. The judge, while calling Sanchez a sicko, did acknowledge that he had recently been taking steps to turn his life around. He had earned his high school diploma in the time since his arrest and made plans to join the military. Due to this, he was lucky enough to avoid jail time. The judge ordered Sanchez to time served, counting the 23 days he was locked up in jail and the 9 months of home confinement. He didn't get off completely scot-free, though, being sentenced to 3 years of supervised release. The judge did express, however, that this was a tough call, so she made it clear that she would send him straight to prison if he ever violated any of the restrictions placed against him. She said, "Someone is going to be looking over your shoulder for the next 3 years, and that is appropriate for what you did." Now, it's somewhat hard to come by Smooth Sanchez's old streams, aside from some clips other users have saved on YouTube. It seems he really is staying off of social media. His YouTube channel is now dead, and his Instagram is privated, with very few posts left behind. It seems that, in all likelihood, after years of arrests, this really was the end of Smooth Sanchez's streaming career once and for all.
No, it's a fucked up situation, but it happens. It comes with the territory of being a streamer. Some streamers get arrested, some streamers don't get arrested. Some streamers never stream again. Shit happens.
Even with incels being the complete butt of the joke and the subject of many memes by this point, their ideology still wasn't really slowing down. Even with a lot of their most well-known communities being deleted and banned, they were still very present. This would all lead to a very large-scale attack on a mall in the United States, one that would become both a national incident and to some degree international news as well. Today we have the story of a man named Mauricio Martinez Garcia, a 33-year-old man living in northeast Dallas. Mauricio joined the US Army back in 2008, likely shortly after graduating high school. This all sounds well and good, but he never actually completed basic training. Instead, he was terminated after only 3 months after his superiors started getting concerned with the state of his mental health. Since the decision to let him go was an administrative separation and not actually any kind of discharge, this would never go on to show up in any sort of criminal background check. While in the military, let's just say that Mauricio met with some like-minded folks. Of his time in the military, he wrote, "I have never been around so many white people, and you know what? They weren't the racists the media made them out to be. I then met actual white nationalists, and that's when I became a full-blown white supremacist. One of my white friends actually said, 'I'm not a racist compared to you.' It was a double-edged sword. These 2 Hispanics dropped me like a hot tamale when they found out about my beliefs." After that crushing defeat, Mauricio started working as a security guard for a number of different businesses. Louis Protective Service, Statewide Patrol, Verified Response Security and Investigations, and most recently at an aluminum supply company. Because of his work as a security guard, he was required to undergo some firearms proficiency training in 2018. Mauricio lived with his parents for most of this time, but eventually went on to get his own place. He was apparently very proud of this, uploading house tours online.
How's it going?
So today I'm gonna be giving a tour of my apartment. All right, we're gonna start at the door. Pretty cool poster, or some posters. Got this poster of Pablo Escobar. I kind of wish I'd put more stickers on there. The only good thing about the door is that it gave me a chance to hang this poster of my girlfriend Amy Lee. Yep. I got some more Five Nights at Freddy's plushies. This little nightstand. Over here we got some more posters. Okay, these 3 posters.
For some reason, his security guard license expired in April of 2020 and he never went on to renew it. This could sometimes be due to some sort of criminal charge, but as I said, Mauricio didn't have any sort of criminal background. It seems that he just let it lapse and never went back. Mauricio usually kept to himself, completely cutting himself off from any sort of socializing. In fact, he had an online journal/social media account that he continually updated despite having 0 friends. He was a YouTuber, going by Dusty Shackelford 6794, a King of the Hill reference. Although he had very few subscribers, if any, his YouTube account has since been deleted. Mauricio was mainly active on a Russian social media platform of all things. This site is called Odnoklasniki, but it's more commonly referred to as OK.ru. Going by the name Psychovision5, Mauricio would post all about his extremist views while using an avatar of a smiley face with a Hitler mustache, which is some good foreshadowing as to what kind of material his profile contained. Mauricio had gone through what many have come to call self-radicalization. As it sounds, he became a radical not due to the influence of people around him, but due to diving down some internet rabbit holes himself. The writings on his profile promoted neo-Nazism, incel ideology, and hate against women, Jews, and certain races, mainly Arabs and Asians. He posted pictures of the tattoos he had gotten all over his body, which included both a large swastika and an SS symbol. Another was a tattoo of the slogan Dues Volt, which is a reference to the Crusades that is usually used in anti-Muslim rhetoric online. He posted a whole lot of pictures of Nazis, both old and new, in an album he labeled My Kinda People. He would share a lot of various posts from far-right sources like 4chan, Nick Fuentes, The Daily Stormer, Andrew Anglin, The Uns Review, and VDare. More concerningly, he praised mass killers and often discussed his admiration for other criminal cases, such as the 2023 Nashville shooting and the 2014 Isla Vista killings performed by Elliot Rodger. He wrote posts detailing his violent incel beliefs, writing lines such as, "The reason men chase resources is because of what resources attract. Women. If men cannot be the creators of society, they will be the destroyers of society. Now it's up to society to decide which role they want us to follow. Men aren't entitled to sex? True, I agree, but women aren't entitled to safety either. The violent responses of men today are retaliatory." While being an incel and hating women, he didn't really hate them in the way that you might expect. He just didn't exactly think they deserved respect. He posted a picture of himself at Hooters with a waitress, writing, "Me at the Twin Peaks in Frisco on Preston Road. Now that's a girl who knows how to make a guy smile, how to drive a guy crazy." It seems that he was a regular patron of Hooters, posting several pictures with different waitresses. In some of his posts, he wrote, "I don't care about getting a girlfriend anymore. I still want sex, just not a girlfriend, because I don't believe any more women are capable to genuinely love a man." Mauricio was also a self-proclaimed white supremacist. I'm sure that a lot of you are going to find that revelation pretty confusing, as Mauricio is definitely a Latino gentleman. Well, he actually addressed this pretty often, saying that Latino people were, in his own words, basically white. He seemed to really like Nick Fuentes, the former leader of the Proud Boys, who is also a white supremacist with Mexican heritage. Mauricio wrote, "Hell, Nick Fuentes said something like that while he was on the Pearl Show. I think I even read in the news Hispanics could be the new white supremacist. Just the other day, this black dude told me that the line is blurring. He can't tell the difference anymore. Someone would look white, but they're actually Hispanic." In other posts, he seemed a little more pessimistic. He wore an It's Okay to Be White t-shirt while writing that he is Hispanic whether he likes it or not. More concerningly, Mauricio started posting more and more photos of body armor, weaponry, and ammunition on his profile. It didn't appear he was merely a hobbyist, he was really stocking up. All of his weaponry was bought legally as he had no criminal record. His bulletproof vest bore a patch reading RWDS, meaning Right Wing Death Squad. He didn't really try to hide his identity at all while doing this, showing his unique tattoos, receipts with his own name on them, an old ID card, and even his phone number, although he did try to censor that one at least. In a handwritten note Mauricio uploaded to his profile, he talked about how someone had told him that he looks like the type of person who would walk into a crowd and start shooting, something that made him proud. Mauricio began to start posting pictures of a mall in Texas, several dozen of them, actually. He posted everything from the location on Google Maps to pictures of the exterior of the mall to a timetable showing when the mall was the most busy. While a lot of people out there will probably say someone should have seen all of this and done something, Mauricio's account was completely unknown to anyone at the time. He had 0 friends, very little interaction, and the whole thing was posted on a Russian social media site that most Americans don't even know exists. It's believed that he used his profile as more of a personal diary, choosing that particular platform due to its lack of moderation. Mauricio would go on to make his final post on his profile, which read similarly to a note one would write before they intended to end their own life. This message was said to have included more than 500 words of violent, hateful fantasies, self-aggrandizement, and pop culture references, like references to South Park episodes. He talked about his poor mental health, saying that no psychologist would have been able to fix him. He wondered about what his family would say about what he was about to do. And from that point onward, nothing was ever posted to his profile again. This brings us to Allen Premium Outlets, a large outdoor mall located about 25 miles north of Dallas, Texas in a northern suburb. May 6, 2023, 3:36 p.m. Wearing black tactical gear, including his body armor with the RWDS patch, Mauricio Martinez Garcia pulled up to the mall in a silver sedan. He parked his car just outside of the entrance of the mall and pulled out an AR-15 style rifle. He immediately opened fire on pedestrians in the parking lot, shooting 15 people within about 3 minutes. He fired apparently indiscriminately, firing dozens of shots in all directions, all of which was captured on dashcam footage of a car nearby. The first call to the police department came only 4 minutes after it all began. One store employee recalled that those running from the store began to notify others of what was going on and help them to hide in the back rooms of the stores. Hundreds of mall shoppers were left running from the scene on foot. Coincidentally, a police officer was already at the mall. Upon hearing the gunfire, he rushed to the scene, engaged in a short gunfight with Mauricio, and killed him right there on the spot, effectively ending the shooting. A nearby military vet attempted to give CPR to 3 of the victims before they were rushed to a nearby hospital due to the severity of their injuries. Several bodies were strewn about the scene, all covered by sheets. 3 different guns were found on Mauricio, with 5 more being discovered in his car. On him, he had his rifle along with 2 handguns. 9 people were rushed off to the hospital. 1 of them died upon arriving, succumbing to their injuries. 3 survivors were put into surgery and remained in critical condition for some time. 4 others remained in the hospital under stable condition. Out of all the people injured, some were very little kids, as young as 3 years old. Many others lost their lives in the attack. Christian LaCour was a 20-year-old man working as a security guard at the mall. He was identified by his family shortly after as one of the victims. His grandmother posted on social media, saying, "He was such a beautiful soul. I was so proud of him and so glad I got to see him 2 weeks ago." Aishwarya Tarikonda was a 26-year-old engineer who had moved to the United States from India. She was shopping with a friend when she was suddenly shot and lost her life. Her friend was also one of the injured who ended up in stable condition in the hospital. Her family is planning to fly her body back to India where she can be buried. A 32-year-old man, Elio Cumana Rivas, lost his life during the shooting as well. He was at the mall buying a toy for his 6-year-old daughter's birthday when he was shot. Ironically, Elio had actually fled Venezuela due to rising rates of violence and was seeking asylum in the US. There is a GoFundMe page available for his daughter. 2 elementary school-aged sisters, Daniela and Sofia Mendoza, aged 11 and 8, also lost their lives in the attack. They were out shopping with their mother when the incident occurred. Their mother, Ilda, is still in the hospital. A GoFundMe page was set up to help with her medical bills, funeral expenses, and anything else she might need. Link in the description. Then, almost an entire family was lost in the attack. This was the Cho family, an American-born family of Korean descent. The father, Kyu-song Cho, the mother, Cindy Cho, and their 2 sons, William and James, were all shopping at the mall. Kyu-song, Cindy, and James, who was only 3 years old, all lost their lives there on the scene. William Cho, only 6 years old, was left as the only survivor of his family. He had just celebrated his 6th birthday when his family was murdered, and he himself was rushed to the hospital with horrific injuries. After spending some time in the ICU, he was stabilized and moved into regular hospital care. A GoFundMe page was set up for him as well, now that he's lost absolutely everything at such a young age. Link in the description to that one as well.
Mauricio, being a YouTuber, had scheduled a video to go live the evening of the attack. In that video, he awkwardly stared into the camera, wearing a scream mask, only to remove it and say, "Not quite what you were expecting, huh?"
Not quite what you're expecting, huh? Well, that's the video. See ya.
Police found out that, before the attack, Mauricio had been staying in a hotel in northwest Dallas for quite some time. Search warrants were issued for both his hotel room and his family's home, given that he had lived there for so long. The FBI raided the home and police officers were stationed outside until the next day. The family used a translator to speak with the officers. Mauricio's family is struggling to come to terms with what their son had done. His stepfather said, "I know you want answers, and we want answers too. We're like you guys. You guys have questions and are looking for answers, but we are as well. You know how people are feeling about this horrible thing. Believe me, it's horrible, and it's double for us." A vigil was held for the victims the next day on May 7th at the Cottonwood Creek Baptist Church. Both the governor of Texas and the lieutenant governor came out to attend. A memorial was set up for the victims near the mall, with crosses standing in honor of those who were lost. After the shooting, the internet basically went into chaos with unfounded accusations and conspiracy theories surrounding the event. Some celebrities, such as Elon Musk, said that Mauricio's social media account was actually a government psyop. A lot of people within Mauricio's own sphere online spread a rumor that he was actually an illegal immigrant, which wasn't true. He was born in the US. Some said that he was actually part of a Mexican drug cartel, which also proved not to be true. I mean, the man barely left his apartment. And worst of all, the internet identified the wrong man as being the shooter based only on having the same name as the guy. This isn't the first time the internet has done something like that. Mauricio's social media profile was eventually deleted, causing some people to joke that apparently the moderation-free platform does have some standards after all. Sadly, this shooting was only the start of a very bad weekend for Texas. In a town called Brownsville, 8 people were killed by an SUV that plowed through a crowd of people waiting outside a migrant shelter the next day. Security cam footage showed a group of people waiting for a bus near the Oguzhan Center when the car rammed into all of them. 7 people died then and there, with an 8th dying in the hospital later that day. 9 others were injured to various degrees. Most of the victims were Venezuelan men spending the night at the shelter before boarding a bus. Authorities said that the perpetrator was very uncooperative and that the entire incident seemed intentional. That same day, 1 person was killed and 2 others were injured during a shootout that took place on a train in Dallas, only 30 minutes away from the mall. After 2 people got into an argument, gunfire broke out on the train. Officers were soon called out to the scene and found 2 people, one of them being an innocent person uninvolved in the argument, bleeding out from gunshot wounds. They were both rushed to the hospital. The victim involved in the argument passed away, while the bystander seems to have lived. 1 more person was hit by shrapnel but was treated at the scene. The unnamed shooter has been charged with 1 count of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. On May 8th and 9th, mall customers were finally allowed to go and retrieve their cars. Personal belongings dropped on the scene were sent to a nearby rec center to be picked up. Flags in the area were set to half-mast in order to honor the victims for the next several days. And then this case bred a mountain of controversy. For instance, the Monday after that weekend, the Texas House of Representatives Select Committee on Community Safety voted 8-5 to raise the age you need to be to buy an AR-15 style rifle from 18 to 21, with both Democrats and some Republicans agreeing that it was necessary. It seems unlikely that the bill will pass in the Texas Senate, though. Many schools had walkout protests in support of gun control. Some schools even had threats of shooting shortly after the incidents. Joe Biden urged Congress to pass an assault weapon ban and enact universal background checks, saying, "Tweeted thoughts and prayers are not enough." The South Asian Voter Education Foundation said that the incident was a hate crime against immigrants, specifically Asians, noting that half the victims who died were Asian. They urged the police to look deeper into this fact, saying, "This is an infection our country must cure. Today I am here to say that hate groups have no home in Texas." A gun show that was scheduled to take place in the area was cancelled, although the organizer refused to elaborate on the reasons for the decision. The mall itself finally reopened on May 31st, but each individual store was allowed to reopen at their own pace. On June 26, the grand jury cleared the police officer who shot Mauricio of any wrongdoing, saying that this use of force was more than justified. Once this was cleared, the police released the body cam footage of the shooting on June 28th, although it was edited to exclude the actual killing. The police say that, despite all of Mauricio's online writings, they still haven't been able to find out any specific motive for the shooting.
The big question that we're dealing with right now is what's his motive? Why did he do this? Well, the big question is we don't know. That's what the investigation is trying to find out.
This has been the second deadliest mass shooting in 2023, being the 248th mass shooting of the year so far.
Throughout this video, we've covered all of the most well-known incel criminals and even some lesser-known characters. In the end though, it's impossible to know how many criminals out there are incels or at least find inspiration in them in some way or another. Many killers have come to list Elliot as an influence in their attacks despite not being an incel themselves. On the other hand, it's very likely that many criminals out there are incels who simply hide their ideology from the police and the media. It's very likely that we will never know the true extent of this problem or how deep it goes. While I intend on closing this chapter of my channel for now, it could only be a matter of time before I'm covering a new crime committed by one of these guys. But for now, this is the entire list. For everyone still here, thanks for sticking around. This video has actually been my plan since making the very first few incel videos I worked on. It's just that the closer and closer I got to making this compilation, the more of them there ended up being. Given that I already had covered most of them on this list, I decided to cover the last few just recently in order to round out the whole thing and kind of finalize it. So, once again, thank you for watching my video. If you found it interesting, please give it a like. Feel free to subscribe if you want to see more content like this. If you want to check it out, I have a merch store now. There you can get yourself some cool Dire Trip t-shirts, coffee mugs, and some other stuff. If you want, go ahead and follow me on Patreon. I always appreciate that. There you can get videos early, ad-free, and uncensored. Channel memberships are up too, and you get most of the same benefits there as well. Once again, this has been your host Kyle. Thank you, and good night.